righty. I think it's live. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Today is July 30th, 2024. It is about 6 in the morning Pacific time. We are about to start the day here on the West Coast. If you are new to the channel and you are not familiar with what is about to happen here on the West Coast, good morning. That's me. What is about to happen? You are about to get 7 hours of the whole entire stock market. We have a live news wire here. Any of the live developments are going to come out right here. I'm going to be interpreting all of it. We have earnings after the bell, and we plan on being here throughout. So now here's the deal. If you are new to the channel, unfortunately, you will have to be subscribed for about 24 hours. That sounds like an investment, I know, but why I'm telling you that, because with the stock market, everything going on, we make sure we invest in both of these accounts. We started with about $500 to $2,000, and we grow them up. So what I'm trying to tell you, get a long term. I want to start off the video for everybody watching so that they're able to see this and make sure you know why we're here every single day. So I hope you're ready. It's good to have you. But Chatadonia, we have a lot in store today. We have a little bit of data here right after the bell. You're going to get a lot more tonight with the Bank of Japan, even the earnings, Microsoft and AMD after the bell. And then tomorrow you get Powell. And then before you know it, man, literally, you are going to be getting non-farms on Friday. So, Chatadonia, I hope you're ready. I hope you're locked and loaded. But happy Tuesday. Good morning. What's up, baby? What up, Malcolm? What up, Troy? Big Dizzle, Gary Yavari, Battle Boy, Shane, Najee Wolf, Alaskan Assassin. Good morning, baby. What up, Agent of Chaos? What up, Mr. Garlinger? You feel me? Yes, up for mayor, baby. Lit, Tyreed, Herman, Candy, winning loser, Reynaldo, Brown, Tom Cruise, Kurt McGirt, Josh, Jacob, Baker, Hyman Smith. That is my long term. Whenever we long term, the people always save 10%. Okay, what's up, Mark J? What up, Damien? QXO, C Money, Jerry, William. What up, William Pearson? Thoughts and Emotions, Icarus, Saran, Ray Roman, David C, Travis Heller, Cassius, baby. Thoughts, Jerry Woods again, Kari, Trey Kushner, Drea, Shamir, Cookie Monster, Mr. Mega, Big Curly, John Narco, Shane Jolano. Good morning, baby. What up, Turbo? What up, Smoking? What up, Broken? What up, Braden? What up, Jay Samuels? Good morning, Thorne. Good morning, Christina. Good morning, Mo. Too much photography. What about the Twitch, baby? Good morning. What up, the Mercator? Andy Seahawks, 333, Rocky Bow Blowout, Beat Me Seymour again, Pinelander, QE, Blizzy B, Green Willow, Destroyer, and Robo Hand Tech, baby. Good morning. Oh, my goodness. So, Chatadonia, I hope you're ready. I hope you're locked and loaded. Okay, it's going to be a fun one. It should be, again, whether it's literally right after the bell to after hours. We should be getting data. Like I said on the watch list, if we don't get a real big reaction here in the morning off of the data, then unfortunately, it'll probably be a slow day, okay? And then you're going to have to wait till all of the bigger central bank actions here tonight, okay? So get ready, but here's the Josh AI. He has everything you need, and I love you. Good morning. Good morning. Stocks advance ahead of Microsoft. Central banks, U.S. stocks were set to extend gains as traders prepared for a raft of economic data releases, U.S. tech earnings, and central bank decisions that will be critical in shaping the trajectory of market. Futures contracts for the S&P 500 and NASDAQ 100 rose 0.2% and 0.3% respectively on Tuesday. The dollar edged higher against a basket of currencies, while treasuries were little changed. Europe's Stoxx 600 index advanced 0.5% after the euro area economy expanded more than expected in the second quarter, easing fears about the pace of an economic recovery. Separately, an acceleration in German inflation may add to central bank officials' caution on further interest rate cuts. Later on Tuesday, traders' focus will turn to a Microsoft Corp's earnings release markets do after the U.S. closed to determine whether mega caps can turn the tide after an underwhelming start to the reporting season. An index tracking the so-called Magnificent Seven technology stocks lost almost 9% in the 2 weeks through July 26th after investors turned skeptical about the scope for returns from investment in artificial intelligence. The gauge rebounded by 1% on Monday. For anything AI related, we've been in the investment phase, but now we want to see how it translates in terms of return on investment, said Lionel Jardin, equity sales trader at Marex in Paris. Apple Inc. or Meta Platform Inc. and Amazon.com Inc. are due to report later this week. Also in focus are monetary policy decisions from the Bank of Japan and the U.S. Federal Reserve on Wednesday, followed by the Bank of England a day later. U.S. policymakers are widely expected to keep rates unchanged at a two-decade high. Still, investors expect that officials will signal a move in September as risks grow of imperiling a solid but moderating job market. Swap traders are currently pricing a full cut for the September meeting and as much as 2 further reductions before the end of the year. Further clues about the rate path may come from reports on U.S. consumer confidence and jobs openings due later on Tuesday. Among pre-market stock moves, PayPal Holdings Inc. and Pfizer Inc. rose after boosting their profit outlooks. CrowdStrike Holdings Inc. fell as much as 5.3% after CNBC reported that Delta Airlines Inc. may seek potential damages following this month's widespread systems outage. In Japan, the yen weakened against all its group of 10 peers as the BOJ kicked off a 2-day policy meeting on speculation that policy tightening would be too slow to dent the appeal of yen-funded carry trades. Meanwhile, commodities have erased all of their gains this year as a challenging outlook in China, combined with a sell-off in U.S. natural gas and losses in foodstuffs, have weighed on raw materials. Steady stocks. U.S. stocks futures edged higher on Tuesday before the release of consumer confidence data and the job openings and labor turnover survey. The dollar remained steady against a basket of currencies, and Treasury yields were flat. Traders are preparing for a 32-hour central bank bonanza, kicking off with interest rate decisions from the Bank of Japan and the U.S. Federal Reserve on Wednesday. Microsoft looms, and until the central bank meetings, all eyes will be on Microsoft, which will report earnings after the close today. Scrutiny may be even higher than usual after fellow Magnificent Seven technology stocks Tesla and Alphabet disappointed last week, sparking a short but intense sell-off in stocks. Apple and Amazon are scheduled to release figures later this week. Mixed earnings. Earnings in Europe on Tuesday were pretty mixed. BP's shares strengthened after it maintained the pace of share buybacks and lifted its dividend on the back of a profit beat, while Standard Chartered rose after the lender expanded its buyback program. Drinks giant Diageo tumbled after it said a slowdown in Latin America, the Caribbean, and the U.S. helped cause its first annual sales decline since the pandemic. Growth concerns. GDP data in Europe painted an uncertain picture about the state of the economy. German output stole the headlines by unexpectedly shrinking in the second quarter, a contrast with better-than-expected growth in France and Spain. The uneven growth outcomes across the region showcase the challenge faced by European central bank policymakers as they approach a judgment in September on whether the Eurozone economy is looking fragile enough to justify another interest rate cut. China measures. Meanwhile, China's ruling Communist Party pledged to make boosting consumer spending a greater policy focus as weak domestic demand threatens the nation's annual growth target despite an export boom. Officials vowed to roll out a batch of new measures to support the economy at an appropriate time without elaborating. Those broad pledges were met with skepticism in the market, with economists calling for more specific policies such as an expansion of fiscal stimulus stimulus that has so far been restrained this year. Top overnight news: Venezuela's opposition said it can prove that Edmundo Gonzalez won Sunday's election by a wide margin. Leader Maria Corina Machado called for nationwide citizen assemblies in her first public statement since she was accused of plotting to sabotage the election. BBG, a German output, unexpectedly shrank last quarter, casting a shadow over resilient growth in the Euro region's next three biggest economies. GDP fell 0.1%, while both France and Spain grew more than predicted, and Italy slowed only slightly. Euro area expansion was 0.3%, a tad more than expected. BBG. Chinese leaders signaled on Tuesday that the stimulus measures needed to reach this year's economic growth target will be directed at consumers, deviating from their usual playbook of pouring funds into infrastructure projects. RTRS. Samsung won long-awaited approval from NVIDIA for a version of its high-bandwidth HBM3 memory chips, People Familiar said, helping narrow the gap with rival SK Hynix. It also expects approval for the next-gen version in 2 to 4 months. BBG. NVIDIA is accelerating humanoid robotics development by offering new services, including NVIDIA NIM for robot simulation and learning, the OSMO orchestration service for robotics workloads, and a teleoperation workflow for training robots with minimal human demonstration data. Amazon's Prime Video is undercutting rival Netflix on advertising pricing as it battles for marketers' attention in an increasingly crowded field of ad-funded streaming services. FT. Trump says he will probably debate Harris, but can also make a case for not. ABC. Banks and other lenders are seizing control of distressed commercial properties at the highest rate in nearly a decade, a sign that the sector's punishing downturn is entering its next phase and approaching a bottom. In the second quarter, portfolios of foreclosed and seized office buildings, apartments, and other commercial property reached $20.5 billion, according to data provider MSCI. That is a 13% increase from the first quarter and the highest quarterly figure since 2015. WSJ. Apple utilized AI chips designed by Google to train its models instead of ones from NVIDIA. RTRs. Berkshire Hathaway further pared its stake in BOFA, bringing this month's disposal to $3 billion. It still owns $39.5 billion worth at Monday's closing price. BBG. Tim Rouse writes, the NY Fed's measure of inflation persistence, the multivariate core trend rate, fell again in June to 2.1%, while he added, with meaningful shelter disinflation arriving in June, the declines in inflation are broadening. What? Yeah, what? Bro, did y'all hear that? He breathed. It stopped and he didn't say anything, and it was just him breathing on the mic. Honestly, that was the closest we've came to him revolting. You know what I mean? That was weird. I don't know if you heard it, bro. That was just I don't know what he stopped mid-headline, and he just started going. I don't know if you heard, bro. That was creepy. Anyways, we still got a little bit more, baby. Happy Tuesday. S&P futures, they're up by 0.2, and Tuesday morning trading comes after U.S. equities put in a mixed performance on Monday that saw the S&P and NASDAQ eke out gains with help from strength in select Mag 7 names, while the Russell fell more than 1%. Treasuries unchanged, though firmer at the long end. Dollar is up by 0.2 with some focus on yen softness. Gold is up by 0.3, and Bitcoin is down by 0.9. WTI crude is off by 1, down for the 7th session of the past 9, quite ahead of the ramp-up in earnings, including 4 of the Mag 7 names and high-profile economic data and central bank decisions over the next few days. Rational dynamics remain in focus, and some thoughts on the move out of momentum growth in tech and a small-cap value cyclicals may be losing traction. JP Morgan noted on Monday that marked the first time the Russell fell and the NASDAQ finished in green on the same day since July 11th. July rational impulse driven by disinflation, soft landing, Fed pivot narrative, along with some AI valuation and positioning scrutiny that is weighed on big tech. Conference Board of Consumer Confidence and Jolt jobs opening on the U.S. economic calendar this morning. Openings expected to slip to 8.05 million in June from 8.14 in May. Labor market data expected to get outsized attention this week as the Fed has increasingly flagged balanced risks surrounding the dual mandate. ADP private payrolls hits on Wednesday morning. claims on Thursday and employment report on Friday. The street is looking for 175,000 in non-farms. Elsewhere, May FHFA home price index was little change, while May Case-Shiller rose in line with consensus. Procter & Gamble missed on organic growth. Pfizer beat and raised and talked up future margin expansion. Merck beat but cut full-year EPS guidance on iBio acquisition and M&A related expense. ITW revenue light but report probably better than feared. PayPal higher on beat and raise and increased buybacks. HWM raised full-year guidance and boosted buyback. LDOS highlighted increased earnings demand across all customer segment. SWK beat and raised and said they see mixed demand trends for second half. First five highlighted strong software renewals and improving close rates. EXP EBITDA beat, with company noting strong cement demand from infrastructure and heavy industrial products. And then JetBlue outlined business and cost transformation program with their results. Fed to hold rates in open order September cut. Bank of Japan nears decision on JGB taper amount and whether to hike rates. Minutes show Bank of Korea board split on rate cut timing amid hot housing market. Global earnings see many companies cut full-year sales and profit guidance as higher rates and weak China weighs. Latest data suggests global M&A deal activity currently tracking 10 to 15% above 23 levels. Bankers anticipate summer U.S. IPO lull following burst of activity last week. European earnings on track for positive EPS growth, but guidance cuts increase. Investors buying bond ETFs this year, the fastest pace on record. China official manufacturing PMI seen edging further into contraction. Eurozone Q2 GDP expands by 0.3 as resilient expansion in key countries offsets weakness in Germany. Japan labor market stays tight, fueling wage growth. South Korea exports in July set for fastest pace in 26 months. China officials pledge more aggressive measures to boost consumer spending. China clothing, toy, furniture factories hit by anemic orders and trade restrictions and growing competition. China M&A nearly halves in first half, contrasting the growth in global deals. NVIDIA reveals generative AI advancements in new real-world experience that goes beyond chips. Apple says 2 AI models are underpinning Apple Intelligence, pre-trained on Google-designed chips. Microsoft earnings call later today will place focus on cost and fears of slow AI payoff and the picking up steam. Amazon Prime Video undercutting rival Netflix on advertising pricing. Berkshire sold more of its Bank of America position this month, reducing its stake by 6.9%. Netflix testing investor interest for first investment-grade bond sale to refinance $1.8 billion. McDonald's suffers first global drop in sales since 2020 as consumers around the world rein in spending. BP lifts dividend after surpassing Q2 expectations. 4 big pharma companies less concerned after hearing from U.S. on negotiated prices for Medicare. BHP and Canada's London agree to acquire South American copper firm PHILO in a $3 billion deal. Hewlett-Packard set for unconditional EU nod of $14 billion Juniper deal. Ozempic link to less tobacco-related healthcare use in study that is seen as helpful in getting smokers to quit. Baupass Group decides against investing in Pershing Fund a week after Ackman named it as a potential backer. Trump says he'll probably end up debating Harris. Harris puts abortion rights at the center of campaign. Harris backs Biden's proposal of 18-year term limits for Supreme Court justices. North Carolina governor of Copper withdraws from race to be Harris's running mate. Commodities erase year-to-date gains on China worries. Sell-off in U.S. natural gas loses in foodstuffs. Surge in gold demand in Q2 driven by family offices and rich individuals, report refines. Department of Energy announces nearly 5 million barrels of oil purchased for a strategic petroleum reserve. Near full pipeline transporting crude out of Permian threatens to cap U.S. oil exports. Israeli PM Netanyahu vows harsh response, but Israeli officials want to avoid all-out war. U.S. also warns, and then U.S. and Venezuelan opposition accuse Maduro of election manipulation. Protests break out. Wow! My goodness. My goodness. We still have more, my brethren. We still have more. And then earnings. It is quite the eventful morning. So good morning, Chad. HWM, they are up by 13.5 off of earnings. FFIV is up by 12.1 off of earnings. PayPal, 9.3 earnings. SWK, 7.2 earnings. INCY, up 5 off nothing. LDOS, 4.9 earnings. ITW, up 3.5 off earnings. NVO, up 3.4, announces phase 2 trial. NVO, GLP-1 antagonist. Semaglutide may protect against dementia. AMT is up by 2.9. NIMR up 2.6. ASML up 2.4. Barclays upgrade. SPGI up 2.3. Earnings. BNTX up 1.9. Top line phase 2 results. Myrna immunology candidate of BNT 111 for advanced melanoma. SYY up 1.8 off earnings. VLTO up 1.7. BSY up 1.5. Pfizer up 1.2 off earnings. Toyota up 1.2. June global production. IT up 1.2 off earnings. BP up 1.0 off earnings. HLIT up 19 off earnings. SFM up 19 off earnings. VRNS up 10 off earnings. RLA up 9.9. OSCR up 9.8. VSTO up 4.9. Review of strategic alternatives. Affirm up 4.6. Bank of America upgrade. JetBlue up 4.2 off earnings. Core up 4.1 earnings. Clinical development. BV up 3.9. Loop Capital initiates buy. SoFi up 3.1 off earnings. ARQT up 3.3. AHCO up 3.3. ARDX up 2. PBI up 2. STGW up 1.9. TGTX up 1.9. STNG up 1.7 off earnings. ISPO up 26 off nothing. DFLI up 16. 30 million licensing agreement. Mira up 15. TTOO up 13.9. Earnings and distribution agreement in Malaysia and Indonesia. Guts is up 11.7. FDA breakthrough device designation for Revelta. HA up 10. Agreement with Department of Justice to extend merger period until August 14th. VSTM up 4.4. Issues press release on previously reported orphan drug designation. WWD down 12 off earnings. DEO down 7 off earnings. GLW down 7 off earnings. FMS down 7 off earnings. Procter Gamble down 5 off earnings. TLK down 4.3 off earnings. Crowd down 3.9. Delta reportedly hires attorney David Boyles to sue Crowd over the outage. BHP down 2.6. London mining BHP to acquire PHILO for 14 billion or 4 billion. MRK down 2.4 off earnings. LYG down 1.6. UBS downgrade. ADM down 1.3 off earnings. SYM down 21 off earnings. LSCC down 16 off earnings. HEES down 14 off earnings. CLDX down 9 off study results. Novax down 9. JP Morgan downgrade. AGCO down 6.9 off earnings. IPGP down 6.4 off earnings. Rambus down 6 off earnings. AMKR down 5 off earnings. AIRT down 2.8 off BITG downgrade. And then HR down 2.3, Wells Fargo downgrade, QXO down 80, filing covering resale of securities, EXSO down 20, earnings common stock upgrade, our offering, CGTX down off a downgrade, and then ULCC down 3, JP Morgan downgrade. Wow! So, Chattadonia, we actually have a good amount of time. I think I'm going to use the potty if I have time. I don't know. It's actually all commercials, so I don't think we'll be able to get a potty break in here. So if we don't, Chattadonia, you're here right now. You're feeling blessed. We've gone over it. I think there's a decent amount of plays, again, both pre- and post-earnings. Very, very active week, but you're here right now, baby. Tell me, what is your first play of the day? What do you have for me? Let's go. Good morning. NVIDIA calls, NVIDIA puts, Pfizer calls, Mara calls on BBG, Shorty S, TLT calls, nothing, AMD, tell me, calls on QQQ, SLV long, SQQ, take profits on Pfizer, MES long, Silver long, 1,000 likes by 9:30, Microsoft call, stacking cash, Apple call, SPY put, Nike call, Holden PG put, First 5, 210 call, PayPal call, waiting, SoFi call, long tire baby, Tesla puts, PayPal put, Tesla put, PayPal calls, CCL calls, AMD calls, Disney calls, North Korea, Tesla, PayPal puts, Disney for the long term, GHL, PayPal puts, Dell, SoFi calls, Rivian calls, closing SoFi play, calls on Stock Market Live, the video being like, SPY put, PayPal, Disney call, Pfizer, pins going big, Chad 200, Tilray call, CCG, Kifa Kabibi, Micron puts, AMD, long on the trading fraternity, North Korea again, and PayPal, and the final plays. NVL, VHAI, PayPal, Tesla puts, and Chad 250, baby? Oh, good morning. Nice. I think we got 1 minute here. I think I'll be able to get it out here. I have a couple plays. I will go over them in a second.
So
BRB,
baby,
BRB.
Delta Airlines reportedly hiring an attorney to seek potential damages from the cybersecurity company and Microsoft following the widespread outage earlier this month that is said to cost Delta up to $500 million. Next up, score one for oat milk. Sprouts Farmers Market boosting its full-year projections for sales and profits after a stronger than anticipated second quarter. Now, the organic food retailer says that people are sticking with their diets despite higher food prices. And finally, a $3 billion unwind. Berkshire Hathaway cuts its stake in Bank of America for the third time just this month. Now, this move marks Warren Buffett's biggest pullback from a bet that has been a strong vote of confidence for Bank of America CEO Brian Moynihan. And Shonali, that one definitely caught my eye.
Yeah, it's been interesting because, of course, there have been.
Love it. I like their new music. Bam, 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 bam. All right, Chattadonia, it's game time, and we have a lot to go over. Very, very big day. But here at the Cole, ladies and gentlemen, before we try to chase a dollar, before we try to enrich ourselves, we must pay homage to a very special group of people that has made a sacrifice that most of us never have and never will. And I am talking about the veterans of the United States of America. So on behalf of the Colt, the people here, the people not here, I want to give a huge special shout out. All the active servicemen, past servicemen, anybody who has served this country, even the families, for real. Thank you. I'm telling you, I mean, we could say a lot. I think a lot goes unsaid, bro. But I hope all of you have this love and appreciation for those who have fought for this country, have allowed our freedoms. And if you don't realize it, man, we all benefit off of it. So the least we could do is show that love and appreciation. So veterans, thank you, baby. And big shout out to the families, and big shout out to anybody else out there giving back to their local communities, all the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, police officers, the janitors, the coaches, the garbage men, anybody making their community run, baby. That's what I'm talking about, and thank you. But ladies and gentlemen, please rise up. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Send to the Jets! Oh, it's game time, baby. Horna, let's go. Oh, Chattadonia. It's Tuesday, baby. It's actually a huge Tuesday. We got a lot coming up here, so I hope you guys are ready. Good morning. We have what? We got about 2 minutes till the bell. It's okay. You don't have the likes. It's fine. I haven't been. Again, we've been celebrating the holiday. It's cool. I think if you want to be a freeloading liberal, I totally understand. I get it. That's, you know what I'm saying? We've been celebrating our holiday from last week. So just remember how your boy got clapped, okay, off of saying how he feels. So I feel you, man. Good morning. But I do have a couple of plays. I am going to be watching PayPal and Pfizer. We'll see how that one plays right after. Again, the post-earnings there, I think both of those will be good. Microsoft and AMD, I don't have any plays on them, but we'll see where theirs go. And then literally NVO and Lilly, I like the dementia news that they have. Keep an eye out for the yen with the Bank of Japan. And then also Disney, those plays from yesterday, I really like. Hopefully, we can make them free, baby. So let's see how it is, but that's about it. I think we got 1 minute. If you have any questions, you let me know, and I think that's it. FDA warning letter to Amazon on chemical drug peel products. Or, I mean, Buffett's been dumping Bank of America. I don't know if he just doesn't like them or if he's not feeling the financials. So we'll see. Yeah, Airbnb, we still got time. So again, that one, I don't know if we'll be able to make it free. But ideally, that would be the same plan, too. Hey, yo, what up, JM? Thanks for sharing the wisdom. Man, thank you for showing love, baby. Good morning. I hope y'all feeling good. And wake up. It's Tuesday. It's a good one, man. It is a good one. What up, Leo? I hope y'all living good. I hope y'all got the long term. We actually got a long-term deposit right around the corner. So that'll be a good time. And then that's it. Yeah, that's it. I think we'll be good. I think we will be good, baby. Morning. Oh, Humana. Remember, Humana has earnings on Wednesday. I really like all the healthcare plays. I think those are going to be huge. But get ready. We got about 10 seconds. Like the video if it is in your heart. Love yourself. Love the Chad. Get a long term. And there it is. Round one. Fight. Again, I'm seeing headlines on FDA talking about Amazon selling certain things. And then again, PayPal and Pfizer. Usually, again, PayPal, if you've traded it before, it is either going to flip right away or this thing is going to have a nice continuation. So get ready for it. Get ready. All right. Yeah, PayPal's already open. I thought they'd keep it closed a little longer. Very interest. Very, very interest, Habibi. That's crazy. Some of them. So again, some of the PayPal calls, they're not even getting a premium. Oh, there it is. Never mind. Okay, maybe it just took one of those. And then where's Pfizer, SoFi, Pfizer? Honestly, they're not doing as good, 1%. But then again, it's not supposed to be a big earnings mover. But they did actually do good on their earnings. JetBlue. Again, I want to say JetBlue was the good one last time when it came to airline earnings. And yeah, they're holding up 8. I mean, again, JetBlue, I want to say was at like 10, 11. Yeah, that one of those last quarters. So honestly, there might be some meat on the bone with that one. Yeah, Crowd. Again, Crowd was really bad news. Everybody keeps bringing up the Delta thing, but Crowd literally guided down by 20%. So like last night, I think they said they expect 20% less revenue or cancellations due to the hack. What Disney calls, respectfully, F you, because that just means you don't even watch the watch list. You don't even follow me on Instagram. I don't even know how you knew I had Disney Place. You know what I'm saying? So it's on my Instagram, or just go to the watch list. But at that point, I don't know how we even got here, sir. Respectfully, I said respectfully. Is that good morning? Good morning, baby. Good morning. Where is Disney? Disney's actually looking great. So again, the idea would be to make these free. They're up already at 30%. I like oil. Again, oil flushed today. And I got out of my gold play. So that one, I have no more gold. I took a little bit of a loss there. Wasn't too bad, but definitely was sad that it could have been a gain. I'm still in the MES as well. And then oil, I don't have any oil play, but I'm kind of down. Oil was just at $74. Oil's down 1%. I was trying to pull up the IG one, but couldn't find it, respectfully. It's literally the latest one I posted. So respectfully, you just lying to me. Respectfully, you know what I'm saying? Respectfully, you can't just respectfully lie to me and just look. It's the first one. I don't know how you even knew there was a Disney play. But, yeah, good morning. Yeah, PayPal's going up and Disney. Again, watch if Pfizer does go red. That's already slipping. Again, Humana and the other ones too. I think those are going to be key to watch. Yeah, Humana's moving. Damn, almost 395 or almost 400. That one's crazy. Well, gold was already. I mean, go look at the futures. So we got screwed on the rollover, but it's technically $40 higher than my price. So, it was. I think it was a little bit of the expiration date bullshit, but for the most part, the long gold strategy idea, that was very nice, BB. Banks flying, MO almost green. PayPal still going up. MO is up 50.58. Yeah, I don't know why all the banks are going up there. Yeah, Citi's up 2.4. Damn. JP Morgan up 1.6. So again, I mean, Buffett sold off Bank of America, but they're all going up. Yeah, Sprouts is doing good. What was it? Is it SFR or whatever? Sprouts Farmer, or SFM. Yeah, they're up 20%, still holding. And then Google, 22 of 30 banks beat earnings. Again, Disney, that was a nice run. Oh, NVO, I forgot. Damn, NVO's starting to run. They had a dementia headline. And that was very, very good. But again, NVO options are difficult. 2-year gilt in UK drops to the lowest since May of 2023. Very interesting. Jolts in consumer in 30 minutes. Yazar, SoFi out the gate. Procter & Gamble flipped. I guess it was already down like 3 or 4, but now that's down 6. So again, that wasn't too hot of a earnings. Let's see, SoFi, they're holding up. Tesla's on the low too. Pfizer back. Yeah, Pfizer is, I don't know. I think the Pfizer plays both got clapped. The calls are still green, and then the puts got murdered. Amazon running. So a lot of chads are saying that. Yeah, Amazon looks to be the first one breaking out. High ticker still has a little bit of activity, so it's not that bad. Intel, sad guy, man. Sad guy. VST. DOYU on the low. What the hell's that? DOYU? Yeah, it looks like a Chinese name. Down 11. UK interest rate futures shows 60% chance of rate cut on August. Hop on the GM trade. Like Good Morning or General Motors. General Motors looking good. Straight up there. Even Ford breaking out a little bit. Young Pfizer. Really? I feel like Pfizer gives it up, bounces back up, and then gives it back up. So I just dancing. I got Pfizer in the bottom right too. And then watch Disney. That one's still going 40% on those contracts. You can still kind of make them free. Amazon. NVO still going up. Again, a high ticker, very active. And then where are the bonds? Remember, yesterday's refunding was good. And you're going to get another treasury thing on Wednesday as well, too. AMD earnings is today, yeah. AMD and Microsoft. Very big guys. Very, very big earnings, you know? PayPal. I think our PayPal went green in the long term. I'm not too sure. And then SPY just going, oh, wait. Is our MES green? I didn't even think about that. Please hold while we connect your call. Almost. Still down $100 on that. Yeah, Jolts comes out in 20 minutes at 10 a.m. Eastern. And then where is Pfizer? So again, PayPal and Disney going up. Pfizer a little lower. So again, Pfizer raises full year outlook. Where is it? I had all the numbers. So yeah, they beat revenue 13.2 versus 12.9. Diluted EPS 245 to 265. Estimate was 215 to 235. Damn, Pfizer did really good. So Pfizer raised on everything and then lowered expenses. Yeah, honestly, I'm surprised. I think Pfizer might have a little bit more life in it. Otherwise, that earnings will just justify holding above 30. Merck falls 6%, lowest since March. IW. Oh, I forgot about that. You guys know yesterday was the first day since July 11th that the IWM went red and the Nasdaq went green. So other times it's been vice versa. But it's been the first time we've seen that. I don't know why PG did that bad for how the miss was, but yeah. And then I went with Pfizer. I did a next week call. 33 calls, not a recommendation. You'll lose money. I'm going to try to flip out of them, but I'm also down to kind of swing them for a week. But I like the continuation. I really like that earnings. You studied the video. You did the standard deviation. Let's go, baby. Especially on PayPal. I hope that hit. That's what I'm talking about. Amen. Amen. PG, that's 1,000%. I mean, yeah. Procter & Gamble was only pricing in 3%. So, yeah, I definitely think it was there. How did you miss the Pfizer play if I just said it, sir? I'm not. You guys are. You have to be fucking with me, right? Otherwise, Disney. We're still in that one. But, yeah, I just went with a call for next week on Pfizer. You will lose money. GM, I mean, I think they're decent, but it's not my first choice. So I think you could buy some better names when it's all said and done. But it's not the worst if you want auto exposure. I don't know where they're at. I think they have a premium. Low key, I don't think GM's done that bad. Yeah, you're paying. I mean, it's the highest GM's been in a while, but it's also kind of in that 10-year range. But yeah, I don't have any like auto producers in the long term. And then SPY hit a new high. And NVIDIA is selling off here. Serve. We talked about that yesterday. I think everyone just likes it because NVIDIA bought into it. But other than that, I mean, I'm not. I would be very careful with that. I think you could trade it. Just don't throw it in your long term. Otherwise, you'll regret it. It has been going crazy, yeah. I think it's a good trade play. Just, again, don't fall in love. Anthony Noto, CEO of SoFi on CNBC. No Venezuela plays, no. Well, the chips is just because of earnings and then kind of, I'd say a little bit cyclical as everyone's going back into value. And then, I mean, there was a report this morning, I believe, like for these companies like spending on growth, pretty much it costs like $9 for every $1 of growth generated. So, again, there's just the debate on how much profitability is AI really bringing in the chips and all of that. That's still called into question. But I'd say wait till earnings, though. Once we get more and more earnings, I think that'll really get people reacting or not. Meta, Pfizer. Those options were a good pickup. Pfizer's literally climbing. But then again, it's sold off every other high. I don't know why. NVIDIA did just start dying. AMD's kind of holding up here. Again, Microsoft as well. Jolts comes out in about 15 minutes. Yeah, 10 a.m. And again, that number is expected to be 8.0. It wasn't too long ago we had a 7 print. SoFi straight red. SoFi. Oh, I need to open up my other one. How do you hit earnings place? You watch the video in the description called pricing or how to price options, but it's a mix of finding the right options and then also knowing about companies. You know, you don't need to know too much. I think most of you guys kind of are aware of a lot of the trends that have been occurring. So just kind of be ahead of the earnings schedule. And if you see a certain company in an industry, now you know that that's related to a lot going on, that might be your answer right there. That Pfizer play was beautiful for now. So that was 30-40% pretty quick. And that's without y'all even hitting the like button. You know what I'm saying? So I love you. Just know that you're blessed. Okay? And you know, shout out to Donald Trump, I guess. Or the chat. I don't know. Donald didn't help me with that, but yeah. We'll see, though. Pfizer, if it breaks up from here, we're going to be in the clear. But if it sells off, that'll suck. So find companies that's trendy for earnings. Well, no. Like, what's something you know about? So, like, so far, the plays that we've already hit, they've been related to, like, the consumer. And we've known that. Like, we've known it's been struggling, and we were kind of identifying those. So, you know, think of the trends you're already aware of, and that's one way to hone in. There's many ways. I'm just giving you one of many ideas. Again, if you haven't looked at the video in the description of how to price options, that's a good one. But, you know, I'm just spitballing ideas in the sense that it's, you know, it's a lot broader than you think. You know, if you just kind of have a general idea of how a company is going to do, or if you're following an industry or a company, sometimes that's enough to hit really good on those. Did to watch it to understand. Well, if you have one, let me know. You know, yesterday somebody watched it. They had some questions. We went over one of the examples. So if you have an actual play, let me know. I'll go over it for you. H lit on the low. I think there was something in the morning. Yeah, Harmonic. They had something, but that thing's dying. Disney. How much is that? Puts on PG. Yeah, that one was 2 standards. So GG if you hit that. All right, I sold 3/4 of the Pfizer and made it free. So now we have a free Pfizer next week call. There's even big volume coming in on that now. Microsoft Azure says investigating global connection issues. Bank of America pop. And then again, the Disneys, those are up like 30-40% too. Wish it was a little better. Joshua Gang, thank you, my friend. Good morning. Hopefully you're living good. Hopefully you guys got your long time. Texas AG gets $1.4 billion settlement with Meta over biometric case. MPW pop. Bonds pop in. Oh, no, I don't think that volume candle is real. You're right. You saw Deadpool yesterday. It was good. I want to see it, but I do think people have been liking it. Again, Disney. And then Abivi's ripping today. I just logged into the long term. 5478. So SPY's still in the green. Russell's killing it. NASDAQ barely green, but then we're doing the little dance around the gap level. LT's doing very, very good. LT is up. I think we're right near back to all-time highs. Again, I think our all-time high on the account is like 193,600. So we're like $100 below. So again, those value names, even then, I think Pfizer and what's it called? They're helping us out. Pfizer and PayPal. But then Abivi's up a ton. Abivi's been breaking out here. Jolts comes out in 9 minutes. So if the Jolts, realistically, a lower number, I think will be good. So if we get job openings tightening up. But like we said yesterday, and you guys got to be very aware of this, everybody is looking for signs that the market is cracking with jobs. That's what everybody cares about. So as long as the job, if everything's in line and the Jolts doesn't move too much, I don't think anything is going to change. But if the Jolts comes in too hot or too cold, and people could start insinuating the jobs market's cracking a little bit, that's going to be a very, very big deal. What is that? Guild on the high. CVS as well. Couple names. High ticker is pretty active. Yeah, our PayPal's back to green. Good luck. And then, yeah, banks are leading very good. And then Pfizer. And then the Disney. But I do think like a 7 million job openings, the market will react a certain way. I think positively. And then keep an eye out there. Remember, bonds have been holding. Be very careful with any bond plays because it's held 4 days pretty much of rally. And remember, we bought the dip here the other day. I sold out on Friday, and then it kept going. But you got a little bit of wiggle room there with Bondlandia. Pfizer. AMD puts. I mean, I don't know if I'm going to play AMD, but it just, at this point, it's just it's like pre-earnings. And I don't know if the velocity will like pick up. If it's a big enough surprise, rate cut odds can be affected. It would have to be, again, a big move. Signs of cracking. And then again, we have about 7 minutes until that happens. Nike is coming up. Fewer job openings means the labor market is tightening. So if it tightens a lot, people will start clamoring for, oh my gosh, it's slowing way faster. Otherwise, a nice little tightening of the labor market will have people feeling pretty optimistic. Same thing, as long as the job, and even if the jobs are good, as long as it's not like too good, then it should be, everybody will kind of feel a certain way. Well, the correlation between the jobs openings and the non-farms is very low. So that's the thing, is that no matter what the job opening says, it's not as if a strong job openings means you have a strong non-farms or vice versa. It's quite actually disconnected, believe it or not. Sometimes we have noticed at times they've been linked and they look like they correlate, but like statistically and historically, the correlation isn't high at all. RTX on the high. Meta. I want to go with oil, but man. Also a weird price for Snap. My video won't stop. Is that the VIX on the high? Am I tripping? Yeah, Nvidia's down too. Meta had a big flip. Green to red. I put Neta. Yeah, actually. My goodness. Homeboy did get flushed. Oil. Well, I don't know. Oil, it just keeps getting cheaper. It hit 74. I don't want to play it because of seasonality now. I don't want to get stuck in it, but the lower that thing goes, I like it, especially considering like geopolitical risk. But it's a tricky one. It's not easy. Yeah, SPY is coming down a little bit. I mean, Russell, it's ironic. Russell's the leader today. Russell and Dow are actually doing very good. And then SPY's a little work there. We got 3 minutes, 4 minutes till the data. Yeah, it hasn't even been 30 minutes on the day. There are rumors that oil could hit 40s. I mean, depending on how much we drill and how things chill out, if inflation really does come down, I mean, it's possible. And just don't forget what I've said. If you think there's going to be a soft landing or a no landing, I really think that oil should come down in price. Otherwise, if we get rate cuts and oil is high, I think that's going to be more negative than not. The Fed is tomorrow, yeah, and Bank of Japan tonight. So you actually have quite the catalysts. And then Friday, you get the non-farms. You'll even get private payrolls tomorrow and a Treasury refunding announcement. Oil negative. The question is, will we ever see negative oil ever again? And that's where it gets crazy. The timing on Bill, I mean, it just whenever they, once they start cutting rates, Bill is going to start lowering little by little. And then eventually you'll be able to make your determination on whether or not you hold or if it makes sense. But you're good for it now up until there's a rate cut. Even after the first rate cut, Bill will still be in play. Because, again, it'll pay you out 0.25% less. So, again, we're looking for 8.5. And remember, Conference Board of Consumer Confidence, that comes out at the same time. So don't forget about that. Let me see. Yeah, bubble might be popping. Well, that's what people are looking for this earnings. And, that's, again, the fat lady will sing with off earnings. Do they actually produce a profit or not? All right, about 1 minute and 10 seconds. And then our first set of big data will be released. And then we go from there, Habibis. We go from there. I don't think there's a bond auction today. There's 42 bills, 42-day bills, and then that's it. Good morning, Mr. Forrest. How you living, baby? And then 30 seconds. Again, watch the bonds, too. I think TLT will be an interesting one here. Again, bonds, jobs data. We just need info. Anything much higher or lower than 8.05, expect a big reaction. Everything else, just also, today could be a dud. Just don't underestimate that. If nothing gets produced, we just go and chill. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Beep! And we're off. Consumer confidence came in a little hotter, and job openings went higher. So 8.18 million. Estimate was 8.0. So it came in higher than lower. So that's a little bit worse. That means the jobs market is loosening, not tightening, meaning you had pretty much the same data as last month. I wouldn't freak out too much, though, because, again, if you go look at the data, it's literally what you had last month, practically. So it could have, again, just with everybody's like, oh, my gosh, it could crack, and there's zero signs of this. So, yeah, I would call it a dud. It may hit bonds. I don't know what equities will do, but a little bit negative on the bonds for a little bit. We'll see what equity land does. NASDAQ did go red, and then Russell and Dow kind of matched up. SPY still holding on. Tesla flushing a little bit. There's Pfizer. The Disney held. Well, this does lower the odds of that rate cut. It should. But the rate cut odds are going to move more on Friday. And then, again, I don't know if this will change how Powell is going to sound. And then this just made bonds go red. So loser jobs is good for the economy. Well, these aren't having to do with jobs. These have to do with openings. And remember, the link between this data and non-farms is very minimal. But in general, people, the fact that there's a lot of job openings means that the job market is very strong, which means inflation factors are still remain high. So ideally, people would want it to be more in balance, aka weaker, but you don't really have that happening. Yeah, bonds are, I don't know, tech is starting to get murdered. NASDAQ did go down a quarter off of that. The bonds are dropping right now, literally off of the data. So 2 minutes ago, job openings and consumer confidence came out. Both of them were pretty hot. Even consumer confidence, that was strong as well. So more strong data kind of gave us a little bit of a pullback. Again, I don't know. Equities are still holding up. I wouldn't get too focused on that, but I think bonds are the one who's going to pay the price. NVIDIA was already killed. NVIDIA and AMD, and then AMD has earnings after the bell. Don't forget about that. QXO on the high. What is this? Down 79%, ripping. And then SPY still going lower. Let's see. Russell also lower. Yeah. It's not doing bad, though, but it was up at 0.8. Crowd on the low. I mean, a lot of earnings flip, so even SoFi, I don't even think they were that hot to begin with. They were up a little bit, but they did flip. Who was the other one? Pfizer even. Pfizer had really good earnings, and then they flipped. I think there was one more. Maybe overreact. Well, I want an overreaction. Otherwise, if we don't react to this data, today's going to get really slow. So, again, volume picks up when we sell off, and when we get real volatility lately, the volume comes out of nowhere. But if this kind of bounces and turns into a nothing burger, before you know it, we're going to have nothing. Movements are weird. Well, don't forget, everything was weird until we started selling off not too long ago. That summer session, I think, is still in full effect. McDonald's. Welcome to the Good Burger, home of the Good Burger. How am I take your long term? What? Yeah, McDonald's is running up. They're up 1. My goodness. ARK dropping. I don't know if there was Tesla news. At least MO's holding. I'll take it. Pfizer's in the green but came back down. So those plays already went back down to what I paid for. So we made them free. Call it a day. The Somm rule. I mean, I think even Claudia Somm, the lady who invented it, she said something about it not even being like triggered yet. But all I care about is the yield curve uninverting. I think that has still been a solid indicator. And that's all I really look at. And long term, still doing good. Oh, Pfizer's earnings call hasn't started yet? Oh, no way, Mr. Borla. I would like McDonald's for the long term, too. I'm not opposed to Mickey D's. Baba Green. All right, you're coming up a little bit. So that was the first knee-jerk reaction. Again, bonds were the ones that got murdered on all that. SPY's trying to find a way to hold up. Everything's still green. NASDAQ, again, been dancing about 0.25% since that data came out. And VAX is rocketing lower. Yeah, that thing got murked. Considering Pfizer's doing good, that's wild. And yeah, Pfizer's conference call, that's going to be here at 7:30. No shit. Are you registered? Log in now. I'm not registered. First name, mandatory, shot, affiliation, U.S. government, email, get the shot or get fired at gmail.com/everybodyforgot. Oh, sorry, I'm doing my registration. Oh, I have to put in my email? Shit, I forgot my email. This is for Pfizer. Damn it, I messed up. I put the wrong login. I got to do this all over again. Did not work out. Oh, affiliation. Got you. I'm already registered. I think I just fucked it up. Oh, event will open 15 minutes prior. Last name ever. First name greatness. Hatch Act. Pfizer. I don't know. I like Pfizer, though. I think that earnings was really good. I'm surprised they're going negative. But I think maybe that call, maybe it gets them moving. But I would like I was saying, if they could have that turnaround story, it'd be all good. But from what I saw, I was pretty impressed. Ukrainian military says it hit Russia oil depot in Kursk. WTO on the high, BKE. Low ticker kind of active. We're right below VWAP. Bonds are still a little clapped. Again, yen is even clapped. You just missed the job openings. So we started off here. A lot of the earnings in the morning, they weren't really that bad. We were kind of holding a little gap in the range of yesterday. And then we kind of danced around a little bit. And then we literally just got job openings. And they came in higher than expected. So the jobs market's still pretty active. And then SPY kind of had a knee-jerk reaction. Bonds sold off more. And now we're here. You feel like it can't get the LT off the ground? It takes time, my friend. It takes time. I remember when we first started the long term, man, it took forever to like actually make it feel like it was moving. Like, I don't know. I feel like the first early days of the long term, you would like look at the chart and it just like it barely would move. And then before you know it though, little by little, it will be there. But give yourself time. Remember, the long term is it's literally like growing a tree. It's like growing a plant. You know, you got to germinate it. You got to put the seed in there. It'll sprout up, but you know you can't. Don't pull the fruit too early, or don't expect fruit too soon. The name of the Bible. I just use the Bible app. I like to read multiple versions, but New Living Translation, that's an easy version to read. But you could the Bible app by YouVersion on the App Store, solid. ARM on the low. Remember, they got a downgrade yesterday. Damn, ARM is still down 5. And Coca-Cola still, then wheat on the high. Again, wheat has been absolutely murked. Yeah, bro. Coca-Cola, 52-week high, bro. Has been killing it. And then SPY still hugging the low here. Still pretty early. It's only been, 11 minutes from Euro close. Let me get you the breakdown. We have not filled the gap. Where would I be with my long term? Huh? What's my exit plan for Disney? So do you hate my Instagram, or do you just hate the watch list? Because I don't know how we got this far. I think you hate them. But the Dow Jones right now, you have 22 names in the green, 8 names in the red. NASDAQ 100, you have 64 names in the green, 37 names in the red. And then S&P 500, 358 in the green, 145 in the red. My goodness. So everything is pretty solidly green, from Dow to NASDAQ to the SPY. What I be without my baby? All right. Let's see watch if SPY and bonds start to inverse, because they look the same now, but they kind of look like they want to start doing the opposite. Again, Coca-Cola is still running. I see Solventum on the high. 3M's not moving. Verizon, they're on the high ticker as well. Yeah, I mean, all banks are really on fire, some more than others, but it looks like every other bank, even Bank of America, Warren Buffett sold off, and they're still holding up. ARM, I don't know if it's sold off before, or I think last earnings, didn't we hit it? Or was that the one before that? I just don't like how ARM got the downgrade. So I really think if you got like an upgrade or downgrade ahead of your earnings, I think that's just the analyst. The company's talking to the analysts, like Lulu. Oh, SYK. What happened to SYM? Symbiotic. Venezuela's Guaido confirms Superlano's detention. What does this one mean? Tesla ready to win. Yeah, I want to see the options on because Symbiotic was pricing in a lot. What would I be without my long term? So you made like 50%, depending where you got it. You think Venezuela will get rid of Maduro? I don't know. Again, Maduro's been in power for a while, and I do think people are fed up with him. But he's controlled that country for what, 12 years now, 18 years, maybe longer. Mm. What other earnings was there? Pfizer. Oh yeah, PayPal. PayPal. That one held 8%. Not doing much. Mm. Yeah, man. Venezuela's been weird. You guys got to realize both. They've been nationalizing corporations for the last couple of years, depending who. Imagine again, we just had both beef and support with them over the what's it called? Over the oil that we needed. So I mean, it's been a weird history, but I just think to add that to the list of political volatility. And then I see that on the high. Nano nuclear up 15. Right, we just had the lesson on nationalization. It really is. I mean, they're the ones responsible for it. It sucks though, because Venezuela used to really be an economic powerhouse. It just wasn't until recently they started to clap homie. Crowd guided down too. A lot of people are looking at the headline related to the Delta, but they crowd also guided down last night. All because of the hack. They're saying they're going to lose like 20% of clients. I did hear what happened to Andrew Left. It's kind of funny because Andrew Left was the one going up on TV saying how Roaring Kitty was like a scammer and like manipulating thing. And then, yeah, that ended up happening on the back end. The irony. When did crowd? Well, did I? I mean, I guess I called it a hack, but whatever that thing was last weekend. Remember when the internet went down for a lot of people, and then all the airlines. I don't know. They call it an update. I still kind of I think it was a self hack. I think they hacked themselves. Mm-hmm. Mm. Lose 20% because one mistake. Yeah, I mean that's what they guided, but yeah, I mean it's that one mistake costed a lot of people, and that's why again part of it today. They literally are saying like Delta said they're gonna sue CrowdStrike to be compensated. And then Pfizer is selling off now. Pfizer's gone red. And then Merck selling off too. Again, Pfizer call. That starts in about 10 minutes here. Solventum running and then a line and then Pfizer on the low. Tesla trying to go up. SPY hit a new low. Bonds already near there. NASDAQ about to go red again. And then Russell is just literally every 10 minutes, 5 minutes, Russell's just losing a little bit. It's like the air is being let out. Yeah, NVAX is doing really bad today. There was something around like a BNTX or like a drug. I think that came out in a trial. That's why they got clapped. I think. MO puts for earnings. I mean, it wouldn't be a bad idea, but like you see, like Pfizer, I had calls and puts. My calls were up. I think they're down now, but the puts didn't really gain value. So MO's moved up a lot. That's the only reason why I'd kind of be down with that. Yeah, what was NVAX? The Novavax. Where is it? Novavax 10.5. Oh, damn. Novavax was just a JP Morgan downgrade? That's crazy. So Novavax was downgraded to an $8 price target by JP Morgan. I think that's why they got clapped. That's nuts. So it wasn't even like a headline. Like, it's not like they announced news or that they failed like a drug thing. It was literally just a downgrade. Here we go. Lumen on the high. What's that? Lumen? LUMN up 17. I feel like we've seen this. And then bonds trying to hold up here right at break even. And SPY is right barely above break even too. NASDAQ finally slipped there. Back down to negative. Yeah, we have Pfizer is about to start. That's wild. They're down. Bro, I'm telling you, Pfizer's earnings was fire. They literally beat and raised, lowered expenses, talked about raising margins. I don't even, the only issue with Pfizer is it's moved up a lot. So you could argue that that just all justified it, but I'm very surprised they're coming down with that report. PCSA up 17. No, I have not seen that. See what the market makers are pricing in. Check the video in the description. But if this doesn't, you'll need the video. If calculate the at the money prices. If that doesn't make sense, then that video will help you. Otherwise, just at the money straddles will tell you what's priced in. Yeah, bro, Abivai's been nuts. I was saying that, like, bro, if you go pull up the daily, it's just a mad green shoot. I guess it chilled out the last day or so, but like when you pull out a little bit, you could just see it's a Shrek. Fun for the whole family. What do you think of Meg the Stallion performing for Kamala? I don't know. I don't really get shocked anymore. You know, like that's the like. I mean, Hulk Hogan was out there for Donald Trump, so like, you know what I'm saying? Like, what do you want me to? You know, all I know is that just putting somebody to be in a position and not being duly elected by the people, that's the problem. Everything else, is all entertaining. Yeah, Abivai 90%, not including divvies. I know it's just a glorious, glorious, glorious time. See if PayPal slips. See if any of the earnings plays. Otherwise, we'll wait. I'll play the Pfizer thing in a little bit. But if we don't really start flushing, it's about to be a boring day. I'm not going to be playing AMD, no. I'll go over the preview, but usually AMD, I think it's usually too expensive. Not really the biggest fan. What was the UNH news? I like all the healthcare ones. But even XLV came down. That was leading very good in the morning. ANET falling. There'll be a good one. Remember, again, first five, I think they're similar to ANET, no? You're looking at pricing, didn't look too appealing. Yeah, AMD usually prices in a ton, and then you have to pay a lot of money for it. It usually does not make any sense. I like the pre-earnings if there's enough time, but other than that, you're done. You're done. Cisco is rocketing up. Two different posts there, Troy and Henry. But yeah, it's up 3%, SYY. I don't know if there is a headline attached to it. So baby girl, put it on, man. It showed up in the pre-market mover. They had earnings. So Cisco is literally post-earnings. They probably could be having a conference call right now. Yeah, exec says expects net sales growth to include low single-digit volume growth in fiscal 25. 3 minutes till Dallas Fed data. Noise. Venezuela opposition party Voluntad Popular says leader Freddy Superlano has been detained. The FAA new drone news. I don't know what that was. But you know what I saw in downtown? So San Diego for Comic-Con, the cops have a drone. It blew my mind. I saw them. He followed me for a little bit. But the cops have a drone in San Diego. They throw this drone in the sky, and it, like, watches everybody. And they, like, scan for threats. Yeah, straight up a UAV, bro. Mm-hmm. No, this was just for Comic-Con. Comic-Con was more protected than the Trump rally. Yeah, like, because they saw me staring at the drone when they threw it up, and then I started staring at it, and then it followed me for a little bit, and then it flew away. I was like, that's crazy. Maybe reload Pfizer. I made them free, so they already got clapped, but like low key, if Pfizer could kind of bounce during that conversation, it's possible. Let's see. Maybe at 30 flat, or it's going to break kind of down. Jobs data already came out. Job openings were a little bit hotter. We do have Dallas Fed services in about 10 seconds. But the jobs data gave you this little reaction here. And then bonds got clapped. All right. Well, Dallas Fed services should be coming out. It's expected to come in at +3. I swear I just had it. I think it came in negative 0.1. So that's kind of good. If people were expecting it to be green, it came in negative 0.1. And then revenue shot up, though. So once again, I think activity dropped, but prices went up, or revenue did. I don't know how the market's going to take that. But again, it's more tertiary than not. It's a regional gauge related to services. Services is more important. Tesla running. So again, that was your final set of data here for the day. There's going to be a couple more things in the Bank of Japan, but for the most part, that is all that we have. Tesla running. Yeah, Tesla's actually about to go green. Pfizer. Oh, nice. It worked.
Webcast at Pfizer.com. Earlier this morning, we released our results for the second quarter of 2024 via a press release that is available on our website at Pfizer.com.
So either you could double dip now on the Pfizer or you wait till the CFO comes on. So when the CFO comes on, he'll start talking guidance, and then that'll get it. But again, it was a good earnings, so they should have a lot of fluff to talk about.
Chris Boshoff, EVP and Chief Oncology Officer. Alexandre Desjardins, EVP and Chief International Commercial Officer. Dr. Michael Dolston, Chief Scientific Officer and President of R&D. Doug Lenkler, EVP and General Counsel, and Amir Malik, EVP and Chief U.S. Commercial Officer. Before we get started, I want to remind you that we will be making forward-looking statements and discussing certain non-GAAP financial measures. I encourage you to read the disclaimers in our slide presentation, the press release we issued this morning, and the disclosures in our SEC filings, which are all available on the IR website on Pfizer.com. Forward-looking statements on the call are subject to substantial risks and uncertainties, speak only as of the call's original date, and we undertake no obligation to update or revise any of the statements. With that, I will turn the call over to Albert.
Thank you, Francesca. Good morning, everyone. We are pleased to report that we've had a strong first half of the year, and our business is performing well. We drove progress in the second quarter with solid execution as we continue making a difference in the lives of patients around the world. Through the first 6 months of 2024, we reached more than 192 million patients with our medicines and vaccines. Today, I will provide updates about how we continue advancing our key strategic priorities in the second quarter. I will also mention examples from just the past few weeks when we have achieved a series of regulatory approvals, pipeline advances, and other positive developments.
He might talk about the
progress through the rest of the year.
The one thing, the oral GLP.
We are pleased with the strong financial results coming from our disciplined execution. In the second quarter, for example, we achieved year-over-year revenue growth for the first time since the fourth quarter of 2022, when our COVID revenues had reached high levels, peaked. Dave will talk about this and additional aspect of our financial performance, as well, of course, our outlook. And then we will take questions. Before we go further, I will touch on some recent announcements about our leadership team and board of directors. I'll start with Michael Dolston's coming departure.
A little bit.
It's hard to find words that do justice to the substantial impact Michael has had during his 15-year tenure at Pfizer. Michael transformed our R&D engine, ultimately delivering 35 approvals that have been meaningful for millions of patients.
Going globally. Lower, bonds still staying
pinned. I thank my colleague and my
on the high
for these tremendous contributions to human health.
Michael.
I look forward to working closely with him over the coming months as we search for his successor. Until then, Michael will continue to lead as our Chief Scientific Officer and President of Pfizer Research and Development. I want to welcome Andrew Baum, our new Chief Strategy and Innovation Officer. Andrew brings deep clinical, scientific, and biopharmaceutical sector expertise, and we are fortunate to have him to help shape and guide our strategy. While Andrew is not able to join us today, because he is relocating with his family to the United States, he will be with us for future quarterly calls. I also want to mention the recent addition of Cyrus Taraporevala to our board. We are committed to strong governance.
All right, SPY picking up a little bit more to the downside.
With a breadth of
so you've now filled the gap
skills.
Pretty well, both NASDAQ and SPY.
Cyrus
Russell's the final one.
CEO at State Street
You're
Global
getting into
Advisors
yesterday's low.
Until he retired 2 years ago.
This is Pfizer's
and
CEO.
He brings vast experience in investment management.
You don't remember his voice?
Markets. We are thrilled to have him joining our board. Now I will turn to our performance. The 5 strategic priorities we set at the beginning of the year remain unchanged. With our focus on the most important opportunities for advancing and strengthening our company, we are confident we remain on track in 2024. In the second quarter, our colleagues moved our business forward in each key strategic area. As a reminder, they are achieving world-class
going lower, low tickers picking up,
delivering the next wave of pipeline innovation, maximizing performance of our new products, expanding margins by realigning our cost base, and allocating capital in ways that will enhance shareholder value. We believe we are well positioned to continue creating value for our shareholders. I want to reinforce our commitment to maintaining and growing our dividend over time. And as Dave will discuss in more detail, we are raising our full year 24 guidance ranges for revenue and adjusted diluted earnings per share. Now, I'll turn to our progress towards achieving the first one, world-class oncology leadership. Last year, we acted on our bold vision of combining Seagen's transformative ADC medicines with Pfizer's expertise, innovation, and scale.
TPHS,
we believe we could help people with cancer live better and longer lives and capture a differentiated opportunity
and
to drive
bro, look at the low ticker comparatively.
Growth for our
you got a lot more downside right now.
At the halfway mark in 2024, we are on track to make this vision a reality. And we are pleased with the continued success of our integration. We've had high rates of colleague retention, and acquired Seagen products are contributing meaningfully to our revenues. In particular, Padcev is rapidly progressing toward becoming the standard of care for patients with frontline locally advanced or metastatic urothelial cancer. We are pleased with the strength of other key products across our oncology portfolio. Xtandi, Lorbrena, Bractovi-Mektovi combination, for example, continue as significant growth drivers during this quarter. Our robust oncology commercial performance in the first half of 2024 included full FDA approval for Tivdak and European Medicines Agency approval for the Talzenna plus Xtandi combination. We also received positive CHMP opinion for the Bractovi-Mektovi combination and for Padcev. The last one is a notable development because Pfizer receives royalty revenues for these products marketed in Europe by our partner. These highlights illustrate how we are already delivering breakthroughs that dramatically improve the lives of people with cancer. Of course, we are also working to develop future breakthroughs where we have the opportunities to bring the most important new therapies to patients in need. I will review several recent pipeline highlights, starting with obesity. Earlier this month, we announced our plans to move forward with development of danuglipron, our oral GLP-1 receptor agonist that is the most advanced candidate in our robust clinical and preclinical obesity pipeline. In previously reported results from the phase 2b study in obesity, danuglipron demonstrated what we believe is good efficacy in its twice daily formulation. For tolerability, we previously reported the maximum rate of GI adverse events across all doses investigated. Looking at individual dose levels in our phase 2b study, however, we observed tolerability profiles that are competitive for the class. Our efforts are now focused on developing the once daily formulation essential to delivering a competitive oral product. We were encouraged by a pharmacokinetic study evaluating multiple modified release technologies and formulations. This strengthened our confidence in potentially delivering a competitive once-daily pill at those levels expected to be efficacious. We plan to conduct dose optimization studies in this second half of this year that are intended to inform our registration enabling studies. Obesity represents a growing area of patients.
No, this is
and
Borla.
it is a key area of focus for Pfizer's R&D.
Boy.
We believe this study results, along with learnings from our previous phase 2 studies and data that we have accumulated from
Not a
more than
recommendation.
1,400
I'm double dipping on the Pfizer
participants,
calls.
leave
I
us
just grab
well
the same
positioned to
ones.
execute on a
Try to do
registration
the same thing. If it bounces,
as
I'll
we
flip
work
out
to
of them.
deliver a competitive product in a rapidly growing market. When we hosted our Oncology Innovation Day in February, we shared the pipeline milestones that would mark our success over the next year.
Now, so spot
And
hit
we are
low,
already
and then
demonstrating
bounced,
progress.
and then now bonds are starting to go
The
up.
highlight was our strong presence at the American Society of Clinical Oncology annual meeting last month, which was anchored by 3 positive phase 3 readouts. Follow-up data from the phase 3 CROWN study of Lorbrena in patients with ALK-positive metastatic non-cell lung cancer showed 60% of patients on Lorbrena were living beyond 5 years without disease progression. This strengthens Lobrena's position as an emerging standard of care in the frontline setting. Data from the phase 3 ECHELON-3 study of Adcetris in combination with lenalidomide and rituximab demonstrated a clinically meaningful improvement in overall survival for patients with relapsed or refractory diffuse large B-cell lymphoma. And data from phase 3 study evaluating an additional Adcetris combination regimen showed progression-free data in patients with newly diagnosed classical Hodgkin lymphoma, while significantly reducing side effects compared to a standard of care regimen used in Europe in this setting. We have advanced our oncology clinical pipeline in 2024 with phase 3 studies for sigvotatug vedotin, our integrin beta-6 directed ADC, atirmociclib, our selective CDK4 inhibitor, Elrexfio in the second-line setting in relapsed refractory multiple myeloma, and mevrometostat, our EZH2 inhibitor, which we are now moving to phase 3 and anticipate enrollment beginning in August. We will continue working toward our 2030 oncology strategy goals on delivering 8 or more blockbuster medicines and doubling the number of patients treated with our innovative cancer medicine. We also have momentum with our vaccine programs. In our next-gen PCV candidate, for example, we have advanced to a phase 2 program in both adults and pediatrics based on encouraging clinical data that we receive that highlight our industry-leading capabilities in expanding valency beyond 20 serotypes. We expect to be highly competitive by offering the largest serotype coverage in a single vaccine while strategically addressing the persistent medical need across invasive disease, antibiotic resistance, and challenging serotypes. In RSV with Abrysvo, I'm pleased to report that yesterday we received an approval for Abrysvo's Actovial presentation in the United States, a presentation that offers significant advantages, such as never frozen, unique system-enabling one-step reconstitution, highly valued by pharmacists. Additionally, we have submitted for label expansion in both the United States and Europe for adults 18 to 59. In our malignant hematology programs, we are also driving progress. Last week, we reported positive results from a phase 3 study demonstrating the safety and efficacy of our one-time gene therapy candidate for people with hemophilia A. As we continue to advance our pipeline, additional milestones include expected updates later this year about our COVID flu combination vaccine, about marstacimab for hemophilia A and B, and Porsegromab for cachexia, a wasting disorder associated with chronic diseases. Now I'll turn to our strength with the commercial execution of our business. Another strategic area of focus is protecting and growing our core products portfolio while we also maximize the performance of our new products. We continue to see encouraging progress with our team's execution. Nurtec is an example where we are rising to meet substantial demand. This product delivered strong results in the quarter with 44% year-over-year global operational revenue growth. We see additional opportunities for expanding share in both acute and prevention usage, as well as growth opportunities in international markets, where we are making progress with our launches. I hope Alexander will be able to touch base on that during the Q&A session. Now I will touch on a few additional product portfolio highlights. In the pediatric segment, Prevnar 20 continues to demonstrate strong performance that reinforces a leadership position among pneumococcal vaccines in the United States, where our market share grew to greater than 80%. During this quarter, the performance of Abrysvo was in line with seasonal vaccine trends. We remain confident in our full-year performance as we believe we are well positioned to help address the expected rising need later in the year among older adults at increased risk for RSV. PHILO is a product we launched last year, and we are encouraged by strong demand. Approximately 1 out of every 2 new patients on advanced systemic therapies is receiving a PHILO prescription, a position we expect to grow as we continue focusing on execution. We view volatility as a promising and much-needed option for adults with moderate to severe active ulcerative colitis. We are encouraged by recently securing preferred coverage for volatility at our first large national payer. We expect to see the impact of this in 2025, and now we are working to build on this with additional payers. When we consider core products in our portfolio, we are also seeing positive impact from strong execution. The Vyndaqel family of products offers a good example of how we are making a difference.
We'll go over this in a little bit.
We are accelerating.
This is what I talked about on the watch list.
By working with physicians,
but from where we're at right now till Friday, the market is pricing in 1.7.
And helping patients to access and stay on the therapy once it is prescribed.
Absolutely massive.
With strong growth through the second quarter, we believe there is additional opportunity to identify more patients who could benefit from our Vyndaqel products because of high unmet need. It is estimated that nearly half of those with this progressive and deadly disease have yet to be diagnosed. Eliquis was another significant contributor to our results as we continued to claim
that's for the whole market, not
in
Pfizer.
A growing oral anticoagulant.
So we'll talk about it here in a little bit. Market. But pricing in the
now, let me briefly wrap up.
1.7 between now and Friday.
First, I would like to thank my more than 80,000 colleagues for the dedication they are showing each day to our purpose of delivering breakthroughs that change patients' lives. We are confident in our business with our focus and execution, along with our deep expertise in driving innovation and advancing our pipeline. We believe we are on track to deliver on our full-year financial commitments in 2024. I walked through our progress with 3 of our strategic priorities, and now Dave will cover our work to expand margins by realigning our cost base and allocate capital to enhance shareholder value as he discusses our financial performance and outlook. With that, I turn it to you, Dave.
Thank you, Albert, and good morning, everyone.
Albert.
As we close out the first half of this year, I'm very pleased by our second quarter results. We continue our relentless focus on execution, demonstrating our ability to both protect and grow our core brands while also continuing to advance our science-led transformation by investing in key TAs to build durable franchises. Our initiatives to right-size OpEx and to reduce cost of goods will result in a more efficient organization, setting the stage for strong capital returns and long-term improved shareholder value, enabling our commitment to both maintain and to grow our dividend. This morning, I will briefly review our second quarter results, including some one-time items, touch on our capital allocation priorities, and wrap up with an update on our 24 financial guidance, our key priorities, and expectations for the remainder of this year. Turning first to Q2 for performance versus the same period of last year, let's walk down the P&L. Total company revenues for the quarter were $13.3 billion, reflecting operational growth of 3%. Our revenue and cash flow continue to be impacted by the post-pandemic COVID environment on a global basis, but to a much lesser extent than prior quarters. Looking at our business, excluding our COVID products, we demonstrated strong commercial execution across the enterprise, resulting in 14% operational revenue growth in the quarter. Performance was positively impacted by our continued focus on key products and geographies, refined allocation of commercial field resources globally, and further optimization of our marketing resources into key priority areas. Contributing to this performance was our acquired products from Seagen, as well as Nurtec, alongside inline products Vyndaqel, Eliquis, and Xtandi. As expected, dampening our growth in the quarter were Xeljanz and Ibrance. Adjusted gross margin for the quarter was 79% compared to 76% last year, and was primarily the result of favorable sales mix from our non-COVID products, as well as continued strong cost management across our manufacturing network. Improvements in our gross margin rate will continue to be a focus for the company over the next few years as we execute on our recently announced manufacturing optimization program. This new program, and together with our cost realignment program, is focused on returning the company to pre-pandemic operating margins on a mixed adjusted basis, excluding Comirnaty. Phase 1 of the manufacturing optimization program, which focuses on operational efficiencies, is well underway now. The first phase is expected to deliver approximately $1.5 billion in savings by the end of 2027, some of which is anticipated to be realized beginning in 2025. Total adjusted operating expenses increased 5% operationally to $6.3 billion and include spending from our legacy Seagen business. Looking at the components, adjusted SI&A expenses increased 8%, driven primarily by marketing and promotional expenses for recently launched as well as acquired products. Adjusted R&D expenses increased 2% operationally, driven primarily by increased spending related to the acquisition of Seagen, partially offset by lower spending, primarily the result of our cost realignment program. Q2 reported diluted earnings per share was 1 cent, and our adjusted diluted earnings per share was 60 cents. Unique one-time items included in our GAAP results and excluded from our adjusted results this quarter include a $1.3 billion charge related to our manufacturing optimization program, primarily for severance, and a $230 million charge for IP R&D asset impairment and other related costs associated with the discontinuation of our DMD program. Additionally, we expect to record a charge of approximately $400 million in the third quarter of 2024 after a decision was made in July to sell one of our facilities as a result of the discontinuation of the DMD effort. Now, let me quickly touch upon our capital allocation strategy, which is designed to enhance long-term shareholder value. Our strategy consists of maintaining and growing our dividend over time, reinvesting in our business at an appropriate level of financial return, and finally, making value-enhancing share repurchases after delevering our balance sheet. In the first half of 2024, we returned $4.8 billion to shareholders via our dividend, invested $5.2 billion in internal R&D, and as expected, the completed business development activity was minimal. Our commitment to delevering our capital structure to a gross leverage target of 3.25 times remains a key priority. In support of that goal, year to date, we have paid down approximately $2.25 billion in maturing debt, including $1 billion in May of outstanding notes. And though we did not monetize any Haleon shares in Q2, we expect to resume monetization of our 23% Haleon stake in the future. I would also note that once our Haleon ownership is less than 20%, our accounting will transition from recording
that
equity
might be
income
something right there.
and
I don't know
will
if
no longer
Haleon's
be
still
included
public.
in our adjusted results.
I think it's
This
HLNX or
change is
something.
factored
Watch
into our
that.
long-term financial planning as
Yeah,
well
but
as our
so
guidance.
honestly, I think all of this was just priced
As
in.
we've previously stated,
They
we
did
expect
good, but
operating cash
remember,
flow to be
Pfizer went up
significantly below typical levels
7%,
this year, and
even ahead of
particularly during the
ex-dividend.
first half of 2024,
But that
due to
Haleon
the
and
timing of certain
monetizing that is
payments and
important.
one-time expenses. We expect heavily weighting of revenues to the fourth quarter as our business has become more seasonal in nature, with the potential that a high level of cash collections may carry over into Q1 of 25. Despite this near-term pressure, clearly our objective remains to return to a more balanced capital allocation strategy over time. Now, let me spend just a few minutes on our outlook for the remainder of the year. We entered 2024 focused on delivering on our financial commitments as well as commercial performance. With a successful first half now complete, we believe it is appropriate to update our full-year earnings outlook to reflect our strong business performance. I'll remind you that our revised guidance assumes the seasonal cadence of our product portfolio and that we expect Paxlovid results to trend with infection rates. With that said, we are raising our full-year revenue range by $1 billion and our adjusted diluted earnings per share by 30 cents. We now expect revenues in the range of $59.5 to $62.5 billion and operational revenue growth, excluding COVID products, is now projected to be 9 to 11%. COVID product revenues are now expected to be $8.5 billion for the year, $5 billion for Comirnaty, and $3.5 billion for Paxlovid. Our guidance for adjusted SI&A and adjusted R&D remains unchanged, while our effective tax rate on adjusted income is now expected to be approximately 13%. And lastly, we expect adjusted diluted earnings per share of $2.45 to $2.65, primarily reflecting the increase to the top line and the revised tax rate, among other items. As a reminder, our EPS guidance includes an anticipated 40 cents of earnings dilution from the Seagen acquisition, largely due to financing costs. In closing, we remain on track to deliver at least $4 billion of net savings from our cost realignment program by the end of this year. This improvement in our cost base, alongside our new initiatives focused on manufacturing, is expected to put us on strong footing towards margin expansion and improved financial returns. Additionally, our continued focus on execution and our recent investments have positioned the company for continued success moving forward. This quarter's results are a testament to the performance of our commercial business and our prudent approach to improving our cost base. Though we've had a strong first half, we do not take lightly the continued focus needed to deliver in the second half, considering the seasonality of our respiratory products. We are clearly striving to bring about improved performance on both top and bottom lines through focused execution and delivering on our near-term commercial and financial goals. 2024 is clearly a foundation year for Pfizer. Our achievements to date set the stage for generating compelling shareholder value. Through our science-led transformation, we will methodically build off this base and with breakthroughs and innovations driving growth in the back half of this decade. And with that, I'd now like to turn it back over to Albert to start our Q&A.
Yes, thank you, Dave. Let's start the Q&A session. Operator, please assemble the queue.
At this time, if you would like to ask a question, please press star 1 on your telephone keypad. You may remove yourself from the queue at any time by pressing star 2. Once again, that is star 1 to ask a question. We will pause for a moment to allow questions to queue. We'll take our first question from Louise Chen with Cantor. Please go ahead.
Hi, thanks for taking my questions. So I wanted to ask you on danuglipron, when do you expect to see the actual efficacy data? And if this product moves forward as anticipated, how hard would it be for you to manufacture?
Michael, you want to address it very quickly?
Yeah, we are, as Albert said in the
check the yen.
remarks,
You're getting Japanese Mamura.
doing the dose
It's been
optimization
internationally agreed
for
measures, including
PK and
intervention,
formulation
are allowed
to
when
select
necessary.
potential doses for
A change in Vice
pending
Minister
data
International
progression to
Affairs doesn't
phase
mean a
3,
change
and we
in
expect
policy.
to share that first quarter.
Yeah.
Again, bonds
you
have
very
recovered
much.
a lot here
Let's
too,
move to the next question.
while SPY is just flushing into the lows.
Our next question comes from Mohit Bansal with Wells Fargo.
Great. Thank you very much for taking my question. And just thinking about the cost guidance, cost measures here, just wanted to understand, how should we think about the margin expansion for the rest of the year? And then how should we think about it going forward in 2025 and 26, especially as you head into the IRA territory?
Perfect question for Dave.
Yeah, so Mohit, just a couple things. As you recall in my prepared remarks, we are focused on and actually launched our manufacturing optimization
Yeah, that got pretty ugly there. You're down like 13 points in about 5 minutes. You're 2 points, 3 points off of the low of yesterday.
Generate over $1.5 billion.
And you're 30 minutes away from Euro close.
2027. As we think about margin expansion, just given the guidance that I provided for the balance of this year, it would imply that gross margin rates would actually improve versus the low 70s color that we've given previously to probably mid 70s at this point in time. We do expect that all these investments, both our cost realignment program and our investments from a manufacturing optimization program, are all designed to improve operating margins to get us back to pre-pandemic levels in the near future.
Thank you, Dave. Operator, the next question.
Our next question comes from Terrence Flynn with Morgan Stanley. Please go ahead.
Great. Thanks for taking the question. Was just wondering, had two on the new product cycle side. How are you guys thinking about this upcoming RSV season as we think about, patients coming back in for a booster as well as maybe an existing new group of patients coming in? And then on Elrexfio and myeloma, can you give us any color on the launch, either sales or market share there, and if you're still confident in that $4 billion opportunity? Thank you.
Get your booster.
Yeah, thank you, Terrence, and very good questions. RSV, why don't
AMD, remember
Amir
AMD after the bell and Microsoft.
The world, and then Chris, you cover the alerts.
Hey, Terrence, it's Amir. For Abrysvo, I think we are very well positioned going into the fall season in the U.S. for three main reasons. One is contracting. So we've significantly strengthened our contracting position. Many of those decisions were confirmed shortly after the June ACIP and are set to take effect in August, commensurate with the beginning of the season. The second
again, we haven't
is
broke out of this range
guidance itself
in like 4 days,
with the recommendation for a single dose for all adults over 75 and those 60 to 74 that are at increased risk. We think that is just clear and strengthens the directive for those who are eligible for a vaccine. And then thirdly is just Abrysvo itself. We've got great data, including
bonds too. That's wild.
Efficacy data.
Remember, I was telling you guys, SPY and bonds
earlier,
look the same. Look for them to inverse, and that happened right here.
That is never required to be frozen or thawed, as well as our new ActiVial system.
Yen going crazy.
Advantages, including
Bank of Japan board members
so there's
to discuss
good
raising
options
rates
for customers. And I will also remind you that there's many healthcare providers and pharmacies that prefer simplifying their vaccine management by having one vaccine for both older adults and maternal, which only Abrysvo can offer. So the combination of contracting, the ACIP guidance, and the value proposition of Abrysvo
a yen rumors coming out, NHK.
And Alexander, what about international markets?
Yes, Terrence.
Literally, yen rumors are dropping right here, right now.
As well on the international fronts, following the approval, remember, in the second half of 2023 in Europe and in the UK, we already are progressing nicely.
Watch if our bonds sell off. Again, last time we've had this issue, just watch, because now if you get the yen running up too much and then our stocks drop, that could be a
Saudi Arabia as well. So we're moving very nicely.
Even watch if gold sells off too.
That actually, the UK authority have selected a Brisvo for RSV prevention in older adults, as well as in
bro, 54.31, bro. You just flushed 10 more points
for the next 2 years with an option of additional.
Yeah, I don't know. You got some weird shit going on right now.
Were selected in Canada.
So hold on, Pfizer. So here's the deal right now. You literally have yen rumor rocketing up the yen right now. Wow, and then it's killing the bonds and then killing stocks. Remember that December 22nd, the thing we saw the other day. Remember when gold was down and everybody liquidated? It's that same theme there. Yeah, that's what you got to watch out for here, is if that yen rumor gets enough legs, you may have, again, people will sell off bonds, the dollar will strengthen or weaken, and then you'll watch that liquidation effect. So keep that in mind. But that's all dropping right now, literally within 2 minutes. I'm already up on the yen play, but that has all been going on like literally right now.
And we've now launched in 16 countries.
And then market was already selling off. It just kept going.
It's early days. We've also recently got approval in the EU and UK. In the US, total demand is plus 40% growth sequentially quarter over quarter. And early next year,
carry trade, that's if they actually do the rate thing. That's the thing.
The bigger opportunities, which is magnetism
just yen leading the liquidation,
double class exposed population, and then later in the
part of today,
potentially.
So literally, these last like 4 candles were all on that, and then you can see it on bonds too.
CD38. So overall, we remain confident that we've got a very differentiated molecule that could become a backbone across the continuum of care for multiple myeloma.
Thank you, Chris. Operator, next question, please.
Next question, please.
The next question comes from Alex Hammond with Bank of America.
Thanks for taking the question. On Nurtec, can you walk us through the commercial strategy to expand share in acute and preventive usage, as well as the international markets? You've mentioned focusing on physician awareness in a different way and reducing friction for patient access. Any more color you can provide there? Thank you.
Thank you. Great questions. Amir and then Alexander.
Alex, on Nurtec in the U.S., I think there are a number of things that we've done in the first half of the year to strengthen our demand. So we revamp all of our consumer activation efforts. We sharpened the clinical value proposition and how we communicated that, including but not only limited to the fact that we have an indication for treatment and prevention. We also realigned our field forces to ensure that we're really maximizing activation of both primary care and neurologist providers. And then we made a lot of efforts through the copay support and other means to just reduce friction in patients actually getting access to Nurtec once a script is written. So what you see this quarter for us is a combination of all of those things starting to take effect.
I mean, there's
so
a fat
TRX
range
was
priced
up
in for this week
over the prior year.
And
Revenues
it's still
were up
Tuesday,
close to 39%
so
in the US. We maintained leadership from a TRX and a NRX perspective at 49 and 48% share respectively. And there were 9,000 new Nurtec writers. So that's about 85% of all new CGRP writers.
Nurtec.
So as we look forward, we continue to see strength in Nurtec demand. We'll continue to manage the gross to net dynamics of that business, but we are optimistic about where we take it from here.
Thank you. Alexander?
Yeah, on the international front, we also have expanded access and the numbers of countries where we have introduced the product. As you know, the growth that you see in the second quarter versus the first quarter of 2024 is really the effect of the introduction of Nurtec in China at the beginning of this quarter. As of today, we have Nurtec reimbursed in 15 countries, including some of our key markets like UK, Spain. And what we see is once we get reimbursement, we have a significant uplift of the demand. And so our focus now is to increase access and reimbursement in some of our key markets. Moving forward, we see significant growth behind Nurtec. And the reason behind that is there is today at the international level, less than half of the diagnosed patients that are treated with prescription medicine. So that's why we think we have an opportunity with Nurtec.
And I believe, Alexander, that this year we got almost 55 countries registered.
Yes,
Nurtec in international markets, 55 markets.
I see you, baby.
Of course, 15.
God bless you, Mark.
Received already
good morning.
Reimbursement,
yeah,
and
morning.
we are waiting for the remaining 40 to receive reimbursement. Let's move to the next question.
Our next question comes from Akash Tiwari with Jefferies.
Hey, thanks so much. On next-gen Prevnar, your team's been fairly quiet on its profile.
Okay, yen,
let's say that
kind
the
of coming
product
down.
only
I've gone negative on that.
Serotypes and not
I went up like 200 bucks in a second.
Why should we
then
feel
that
confident
flipped.
that Pfizer can retain a lion's share position in
And
this market?
Pfizer's coming
and
up,
you
even though
mentioned
it's been bad so
the
far.
next-gen product actually having the largest serotype coverage. Does that imply greater than 31 serotypes of coverage? Thanks so much.
Michael?
Thank you. As you know, we have worked over several decades in optimizing how to expand the number of serotypes while maintaining strong immune responses for as many as possible. We have not disclosed yet how many serotypes we have. We have recently pursued expansion of that next gen into phase 2 of both pediatric and adult, and look forward to adult data to come quite soon, which will allow us to move swiftly in that indication. We have made significant improvement on existing and new serotypes through new technologies. And that is a deep capability. So it's not just about having the highest number of serotypes. It's really to show the consistency and the data before you can draw any conclusions. So we remain very confident in our ability to defend our leadership position and continue to expand it through this new technology toolbox.
Thank you very much, Michael. Next question, please.
We'll take our next question from Chris Shibutani with Goldman Sachs.
Thank you. I want to ask you about your views on the IRA.
Big market move. We have a lot to talk about, but it is still early. That's how I'm letting this ride for a little bit.
Obviously, your employees, your partner, Bristol on Eliquis, made commentary that I think has been interpreted by the street as being that this is a dynamic that could be manageable. We'd appreciate your specific reflections on the Pfizer portfolio. Thank you.
Thanks, Chris. I will ask Amir to speak a little bit about the Eliquis specifically, and then Dave, can you cover the general impact of IRA?
Chris, as you noted, BMS led the discussions with CMS on Eliquis maximum fair price because they are the NDA holder, and they shared their perspective on that process during their earnings call last week. Honestly, we don't have much to add to what they said. We share their view that we have the ability to navigate the impact of IRA on Eliquis, and Eliquis will be an important drug in our portfolio for the foreseeable future.
Yeah, and then I would just add to that, as we look at IRA across our platform, first, I think we were very fortunate at Pfizer that we had one product selected. And secondly, if you look at the remaining products that are likely to be that could potentially be selected, they are nearing the end of their patent protection life. So if you think about it from a net present value perspective, the impact on Pfizer is somewhat muted as you think about it economically. I will say this is a piece of legislation
Again,
that
remember
clearly
Bosch didn't they have bankruptcy rumors?
Harmful for supporting
they already got
research and
murdered the
development
other
in
day,
the
so be
sector.
careful with that.
We're hopeful that this could be changed in the future, but we will continue to actively manage our way through this.
Thank you, Dave. Operator, next question.
Thank you, Dave.
And as a reminder, if you'd like to ask a question today, please press star 1.
I want to ask a question.
We'll take our next question from Dave Risinger with Leerink Partners.
Yes, thanks very much. And I guess I just wanted to start off by saying congratulations and best of luck to you, Michael. So my questions are, first, could you please comment on your expectations for phase 1 obesity candidates beyond once-daily danuglipron, including disclosures to watch over the next several months? And then second, Dave, could you just contextualize the $1.5 billion in COGS reductions relative to the current annual run rate of about $15 billion?
Watch it either bounce or not. Watch popped off of that.
but how should we think about net reduction?
This is Pfizer's call.
I.e. net COGS declines.
And then
over
there's
the
just
next
big
3 years.
Bank of Japan
Thanks
news.
so much.
Yes. Michael, why don't you give a little bit on the obesity candidates other than Danu?
Yeah, as you heard from Albert,
Danu
is the more advanced drug with a large tolerability, safety, and efficacy experience. As always in our projects, we have additional drugs in the same class. It's in phase 1, performing as expected. We have another mechanism of action that would combine with oral GLP, such as Danu, later in development of a life cycle. And we have other mechanisms to protect heart and kidney that could also be part of an internal medicine, larger cardiometabolic franchise.
Thank you. And what about the cost reduction?
Yeah, so let me just anchor us on a few facts here. First, the cost reduction effort that we currently have initiated is phase 1 of a multiple phase program. So this $1.5 billion savings is only a part of or a piece of the story. We will tell more of the story as we define the program more specifically, so you'll get more clarity on that. Secondly, if you look at the $1.5 billion cost improvement effort, and you think about that on our cost of goods sold platform, where it's probably closer to $16 billion versus $15 billion. This is an anchor point.
Thank you. Operator, next question, please.
We'll take our next question from Kripa Devarakonda with Truist Securities.
Hey guys, thank you so much for taking my question. I have a question on the RSV in maternal market. Have you gained traction in the maternal market? Are you seeing any sort of setbacks? Just wondering if Pfizer needs to educate, build out, or do some groundwork before the market really breaks open. And then a follow-up question on PADCEV. There are other radioligands and ADCs that are targeting Nectin-4. How do you see the competitive landscape shaping up? Thank you.
Amir, about maternal RSV?
Sure, Kripa. So thanks for the question. I think let me start by just underscoring the interest that we see on maternal vaccination. So when you talk to OBGYNs, there's a clear preference that they have to vaccinate during pregnancy. And similarly, you hear the same from pregnant mothers. Greater than 60% prefer vaccination versus vaccinating the baby, maternal vaccination. So our launch on maternal did exceed our expectations. So we saw uptake rates through the end of January with about 11% of eligible mothers taking the vaccine. And that is significantly higher than other maternal immunization at the same point in the life cycle. I think Tdap was less than 2% at the same time. So the other thing I will note is it does require education, as you note, and last year's maternal ACIP recommendation occurred just after the RSV maternal vaccination season began. So this season, we have the benefit of using the first half of the year to invest in that education of both HCPs as well as pregnant women. And we look forward to the season ahead.
And international, anything to add?
Yes, very few points. Just to say that following the approval, we also have great progress on the Vaccine Technical Committee on vaccination in maternal. In the UK, we received positive recommendation, as well as in France, in Australia, Belgium, Austria, Argentina, so many other, including an interesting one, which is the PAO for Latin America. And now we are progressing into final access and into those markets.
And about the competitiveness of PADCEV, Chris?
Thank you for the question. We're very pleased that in this quarter, as you've seen, we printed just shy of 400 million for PADCEV with sequential quarter-over-quarter growth of 15%. Based on the claims data through the end of May, we are seeing US first-line share increasing into the low 50% range. And as you know, the next opportunity is obviously in muscle-invasive bladder cancer, with 2 ongoing studies being conducted by Merck, which can expand the population to an additional 28,000 addressable patients. So overall, we are seeing that PADCEV with pembrolizumab is becoming entrenched in the first-line setting as the standard of care And future studies,
he just
including
said that
future
disease,
Nectin,
the
targeted medicines,
penicillimab.
radioligands, or
He just said it
ADCs
so
will likely
fluently.
have to do studies against
It's amazing.
Padcev plus pembrolizumab in the first-line setting, which could be challenging.
Thank you, Chris.
You see how beautifully
next
he
question,
says
please.
it? That's amazing.
Our next question comes from Trong Nguyen with UBS.
Merck had earnings.
Hi,
So, I
guys.
mean,
Thanks for the
even then,
question.
Pfizer's down with good
Firstly,
earnings,
on
so
Prevnar, there wasn't so much
I wouldn't be too
commentary in your
surprised if
prepared
the other
remarks
ones.
here. Just interested for the quarter.
You heard it,
was
right?
that impacted by any one-off? And has there been
He said
any
it like
stocking
nothing.
dynamics or destocking at play here, given the approval of cat vaccines and that anticipated launch? And then secondly, just at ASCO, we saw some early Cat6 data in breast. The presenter was very, very excited. Can you perhaps talk about the opportunity here? How quickly can we get this through clinical studies, and when can we see the
I just thought about it. I'm gonna get me
Amir, what about this on the
earnings
stock?
previews while homeboy keeps
so
talking.
on Prevnar, I'll just provide context
we're
on the
ready to
U.S.
go later.
performance dynamics. So the change year over year
But I'm listening
is predominantly
again.
a result
And then that yen
of lower
news, we made a
adult
play on
demand
that.
due to shrinkage of the opportunity size in that market. And the quarter-to-quarter change that you see is a function of the CDC order timing for pediatric vaccines, which tends to be quite lumpy, as well as some of the adult vaccination dynamics of both shrinkage and seasonality. And I think it's important to continue to think about these two segments very differently in the U.S. So with pediatrics, as Albert had mentioned in his remarks, we exited Q2 with a share of 81%, which is up 71% in August. And then the adult market continues to behave differently in the U.S. in that it is contracting because there are just fewer eligible 65-plus adults and a more difficult to activate younger population. And that's the same population that Merck's B116 will be launching into.
And in the international markets?
The international, as you see, first quarter, second quarter together, so the first half, we grew by 2%. And this is in line with our expectation. What we see is, of course, we are going to capitalize on the very strong franchise that we are on Prevnar 13 with 140 exclusive NIP around the globe. And so as we get our Prevnar 20 pediatric, we're going to launch this product and switch from 13 to 20. Now, in adults, it's a very interesting dynamic because in adults, our vaccination was in Europe and outside of developed countries quite limited. Now that we see Prevnar 20 registered and validated by VTC, we see significant pickup. And let me give you an example. In Germany, we got VTC recommendations for 60 and above, all comers, and at risk from 18 to 59. And there in Germany, since the beginning of the year, we see significant growth. We see that we will have similar trends in other major markets in Europe.
Thank you. And Chris?
Thank you very much for the question on Cat6. Cat6 is a first in category medicine. We're very proud that this medicine was conceptualized and discovered at our laboratories in La Jolla. As you've seen with the most recent data, objective response rate over 35%, durable responses, and well tolerated.
There's a San Diego shout
Therefore,
out.
plan to initiate a phase 3 program over the next 6 months, and you'll learn more about that. But thank you for the question. We're also excited about Cat6.
Thank you. We are very excited about it. Next question, please.
Our next question comes from Carter Gould with Barclays.
Great. Good morning. Thank you for taking the question. I guess first one, just a clarification. I guess when we think about the PK danuglipron data that got top-lined about a month ago, are we going to see any of that data prior to the dose optimization data reading out early next year? And then as we think about timelines for danuglipron, some of your European peers have talked about potentially moving faster than I think some of the timelines that are generally thrown out there, including potentially as reaching market as early as 2028. Does Pfizer have sort of similar plans or think such plans would be feasible for danuglipron? Any color on that front would be helpful. Thank you.
Michael?
Yes, for your questions. We likely present a comprehensive data set on PK after collecting all the data from the 2 studies, but we are looking into what's the best way to sharing it timely. We have some of the most aggressive timelines when we agree a protocol with the regulatory agency and pending data. And as Albert has said, if that becomes the case that we move forward pending data, you can bet that, like every Pfizer program, it will be very fast.
Thank you, Michael. Next question.
Thank you, Michael. I love when he says Michael.
The next question comes from Chris Schott with J.P. Morgan.
Great. Just two questions for me. Just coming back to Danu again, I guess just bigger picture, do you expect the once daily formulation will have an improved tolerability profile versus the twice daily? And maybe part of, as we think about the additional data you're getting, will you get additional efficacy or tolerability data from these ongoing studies, or is it really just PK? I'm just, as you're trying to make a decision here, I just want to try to better understand what you're going to have available to consider. And then the second question I had was just on RSV. It sounds like some encouraging contracting updates, but can you just elaborate a bit more on the market as a whole? Is this a market you expect to grow in the U.S. this year? I guess on one hand, I'm balancing more visibility on who should be targeted and covered post-ACIP, but at the same time, it's a recommendation yet, and there could be maybe some challenges for pharmacies trying to figure out who's high risk and who's not in that 60 to 74-year-old population. So just as I balance those two together, do you expect the market as a whole is growing this year? Thank you.
Chris, given that for the interest of time, let me tell you about Danu. We have said it multiple times that is going to be PK data right now. We have done with Danu 1,400 patients. So we feel very comfortable about the profile. We know the product. Right now, the question is if we have a formulation that will allow us to take this product into phase 3 registration enabling studies. We made an announcement because we feel that what we saw from the first round of testing multiple formulations, we felt encouraged that we have several that can deliver and one that it was the preferred one, and it is the one that, because it was the best of all, and now we are going to test it. Also, we can't speculate if tolerability will be better or not because of once a day compared to twice a day, because we don't have
tolerability of the peach all day.
I said in my
wow, Peach Nation.
Danu,
you got Yen News. You got the market, the biggest week. You got the Pfizers. Right, and now you have Bradley Frizzle and the Peach, ladies and gentlemen. Happy Tuesday.
It's very competitive both on tolerability and efficacy with whatever we have seen from others in the oral space so far. And in terms of timing,
good morning, right now, baby. What up, Bradley Frizzle?
With everything we know, we are the only one with 2B data on an oral GLP-1 after, of course, Lilly. So right now, for everything we know, we should be the second after Lilly if Danu progress into registration enabling studies.
You heard that horn? Yeah, man, you got it.
Now, let's go to RSV.
So, Chris, what I would say is we are only in the second season now of a expanding market, right? So you had the first season last year. This year with the ACIP recommendation, as I mentioned earlier, we think that provides clarity and it strengthens the need for those identified in the recommendation to get a vaccine. And we've had another 6 months plus of opportunity to educate HCPs as well as consumers. And we see growing relevancy and urgency of people to vaccinate. So we do think that the opportunity set expands.
Thank you. Operator, next question.
The next question comes from Tim Anderson with Wolfe Research.
I mean, we're still not even out of this gulag. I mean, bonds have been holding since the data, but equities keep climbing lower.
Negotiated prices on this first list of 10 drugs, a very big production. It'll claim it's a major win over the industry. Of course, it depends on how those prices compare to net prices, not list. My understanding is it's possible we get this news from CMS earlier than September 1st, possibly this week ahead of the congressional recess in early August. Do you agree it's possible we might get this news early? Thank you.
I don't know. It's they have the decision making, so they will do what they think. I can't comment on that. I know have discussed that theme, but so I will emphasize once more. If CMS says that was a big win for against the pharma industry, what I will say it was the whole law of IRA. It is a very big loss for innovation and for the crown jewel of American industry, which is the life science technology business. But it is what it is. It is the law of the land, and we are doing our best to make sure that we will minimize any impact, particularly in the future, because for now, as Dave said, we were probably in the next few years, the NPV that are at stake for us, it's quite small because we were fortunate not to have up to 4 products selected, only 1. Next question, please.
Our next question comes from Steve Scala with TD Cowen.
Oh, thank you so much. 2 questions. First, do you expect Vyndaqel to grow up to the LOE, or will competitors pressure sales and take majority share before that? Certainly seems Vyndaqel faces some significant challenge. And secondly, assuming no booster doses, does Pfizer still peg peak RSV vaccine sales at $2 billion plus? That was guidance first provided in December 2022. And do you think you can capture a majority share this fall? Thank you.
Amir, why don't you take the first one?
Sure. So, Steve, on Vinda, maybe what's going on now and then what's to come with competition. So, Vinda is continuing to grow at a very healthy clip. This is a result of multiple factors, a very important one of which is we focused on expanding our HCP base that we're targeting, as well as really investing in diagnosing and identifying patients. Diagnosis remains the biggest unmet need in this condition because there's almost half of patients that are still undiagnosed. So we do see a lot of growth opportunity in Vinda. Now, for this year, it may not continue as the same clip that we've seen in Q1 and Q2 because we had a big bolus of enrollment patients in the beginning of the year, partially as a result of some of the IRA reforms. And the incremental diagnoses become harder and harder to find. But we do expect continued growth with Vyndaqel. As far as competition, there's still a lot that needs to be understood exactly about the competitors, their data, their profile, what actions they're going to take. But what I will say is that we obviously welcome more treatment options for patients, but there's a lot that we're very confident in with Vinda. There's a body of clinical evidence that includes 5-year follow-up clinical trial data and real-world evidence, including statistically significant mortality and CV hospitalization data that is in our label, as well as quality of life benefits that we think continue to position Vinda well. But of course, with competition coming in, we will take that into consideration and provide further guidance as things evolve.
Thank you. And again, in the interest of time, Steve, for the RSV, when we provided the $2 billion was in the frame of a pipeline asset. What is the key potential annually? We don't give once the products are registered. Typically projections, not even for the next year, not for the peak years. But what I would say, if anything, things have become more promising since the time that we gave these $2 billion, because we were all surprised how much the medical community and the recommended authorities are putting emphasis on the disease. So that's my comment. Sorry, I couldn't be more specific to you. Next question, please.
Our next question comes from Vamil Divan with Guggenheim Securities.
Great, thanks for taking my questions. Maybe a couple if I could. One, you talked about the aggressive timelines on obesity. I assume for PCV next gen, it's similarly aggressive. Maybe you can just comment on sort of the time you think you'd take to get that product to market, given you're now in phase 2. And then the second one's more related to Paxlovid. In the first quarter, you had the big adjustment and you came in well above expectation, but did not raise the guidance. Now this quarter, you are raising the guidance. I'm curious if you can comment on anything you're seeing sort of in the channels or what's sort of driving the confidence to raise the guidance now. And then sort of tied to that, is that the main driver of sort of the increased gross margin expectations? I know you said it's a product mix and cost management sort of combination, but just seeing if you can maybe parse out sort of the main drivers of that impact. Thank you.
Yeah, for the next gen, I will make it easy. As we announced that we entered into phase 2 studies, both in pediatric and so one can calculate. You can't comment how long it will take because these are event-driven studies, particularly when you go into phase 3, right? So we don't know how long that will take, and we don't comment at this stage. But let's go to Paxlovid and explain the dynamics.
Yeah. So for Pax in the U.S., You pointed to the momentum in Q1, which I'll remind you was a combination of both the true-up as well as ongoing utilization that was very high given the wave of COVID infection. What happened then is in the first half of Q2, infections were low. And the very clear trend that we see with Paxlovid is when there is a COVID infection wave, we have healthy Paxlovid utilization. So starting in May all the way through June, there was increased COVID infection waves and our Paxlovid utilization followed. So we had about 35,000 treatment courses a week in April and May, peaking to about 100,000 in June. So we have seen continued utilization. Now, it is trickier for the wholesalers and end customers to manage utilization around a disease that's a little bit unpredictable. So we did enter Q2 with higher than normal inventory levels, but the wave of utilization that we've seen in Q2 has helped normalize those inventory levels. And all of this dynamic combined with the fact that we've built a commercial model to successfully get Paxlovid to those who need it, including very healthy coverage with commercial payers, 90% of pharmacies across the U.S. already participating in our USG PAP program, and a simplified model for delivering that PAP program to patients. When there is a COVID infection wave, we're confident about Paxlovid utilization.
Yeah, thank you.
And just real quickly, as you think about the guidance, I think your question was this what was driving our improvement in guidance? This was one of many factors, because our core business in general is doing quite well, and our cost management programs are really taking hold. So this is one of multiple factors that drove that 30-cent raise.
Thank you, Dave. And also, Vamil, I realized that I misspoke before when I said that it is event-driven. The next gen, it is not, it's immunogenicity. Also, I can offer another point for you to try to estimate the timelines that next year we expect to have the regulatory discussions about how the program should look like, and then we will form better understanding when we can have the phase 3 readout. Next question, please, and I think the last question. Operator, last question, please. We cannot hear you, operator.
Man, I'm not the only one.
Sorry for this technical.
Yeah, I went to take a dump.
Problem.
I thought he was too. I was like, all right, last question. I got to wrap this up. I was taking the shit. Thank you, Borla. But yeah, no, operator dipped out too.
A moment, please.
Otherwise, he's like, hold on, I got to wipe too, Josh. I'm still in the yen play, so that's good. I got, Japanese yen while taking the shit, which is great. And then SPY is coming down here, at least. And then the place came back up. You're up one penny.
We'll take our final question from Evan Seigerman with BMO Capital Markets.
She trying to act like nothing was happening.
Hey guys,
like,
thank you for squeezing me in at the end. I would love for some comments on Vyndaqel given the strength this quarter. You really came in ahead of consensus. Do you expect this continuing in the back half of the year and into 25? And just given the IP, in the next couple of years expiring, what can you do to extend this given how, given the strength of this franchise? Thank you so much.
Yeah. Amir?
Hey, Evan. So a bit, as I mentioned earlier, yes, we do expect to see continued growth momentum for Vyndaqel in the back half of this year and going forward for the reasons I described earlier. It may not be at the level that we saw in the first half of the year because of the Q1 bolus of patients, but the combination of what we're doing in terms of physician expansion, investment in driving diagnosis, and tailwinds from IRA reform do give us conviction around short-term Vyndaqel growth.
Yeah, and when it comes to IP, right now it's very difficult once the product is getting generic to be able to fight with a new molecule unless you have substantial differentiation. And Vyndaqel has tremendous efficacy, so we do not expect that the market will continue being as big, particularly for us after we see generics entering into it. So thank you for the question. So I want to make some just closing remarks. That we had a very strong first half of the year. and we are confident that we will deliver on our full-year financial commitments.
It was looking uglier before.
We are driving.
As low-key almost moved the dollar from the bottom.
As we continue to show patience and grow our business, execution makes the difference. Thank you for your interest in Pfizer, and we hope you have a wonderful.
Thank you for shopping at Stock Market Live. I hope you liked the video. All right, that's it. That was Mr. Borla. Again, we played that there. A couple of things happened. I mean, your data happened prior to that. So if you're wondering why we were moving down, literally the bonds are break even. I was looking for that point where they inversed each other, but literally we've been selling off since the jobs data, which came in a little bit stronger. I was making a play on Pfizer, but the only other thing that happened, there was a comment about Bank of Japan raising rates. So it's literally been the thing we've been dealing with for the last couple of weeks here. Even last week, if you guys remember that gold flush, people were talking about the Bank of Japan and them raising rates. So another headline came out today and literally not too long ago, and then we started to sell off there. Gold came down and bonds, and then bonds finally leveled out. But besides that, those are the only things I think at play here on the day. But for the most part, we have came down, and then I did something while we were trading lower. We'll do this one a little later, but here's the deal. I brought this up on the watch list. I know some of you hate the watch list. It's okay. I get it. You got that hatred in your heart, but the watch list is good for you. You know, it's just there to help you out there, but I understand if you watch it, you may turn into salt or something worse, you know. I get it. Some of you have health issues with it. You can't use the watch list. I understand. You know what I'm saying? I understand on that, but on the watch list, I was talking about how everybody is expecting this to be the biggest week. So everybody on Wall Street is agreeing that this week is going to be big. And that being said, if you go and you price in what was, go to the option chain, do the options, right? And go up on there. Yeah, exactly. See, somebody loved the watch. I see you, baby. It's going to be easier to upset because we're pricing in 1.7. So literally from now until Friday, the option chain is saying that we are going to move 1.7%, which is a lot. And that means people are definitely anticipating a bigger move. So whether it's Japanese yen news, whether it's however we move intraday, just, that's, I think 1.7%, that is about 90 points on the, that's 90 points on the SPX. So to give you an idea, that's where we stand right now. CLDI, Abivi still going. But yeah, ever since the jobs report, we came down. Bank of Japan, that got us moving down, and then that's it. Not bad. Oh, crowd. That one yesterday, again, I think a lot of people got focused on the Delta side of it, but it's literally dropped another $10 all intraday. Damn, NVIDIA's at 103? What? Oh, no shit. Yeah, 104. It hit 193 on the low ticker. Remember, people were freaking out when that hit 106 the other day. I mean, if there's any reason for the dump, I think one part jobs data, another part Japanese yen liquidation, or literally getting strong, leading to liquidation in other parts. We saw a little bit of that last week, but that's it. I'm not playing AMD, so if you are wondering if I'm going to play AMD or like we buying it yet, I encourage you to make your decision either now or later, but I'm not going to play it. I'm not looking to. Yeah, the Pfizers are green. I doubled down. Well, I did 2 plays on Pfizer. I bought a play in the morning, and it went up like 50%. So then I sold, and then I got 10 contracts free. and then it dropped again ahead of earnings, and then I bought the dip, and then I bought the same exact option for half off. So I'm still in that, and then that play is now green by 1 penny. Woo. Time to load up on NVIDIA. I mean, it's still expensive. It's up to you in terms of if you want to play earnings. The thing about NVIDIA, you have time. So there's going to be a lot of other chip earnings, and then NVIDIA earnings is going to be in like 3 weeks. So, there's a lot of names right around the corner, but they are going to be arriving a lot later. I like Intel for the long term, but you got to wait till earnings now. So we were talking about that pre-earnings play, and it did it, but the fact that it already came back down, oh my goodness. So I like this price on Intel, but literally their earnings is around the corner, and then they're either going to do very well or they will continue to drop the ball. I have all the earnings previews, though. Some of you guys even asking about Boeing. So all of these plays, if it is earnings, if you're waiting for the preview, you got to wait. Otherwise, I mean, if you have a play, I mean, I don't know. I don't even really know if I have a I don't know if I have a plan to trade too many for earnings. I guess it all depends. What is that? Airbus first half revenue, 28,000 million. Was that 2.8 billion? EBITDA euro 1.5 billion, adjusted EBITDA 1.4 billion, adjusted free cash flow negative 500 million, EPS $1.04 in euros. Yeah, Pfizer came back a lot. Again, our option only went up by 1 penny, but is decent. Yeah, that's on the. You have the wire up, right? Yes, sir. When you mean the biggest move this week, is it to the downside? What do you mean? I'm not even following your question, sir. Are you talking about the 1.7%? Otherwise, I have no idea what the F you're saying, respectfully. And good morning. It's early, so I understand. PayPal, no way. But PayPal's still like green. There's no way it gave up 8%. Yeah, it's up 6 though. Yeah, so no, it's either or. It's not just downside. It could be up or down. So like pretty much you can move 90 points on the SPY by end of Friday, up or down. So we could be 1.7% higher by Friday, or we could be lower. So literally, even then, I did the calculation, like it's 90 points. So SPY will be at like 55.10 by the end of the week, or it's going to be, where is that? So 55.10, which isn't that high if you think about it. That's like literally right to the top of this candle. No exaggeration. So either up to here, or what's 90 points from here? 52, what is that? By 52.50? Oh my goodness. No, 52.25? Yikes. Or 53.25? That would be the next level to the downside. So up or down, and it could go more than that. That's the caveat. It could even go more than 1.7, or even worse, which is kind of what I've been talking about. If everybody's so expected for like a fat week, and then the data is like really neutral, then before you know it, we might even move 1%, and then it's easier to disappoint, like the watch list has been discussing. And then yen is breaking out, so that's gone from green to red already, or red to green, excuse me. I've not gone over Starbucks yet, but that is tomorrow morning, or tomorrow, no, today after the bell. Pfizer dance, do a little dance, make a long term. It's sold off tonight. It's sold off tonight. No? Okay. Kremlin on possible preparation of prisoner exchange. We do not comment on this topic. Will tech bubble pop crash the market? Yes. But what will crash the tech bubble? That's the real question. And there is an answer to that. This is what people have been talking about. Again, holy crap. The Watchlist brought this up too. Oh my goodness. But yeah, the jobs. No, the jobs. So once the jobs market starts to crack, then people will start getting worried about tech. Then the tech dominance will not last in the same way. Well, that's the thing. Today's jobs data was good, so none of that is there. I think jobs, once they're bad, it'll bring up recession talk. But also, too, and this is what I said yesterday on the watch list, if nothing changes, we just go back to following that path. Because nothing, again, even today, Jolt's jobs report, that was strong. I mean, there's no sign of the jobs market slowing down. But when it does slow down, I'm sure people will talk about the recession. Non-farms is on Friday. No, it's this week. So, again, any week that you get like jobs, like Jolt's jobs data and private payrolls, this is the week of the jobs report, the non-farms. I'm gonna say, watch this. It's the watch list, baby. I think it's, again, some people, they've developed watch list hatred. I understand. It could happen. So, but other than that, you're firmly prepared, I would say, with all of these topics that we've discussed. And I mean, even then, with how today's played out already, it's there. The news on the yen, just is the same thing from before. It's that they're going to raise rates and taper with their bonds. And pretty much there was a rumor that came out literally and it was part of this little dump here that wasn't too long ago. It came out saying that they might be raising by 0.25%, which is a lot bigger than the 0.10. And then the yen started running since then. I'm still in the Airbnb. So Airbnb is I plan on riding that till next week. Same thing with the Disneys, because those ones were early on. But if any of those plays go up like 100%, I'll probably make them free ahead of time. Oh, I'm still in the snaps too. I did not watch the Jensen Zuckerberg thing, no. I mean, we talked about it yesterday, but I didn't, I don't know. I didn't want to look it up afterwards. All I did, I ate food. I did finish watching Fallout. Yeah, it's a good one. You're up on Baba. That was on the watch list. Yeah, I think China is just, it's funny how it's in the background and we're focused on America and Japan, but low key, just don't forget about China. Nowadays, everybody want to talk like they got something to say, but nothing comes out when Xi Jinping moves his lips. Just a bunch of gibberish, and everybody forgot. Or no, I messed it up already. But yeah, that's what I'd be looking at. China. If you wait to raises, does that make Powell no choice to cut? No, because Japan has already been raising. So it's not a matter of if they raise rates or not. It's a matter of how much, right? It's a matter of how aggressive. So that's why the more aggressive the Bank of Japan is, then it's the more likely we could start talking about what other places are going to do. But the general line of logic is that, yeah, they should operate different than each other. But the way I'm looking at it is that there's no point in doing too much if the America doesn't cut. Because if America keeps adding this pressure, Japan could do all of these movements, but then it's all for nothing because the dollar's strength will unwind everything regardless. So if the dollar keeps strengthening, what good does it? Like, it doesn't matter how much the currency weakens, whether it's natural or intervened in. So that's kind of what makes it a little more difficult. If we cut, it'll probably make Japan's job easier. So, like I was saying there, if our dollar can get weaker, that would help the yen strengthen. And then again, if the yen and other countries, even like China, if they wanted to pursue policy, and if the dollar has been wrecking them, if the dollar could calm down and have a, more accommodative policy that doesn't lead to a very strong dollar, then they would be able to benefit off of it. And it would make their central bank jobs a lot easier. About Pfizer earnings, I think if anything, it just moved up a lot. That's it. Because I thought it was a really good earnings. I even made a couple plays. I'm in those plays now. I think they're still up. Where is it? Yeah, it's up by 1 penny. The other plays ahead of them all dropped because it didn't move that much. But, like, realistically, I think Pfizer was just priced in. So I don't think the earnings was bad. I just think you didn't get a crazy move because it had a crazy move leading into it. So, like, literally, remember we were just talking about Pfizer holding up from ex-dividend. So it moved up 3, 4, 5% prior to its earnings, and then it reported, and then now it did absolutely nothing. Isn't that the same theory as the yield curve rapidness? Which part? I'm not following. Pfizer, 5-day. Let's see, man. You give a little break and then you go from there. Have I thought about putting an intro for the stock market live? Oh, like in the morning? I mean, I usually do a live intro, but no, I've never really thought about that. Maybe we should do a live drum set. I'd be down to play the drums. But yeah, I never thought about that. NQ, what is that? Airbus earnings came out a little bit ago. What is that? Airbus. I keep getting headline. Oh, that's me. Nice to meet you. Bank of Japan raise Fed cuts is the same as 2 and 10s getting closer. Yes and no. I encourage you to view them as separate. So can they affect each other? Yeah. Like, right, if Bank of Japan raises, if the Fed cuts, all of that could move the bonds. But then again, I mean, they're just completely separate to the yield curve. So I don't view them in the same breadth or same line of logic at all. So, because again, 2s and 10s, whatever happens to the yield curve, I think that's in its own little world. And that tells you about everything, and it kind of lets you know what's happening. Again, and how rates are picking up on everything, but I'm not trying to attach it to specific events. Well, yeah, the yen has been filled with pump fakes. I've been holding it, and then I've been in and out of the yen. I just got into one here today, but essentially, once the real turnaround, once the Fed is done, I do think the yen will go insane. I think the yen will probably even be bigger than bonds. It just kind of depends on what they get into here. It's been absolutely fascinating. I'm not buying NVIDIA. A lot of people have been looking at it, though. It hit 103 today. Tesla's on the low right now, too. Edgar Bronfman Jr. still eyeing a Paramount deal. Axios. Would you move money from Bill to TLT when the Fed starts to cut? No. You are trying to gamble, so that's it. There's no other way to put it. But like Bill and TLT are not the same. It doesn't really make sense to go from like a 1-month bond to a 30-year bond. So the only way I would buy TLT was if I really wanted to hold, long duration bond yields. But at that point, I think you're better off and you would actually literally get more yield buying the actual bond. So if the rates come down, then, in the first rate cut, that could lead into TLT moving. But if you're like, I have passive money or I have money sitting there getting yield, I don't think you have the same safety buying, a 10, 20-year bond as you do buying a 1-month bond. So, I would, just like the other question, I would encourage you to separate and treat those topics kind of as mutually exclusive. Not buying NVIDIA, but when it's at all-time highs, you'd say, why didn't you buy it when it dipped to 100? No, I missed NVIDIA at $80 pre-split. So maybe is that what you're referring to? Because I've talked about that, but like that was before it split. So I don't think you understand. Before the stock went up to 1,000, we could have bought it at 80. We bought Meta instead at 90. But yeah. I'm not really a fan of NVIDIA like that. I think they're one of the best companies in the world, but I don't think I would pay for them at this price. No, I think we missed it. I don't know. Usually, I feel like I missed it. I feel like the time you could have got it where you didn't miss it was like $400, but even then, I still didn't really want it. Something about the way that it ran up, I'm not really I'm not a big fan of it and the pricing level of it. I think eventually it'll come back down. I think there'll be a period where we could really get NVIDIA cheap, but this 30% decline is nice, but it's not really the one that I want for the long term. Oh, I was stretching during the whole Pfizer thing, but I'm down to get another set in if you guys want to move around a little bit. You want to stand up. You have been here for 2.5 hours. You got 4.5 hours left to go. Sitting is the new smoking. So move your body around a little bit, baby. Woo! Get the body moving. Google AI-powered image editing now available. I need to go pee too, actually. I don't know if that was like the other bathroom break, but SPY's going lower. No shit. So again, I don't know if volume is going to pick up. It went from a pretty solid green day to now the Nasdaq's down 1.4. You're looking pretty ugly again. So watch out if volume picks up. Again, bonds stop moving. And then literally ever since the data, and there's a huge range priced in for Friday. So we'll see. But yeah, let me play this and then get the body moving. I'm gonna do some curls.
Crypto and blockchain native digital asset infrastructure continues to grow.
What can you tell us about who exactly is buying into Ethereum ETFs? There's been a lot of question around whether financial advisors, retail investors would buy into spot Bitcoin at a greater pace, and Bitcoin, of course, is more well known. How much adoption are you really seeing when it comes to Ethereum?
Typeface?
Well, you're right. The Bitcoin brand is global. It has been something that the investors have been aware of for a long period of time. Ethereum as a project, it doesn't have that same sort of brand recognition, but it's a super important network. It is the scalability of Ethereum to be able to solve lots of different problems and tackle lots of different challenges in this decentralized space going forward is very solid. We think investors ultimately are going to look at diversified portfolios of digital assets, whether they're Bitcoin or Ethereum or any of the other exciting projects that are continuing to expand.
Roger, do you ever get concerned that Ethereum is just too complicated for the average investor? They understand what Bitcoin is as a store of value. I think it's fair to say. Many may not agree with it, but that concept is not super complicated. They understand an ETF that tracks the S&P 500 index, for example. But Ethereum's a completely different animal.
I feel like I got a tonsil.
You're right. Ethereum is a completely different animal. It's a different type of network, and it has multi-purpose. I think the shortest bridge to understanding Ethereum for the investor class are going to be those that have technology-related investments into their portfolios. This decentralized distributed ledger ecosystem that might come in and supplant and substitute for centralized database systems. These are real serious opportunities with real efficiency gains for those who are exploring that. I mean, we have a lot of confidence at Franklin Templeton because we've been building inside of blockchain environments for several years now as we brought our Benji tokenized U.S. government money market fund into the marketplace. So understanding the different nuances of the networks is certainly important. The best technology, quite frankly, doesn't really factor into consumers or investors, visibility of what that technology might be. But for sure, we're seeing these blockchain ecosystems offering efficiency gains relative to current products. And so we see the migration continuing to move toward there. Complexity from an investor's perspective, yes, but from a user, those who are building new products and services, I think it's, whether it's Ethereum or other layer 1 or even layer 2 blockchains on top of Ethereum, are super important projects that will continue to find traction in the overall economy. We think of them as utility pipes for the data economy. You're going to find a lot of application.
Roger, what's success for you when it comes to this specific ETF, the spot Ether ETF? When you're at the end of the year in December this year and you look back over the previous 6 months, what's the number you want to see in assets under management in there?
Well, we don't really have a target for AUM on the Ethereum ETF. We know that these markets come and go. It's a thematic story that's super important for investors to weave into their portfolios for the long time. The tactical timing when investors come and go into the marketplaces and into the products, I think, is subject to a wide range of factors. We do believe that it's,
I don't know if I'm
going to
play
Ethereum, it's
we got to do some more push-ups, so I have to go.
That grow on top of Ethereum.
See, I thought
in many ways, Ethereum can be seen as a diversified technology play itself. There's a lot of different projects being built on top of the Ethereum ecosystem. There's blockchains extending the Ethereum virtual machines, the EVMs, the layer 2s. They keep extending the depth of Ethereum as well into the environment. These are super important.
Speaking of expanding the environment here, recently Franklin Templeton Digital came out with a tweet that said that you believe in other major developments that will drive the crypto space forward. Solana, for example, has shown major adoption and continues to mature. Does Franklin Templeton have a plan to put a spot Solana ETF into place and get one off the ground?
I think we continuously evaluate all the networks and the application of what they might have and the appetite for investors to weave them into their portfolios as well. So that is something that's a decision that's still on a forward basis. But there's no doubt that diversification as it applies to your equity portfolios and your credit portfolios is something that's going to be important for investors as the digital asset ecosystem continues to grow. So I think we'll take these one at a time, but continue to factor in that a diversified portfolio is probably what's best approach for investors in the long term.
Okay, Solana is something that you're considering. Roger, give us a handful of other things that are on the table that we could see, not necessarily will see, but could see from Franklin Templeton.
Yeah, I think it's really about, again, continuing to be very attentive to the underlying dynamics and the projects that are expanding and growing these networks. Again, our confidence comes from the fact that we've been building infrastructure for asset management and capital markets inside of the blockchains. And when we're doing that, it gives us a unique perspective on understanding what the forward applications might be for these blockchains. And then, of course, we do some rigorous tokenomics about each one because no one blockchain is the same. And there's unique characteristics that you want to take into consideration when you're valuing them for going forward. But I think Solana is something that's really got a lot of opportunity ahead of it, just as Ethereum has had. And we're going to continue to see use cases grow across any number of these, whether it's Ethereum or Solana moving forward.
Yen is tripping out again.
Blockchain really intersecting with AI.
Oh, there's another headline on the Bank of Japan
because
thing.
These
2 minutes ago.
Of provenance of truth are going to be really important in the record-keeping system for this data economy moving forward.
Roger, appreciate you joining us this afternoon. Roger Bastin, head of digital assets over at Franklin Templeton. And coming up, Donald Trump tries to shore up voters in participating in crypto markets. We're going to discuss with the head of the conference that he headlined on Saturday.
And crypto miner CleanSpark shares his take on Trump's Bitcoin narrative and the future of his business. And
to access all of the latest data and news on crypto, check out CRYP Go on the Bloomberg terminal.
CRYP Go. All right, man. All right, so hopefully you guys moving around. I'm still kind of doing my stretches. Again, another headline on literally the same Bank of Japan headline before. That is hitting again. That's what we've kind of been dealing with here. Other than that, market down from the data. We've actually moved quite a bit, which is kind of wild considering. And then we still have a lot on this week that we are expecting. So again, the premiums are high. The expectations are high. There's still a lot of earnings, even after the bell. Oh, hold on. I'm coming. I'm over here. I had to walk away with the stretch. Whew. Wingstop has earnings. So, yeah, I have the whole earnings calendar. We're going to do it later. But I did get all of the previews. I think I have a Wingstop one. So there's a lot of names after the bell and tomorrow. If you want to make plays on them, feel free. But if you are insisting on for me to do it, you are going to have to wait, unfortunately. I'm still doing stretches. We still got the rest of the day. It's still early. I mean, it feels like it's kind of moving slow, but it's still an early day. I don't think NVIDIA is dead. Everyone, we're doing it again. We're doing the, what's it called? This was like, 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago? It was everybody trying to, convince everybody to buy at all-time highs. So, yeah, but every time NVIDIA drops. But last time it hit 103, it hit 112 the next, day or so, and then came back up. But, yeah, patience. And that's going to be the beauty after this earnings season. I mean, a lot of names. If there is good names, it's, these will be the discounts. Yeah, I mean, NVIDIA's still doing good. The only problem is, it's literally down 30% from its peak. So we'll see. All right, one more defensive slides. I hope you guys are still moving around, man. I hope your push-up time was adequate. You could probably hear me moving around. Sounds like I'm on a pellet. I'm working out, bro. I'm working out. I'm getting lifts in. I'm getting resistances. I was just doing tricep extensions. It's real out here. My knee hurts a little bit today. I think I need to stretch, get some hamstring stretches in there. But other than that, I think Intel earnings is next week. It's usually earlier, but I'm surprised it's not early on the schedule. And then AMD earnings is today after the bell. Mm-mm. You bought your first position in NVIDIA. I think you might hold for next earnings and upcoming rate cuts. Well, good luck. I hope it all works out, and I hope your portfolio supports it. Shout out the long term. Is Intel Thursday? It's either this week or next week, but I'm already weirded out by it because usually it happens it comes in earlier before everything. That's the only weird part. Puts on 3M. Good luck. I hope those work out for you. Solventum was moving today. Today, again, Microsoft, AMD, Arista, Starbucks, Pinterest, First Solar, Caesars, Lemonade, and EA. There's quite a bit. 30% of the whole entire stock market will be reporting today, or of the S&P 500. So we actually get a decent amount. What is this? Oh, there's a guy on Bloomberg. I thought he was wearing a Trump hat, but it's a Bitcoin hat. That looks like a Trump hat. NVIDIA CEO keeps selling. Well, just keep in mind, most executives of these big companies, they have compensation plans. So they kind of do it. I still like MPW. Not as much as I once did, but we've talked about it. If everything still stays up, because all of our other long-term purchases have gone up. If everything stays up, I might even be down to average, but that's pretty much where I'm at with it. MBGA? I think it says make Bitcoin in America, or Bitcoin made in America. So BM, Bitcoin made. I don't know. I don't know the acronym. I'm not that smart. Calls look expensive, and then puts. Everything's expensive. And then yen is popping up again because you got to think about it. The stock market dropped a lot in the last couple of days. So all of the puts have that premium, and then it came down so much. People are anticipating that upshoot. The calls, they're not without a price on there. So unfortunately, everything is there. There's Wingstop at 370. I think that sounds about right. I mean, near all-time highs, I'm pretty sure. I haven't looked at them in a minute, but yeah. I mean, Wingstop has been one of the best performing restaurants and franchises. So yeah, I'm not surprised. Would I buy it at 370? No, but I'm not surprised. Again, Wingstop has been it's a killer company. Both company-owned, franchise model. They have a lot of things that have been working in their favor. Oh, where is Microsoft? You're loading up on Pfizer. I like it. I mean, I think the weird part about this level is it's at 30. So it had good earnings. Everything is looking nice. It's either going to go nuts or it's going to top out. But I do like Pfizer above 30. And then the yen is going up again, too. Consumers are saying no to higher prices. It's funny because that's I think Bank of America said that last week, but there is some evidence of it. You don't live in the same world where there's so much demand for everything, and everybody has so much money where they're again they were just willing to buy whatever. You do have some element of consumers rejecting certain prices. So to some of you, that's good. All right, I sold my yen play. I took $300. The HES option chain. What about it? Do they have earnings? So I'm not going to price anything in, but I could look at it. And then usually, too, if a company has a weird option chain, make sure it's not getting bought out or anything of that nature. It's all 215 price. Just a little bit outside, yeah. So, again, any of those names, I mean, I think I just view that as not willing to make a market. So it's probably a liquid. But that'll be, I don't think I have an earnings preview for these guys. But I'm sure there's probably more of a limited scope for their earnings. Why would someone pick KOF over Coca-Cola? You know, Bill Gates gave Melinda. Is KOF the bottling plant? So I think that's why. I think the bottling plant and the foreign version of it, you get something a little bit better, or you get something a little less detached from the consumer business. As weird as that may sound, but that's a random question. Yeah, Russell's still negative. Everything's red. Remember, what would be weird would be if the Russell was red and then the spot in the Nasdaq was green. That's what happened yesterday, but that's something we haven't really seen in a couple of weeks. Is it the South America segment? Yeah. So Coca-Cola is like that. It's broken up into many, many segments, and they've even split up like the bottling plants and all of that. So again, it's just different exposure than the traditional business. ISPO. Oh, I think Troy posted this one earlier. This was one of those small caps. That was one of the runners from earlier. There's another one, too. You've been getting those. Can I speak about the 1.7% move? Yeah, it's super simple. It's the same pricing in we do on a lot of things, but essentially this is where, I've been telling you, this is going to be one of the biggest weeks of the summer, and Wall Street is fully aware of that. What people are willing to pay for both ways, and if you look at the break even, pretty much the option market believes that the stock market is going to move 1.7% by the end of this week. So by the end of Friday, you could essentially move about 1.7% from wherever you are right now, which is about 90 points on the SPX. Dollar General, were we looking at this today or yesterday? That thing's going up. Yeah, gold went down to back up, still barely in the green. SPY at the low, and then bonds stopped moving. And then dollar is down. Yen is actually hitting a new high, so I just sold out of that. So it looks like we're about to move one. So maybe on the NASDAQ. I'm talking about this SPY. So I did do the pricing when we were already down. I think we were down like 0.7, 0.6 when I did it. So you're down like 0.8 now, but I still think it's the same 1.7. That's going to stay priced in there. It is, though, but watch if volume picks up. Because, again, the volume is high. And like we've said here on any of these days, once the volume starts going up, that's kind of, we've only seen that happen on some of these more volatile days. But it is looking pretty ugly, surprisingly. And then bonds are moving. I think it is all because of the data. The data wasn't the best, but I don't think it was awful, but it wasn't favorable enough to get you excited. Maybe adds doubt on Friday, even though the data is not really correlated. Oh, I forgot. We only have 2 more days, and then now you're red on the month. So 5459. That's where we ended, or 5460. Yeah, 5459, 5460. We need to go 40 points by tomorrow, or July is red. Again, first red in 10 years. It's kind of crooked. But yeah, that's the monthly line right there. Well, we do have a buyback starting in a couple of days here. They should be. But we do have to get through all of these earnings. So SPY is going lower. Tesla was holding up pretty good. I mean, Pfizer's still down, kind of holding there. Those options held up, surprisingly. But that thing's just not doing anything. Do you think Maduro will flee to Russia or China? No, I think Maduro is going to try to stay. We'll see. I know people are getting mad at him and even the America, but at the end of the day, I don't think, he's ran that country for a while. I think he's going to try to play the, nah, man, I was here first. I don't know. I don't think he's going to leave. The XSP index, it's tradable from 815 to 915. No, I've heard of RSP. That's the equal weight, I think. But no, I mean, it has been a new wave. A lot of people have been, the wave has been literally like after hours trading. What do they call it? The goblin hours, which somebody said that was wild. Imagine calling all the foreign traders goblins, because that's just foreign hours if you think about it. So, but yeah, XSP is 1/10 of the SPX. So it's the mini SPX. But does it have a different trading? Is it after hours all day? But if he cheated, he needs to go. So you think this is Maduro's first time cheating? You think it's the first time they're catching him and they're like, oh, man, we don't like dictators, but if you cheat, man, we got to get you out of here. If you did that, no way, you better not have done that at any other point in the last 2 decades. Yeah, so. And then gold, man, the yen just right. I should have kept that yen. Could have made another 0.1%. They will know they have proof, they said. Well, that's kind of like, I mean, maybe the U.S. doesn't want him, but I think the joke that makes it funny is that usually dictators cheat. So I don't think this is Maduro's first time rigging an election. And whether or not they say they have evidence this time, I mean, the fact of the matter is, to be on your third or fourth, what's it called? Your third or fourth administration kind of insinuates a lot, especially with how much. But that's the weird part about him. It's because like some Venezuelans love him, some hate him. He does it every time. Now we care. Yeah, there's a little bit more politics going on, and then it would be nice if we could use that oil. You know what I'm saying? Imagine if you had your own little, Kamala. I mean, you would just install your own little presidency in Venezuela, and then you have one where like they're willing to like work with you, and then you're able to get that oil on the market, So like Trump, that Kamala joke hurt your feelings? Because it does nothing to do with Trump. So Kamala makes more sense because they're installing Kamala as the vice president, So just like America would install people in other countries, not through a democratic process, or sometimes we say it is. That's the whole joke. That's what makes it funny. You see, so the Trump comment doesn't really, but I see how your feelings got hurt. I get it. It happens. Oh, you mean like some people love him and hate him? No. I mean, Maduro is just different. He's a dictator. So, like, I mean, he's been there for a while. And, like, again, to be a dictator, you literally have people who both love you and hate you. I mean, I guess you can say Trump. You can't even say Biden. But in general, it's more like on his sense, he's been there for almost 20 years or 18 years or whatever. So it's getting to that point where you're either going to have a lot of hardline supporters or people are sick of his shit and then they're going to flip on him. No, the JOLTS was not good. I don't think it was the worst, but it did come in hotter, a.k.a. the jobs market is still strong as ever. Yeah, the yen, bro, it just rocketed up another I think I would have doubled up. So I got $300 by the time I sold, and where it's at now, literally 5 minutes, I think I would have made $600. That thing is going crazy. Pfizer call premium shot up. Oh, yeah, it did. Nice. Oh, wait, no. The other ones did. It's still the same price. So we at least have a 1 penny gain. The kindest dictator, the president of El Salvador, has the biggest approval. Isn't that Bukele? I thought El Salvador was the Bitcoin guy. Is he a dictator? I thought he was like elected. Isn't he like 30? What? I don't know, because I've liked him. Yeah, I heard him on that interview, and I was like, dude, I like this guy. He actually seems like a sensible person. That's also correct. He imprisoned 85,000 narcos in a 6 football field prison. But I don't think he's a dictator. I don't know. Again, I think he was just recently elected. So, like, the thing with Maduro is that, like, he just wins every election. That's where everyone's like, nah, man, hold up. He was elected. That's his nickname, the kindest dictator. Who gave him that nickname? Because I don't think most people of like trying to go for democracy in like, developing nations. I don't think they like being called dictators in any fashion. It's kind of like rude towards the progress they've made. Like imagine you're trying to like, get a developing country and turn it into something, and then everyone's like, oh, you're a kind dictator. We mean it out of love. So usually that's like propaganda from people who don't like him. So I don't know. I don't know who gave him that nickname, but I wouldn't call him a dictator. I think I would call him somebody who's modernizing a developing country and doing a good job at it. Yeah. I don't know. Somebody said he was, I think he's Jewish, isn't he? Or Middle Eastern? He's not El Salvadorian. And that blew my mind. What do you do if you have two heavy performers that have lopsided your long term? You let them sit there, and then you add to the other stuff so you could balance it out. So sometimes being lopsided in heavy concentration, it's not good, but you're able to do a lot of things. You could balance it out and use that time to get everything else you would have bought. You're excited for the Disney play? My goal is to sell out of that before. So I could still lose. I mean, don't get too excited. If you're wrong, you're going to get clapped on it. You already have a gain on it. So if you don't take it now, you are taking that risk. But ideally, I would like to make that free and sell out before earnings, which are next week. Senator Kennedy questioning the FBI like right now, bro, and then the yen keeps going. We should have held that one. That one is killing it. Oh my gosh, he is.
Almost killed him.
100%, Senator.
Okay, glad we cleared that up. I don't want to get off the subject here. Did the FBI just settle 2 lawsuits, one wholly, one in part, in which the FBI agreed to give Peter Strzok $1.2 million and Ms. Lisa Page $800,000?
It's my understanding, Senator, that the Department of Justice was involved in that, not the FBI.
The FBI had nothing to do with it?
There may have been consultation with our general counsel's office, but...
Does the FBI have to sign off on it?
I don't know the answer to that. I don't believe so, but I would want to confirm that.
I would like you to... This would be the same Lisa Page who said to Mr. Strzok, quote, Trump's not ever going to become president, right? Right. To which Mr. Strzok said, quote, no, he won't. We will stop it. That's the Peter Strzok and Lisa Page I'm talking about. I need to know if the FBI signed off on this lawsuit.
We will get that answer for you, Senator.
And then I need to know who signed off on it. Did you sign off on it?
I absolutely did not and would never sign off on something
Did Chris
like that.
Wray sign off on it, the settlement?
I don't believe he did.
Okay. You don't know what?
Nor do I think he would have.
You need to let me know who signed off on this, if anyone at the FBI. So it was Merrick Garland who agreed to do this. Is that right?
Senator, I do not know.
Well, hell, somebody had to agree to it. I've settled a lawsuit before. The client's got to agree to it. You're the client.
Understood. I'm gonna direct in to the Department of Justice to answer those questions.
Get me that information if you would. Mr. Rowe.
Hey, bro, Kennedy's serious. Just
help me understand.
I mean, it's facts. It's facts, bro. Help me understand
The
it.
assassin Crooks fired his first shot, as I understand it, at 6:12 p.m. He was about 150 yards away. It's been reported that the snipers, the government snipers, saw him on the roof 20 minutes before. Not 2 minutes, 20 minutes before. Is that correct?
Senator, that's
First time I'm hearing this. That is not correct based on the information I have right now, sir.
Well, when did the FBI snipers see him on the roof?
Just Secret Service snipers, sir. I mean,
I'm sorry, you're right.
That's
Secret
an insult,
Service
sir.
sniper.
No, I'm just kidding.
I understand. I apologize. When did the Secret Service
What?
snipers, one of whom ultimately shot the assassin crooks, first see him on that roof?
You say I'm just kidding?
Sir,
What? That was a
immediately.
Have you ever
upon,
seen that?
The shots being fired.
I'm just kidding, dog. I'm just making a joke.
I know that, but
While
when
I'm
did
on
they
the
first see
stand
him?
in front of
You got
Congress.
a guy lying on a roof.
Yeah.
You got snipers in an elevated position. They can look
Yeah,
down on the
making
roof. You got
jokes
the
at an
guy lying
assassination
there
hearing.
with a gun.
That is
pointed at
wild.
the former president of the United States. And I'm just, and they shot him. Good for them. He's now dead as Woodrow Wilson, and that's a good thing. I'm sorry.
I didn't want to laugh.
But
he's as dead as Woodrow Wilson, exactly.
But when did the snipers first see him?
He's as dead as a Winnie the Pooh after falling in a bear trap.
And when
He's
was
as
that?
dead as a bee getting stepped on.
Fires initially.
He's as dead as a flower not getting water.
3 shots.
Exactly.
No, he fired at 6:12 p.m.
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's the first shot.
So within 15.5 seconds of the first shot, he's
here's what
neutralized.
people are asking.
Yes, sir.
He was up. Crooks was up there. The snipers at some point saw him.
Yes, sir.
Our snipers, because they killed him.
Yes, sir.
When did they first see him? It has been reported repeatedly that the snipers first saw him 20 minutes before. That's more than a quarter in an NFL football game.
Yes, sir.
You don't know the answer?
So I do know the answer, sir. I'm telling you that.
What is the answer?
No, they did not.
Why is this guy's haircut so
They
fresh?
never saw him.
No, sir.
This guy's like, yo, I'm about to go in front of the FBI.
How could they not see
I
him?
got
They're
Congress.
in an elevated position.
Make sure you lock me
They're
up.
checking rooftops. They're looking around.
Give me that.
There's
Get
two
that line,
government
son.
snipers. How could they not see him? There he was, big as Dallas, lying there with a gun, pointed
Big
at
as
the
Dallas.
president. How could they not see him?
I believe he was obscured by that roof, sir. He did not pop up.
The roof is flat with ridges.
He's below the line where they would have seen him, sir. There is he did have concealment. I'm not going to say it's cover. He did have concealment, and then ultimately gets into firing position and fires. And within 15.5 seconds of his first shot, he's neutralized.
I've gone way over. You gentlemen need to answer these questions. Mr. Deputy Director, get me that information about those lawsuits.
Senator Rosen, you recognize for your questions.
Thank you,
Wow, that
Chair
was
Peters, for
Oh, wait,
Ranking
shit.
Member
Let me
Paul
go get
for
me
holding
a-
this
let me go
important
get me a
hearing on
carbo.
the attempted assassination of former President
I didn't know
Trump.
this was even going
I am
on.
grateful
We're not gonna listen
for
to all of it.
everyone's
I'll be right back,
service
though.
and dedication.
Mo is
However,
on the
it's
high.
critical that this committee get to the bottom of what happened that day so that we can prevent any future catastrophic security failures and ensure that nothing like this happens again. And so, Director Rowe, given that the event took place in a rural area, we've talked a lot about connectivity issues. Was law enforcement at a disadvantage due to a lack of or limited connectivity? And why has the Secret Service not adopted a dedicated satellite-enabled Wi-Fi connection, which would facilitate integrated communication, enable device connectivity to include drones, and allowing for the sharing of real-time intelligence?
So, Senator, thank you for that question. So, based on what I've seen, that radio connectivity, cellular was an issue that day. With respect to the satellite broadband, that is something that I've tasked our CIO, and then we're getting some support from the Department of Homeland Security on. So we will start to leverage whatever asset we have to ensure that connectivity.
Well, I can tell you that we have those SEER ratings in Homeland Security, those special event ratings that we have for things like the Super Bowl. We have it a lot in Las Vegas, and they do bring these mobile units to be sure that we have all the dedicated Wi-Fi cell service and integration that is absolutely necessary for securing a huge event. And so I look forward to hearing about that. Thank you. I want to talk a little bit about intelligence for lone wolf actors, because although we have not been made aware of any specific intelligence the Secret Service or others had in the shooter before the event, we do know that we have intel on Iranian threats against the former president. And so again, Acting Director Rowe, could you talk to us about how you utilize intelligence collection as a way of mitigating threats from state actors like Iran compared to what you do, compared to lone wolf actors, what it seems to be like the attempted assassin that we have here in Crooks. And what are the specific challenges with the intelligence collection as a mitigation tool against lone wolf actors versus state actors?
So Senator, first let me preface by saying the Secret Service is not a member of the intelligence community. However, we are their biggest consumers of information, and we receive that information regularly, especially as it pertains to our protective mission and the people that we protect. We have embeds with the FBI through their National Joint Terrorism Task Forces. Our agents are basically embeds and are able to not only receive information but also follow up on investigations that may have a nexus or a direction of interest towards one of our protectees. We have an excellent working relationship with the FBI. We have an excellent working relationship with the intelligence community. We are not collectors. We are consumers of finished analytic products that the intelligence community of the FBI produces. We ingest them, and then we use that to adjust our protective posture. And we do this daily, weekly, all of the time. And it's not only for protective for protectees, but also the events and sites that we protect on a permanent or temporary basis. With respect to largely a lot of the people that come to our attention, in the case of the assailant, to me, as I overlay him over top of, say, John Hinckley, who tried to shoot President Reagan, I see an individual based on information that I have now, some of the great work that the FBI has done. We have an individual who's a loner. We have an individual who was focused on Donald Trump and Joe Biden. Hinckley traveled the 80 campaign, and we know that he followed President Carter. It just, on March of '81, he happened to show up in Washington, D.C., and he saw an opportunity to try to attack President Reagan. So when it comes to the Secret Service, and 1981 was a watershed moment for us. We have people that are, for whatever reason, fixated on carrying out an attack against the President of the United States or one of our protectees. And in this instance, you have the assailant who was a loner. Obviously, he was researching. He had researched the Democratic National Convention. He had researched and Googled
was he
or
supposed
used
to
a
call
search
him a
engine,
loner or a
about
lone
the president,
wolf?
the former president.
I don't know.
And
Is
so
that
I
the
think
right
he had moved
terminology?
towards an idea that he was going to try to
Clearly,
do
this
something.
dude was stupid as
And
hell.
so when I look at this,
and nobody
we
liked
don't
him.
have a challenge with the FBI or the intelligence community. I think what we always try to wrestle with is trying to line up and see people as they're starting to head down a pathway towards violence. And it's something that we have spent a lot of time and resources in with our National Threat Assessment Center to try to gain a better understanding so that we can help our agents in the field as they're doing these protective intelligence cases and these investigations to be able to make a determination, is somebody generally a threat, or do they need mental health, or do they need some other type of service?
Thank you. I appreciate that. My time is over. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Senator Cotton, you're recognized for your questions.
At the outset, I want to express, as many members have, as President Trump did, the admiration and respect for the bravery and skill of the officers who were on site that day, Secret Service officers, as well as all the local law enforcement. As it happened, my 9-year-old son was watching with me that afternoon, and it was hard to get him to turn away from it. And he asked who all those men and women were who jumped on Mr. Trump. And I said, in layman's terms, those are his bodyguards. And he said, what are they doing? I said, they're protecting him from a bullet. And he said, actually? And I said, yes. He said, for real? And I said, yes. And it was hard for him to process that. But as a reminder, I told him that there are men and women in the Secret Service and law enforcement and the military who are willing to die for our country. And it's an important lesson, I think, that everyone should take away from this, that you had very brave men and women on the ground there who were doing their job to protect this country, to protect a former president and a nominee for president, as they do every day for so many other protectees. Obviously, there were failures in the planning and preparation for this event. Mr. Rowe, we've heard that the shooter had a golf rangefinder. Was that not on the list of prohibited items at an event like this?
Currently, it is not on the list of prohibitive items, but we're going to make that change, Senator.
John Kennedy can't get into an LSU football game with a flask.
Yeah, I can.
Well, he probably can, but he's not supposed to. It just seems like common sense that you don't need a laser rangefinder at an event like this. And it feels like that a lot of that was just the lack of common sense being exercised. Are officers not empowered on the front line to use common sense to say, like, if a guy has a laser rangefinder, he should be detained or at least stopped, and that's why he's carrying it around. If you have a building like this that's not secure from 150 meters away, someone, even the front line, lowest level, most junior officer should be able to kind of like send up the red flag immediately and say, like, we need to halt everything right now and figure out what the hell is going on. I mean, do officers not feel empowered to use that kind of common sense?
I would hope they would, Senator. I can tell you from our uniform division officers that run our magnetometer screening, they do a tremendous job. And even though something may or may not be on the prohibitive items list, they are well trained and they do exercise that good common sense.
And you want this important message. Okay, I want every one of your officers all around the country to hear that their acting director wants them to exercise common sense. It doesn't have to be policy or protocol or procedure. They should exercise common sense. Thank you for that. So it was reported right before Ms. Cheadle's hearing last week that, in fact, President Trump's detail had requested more resources and those had been denied. She said that she did not deny those resources. You've testified this morning that you did not either. So who did? I mean, the Secret Service is not the post office. It's not this vast bureaucracy.
Right.
Like, I'm not surprised to hear that you knew the counter sniper. It's a small agency, and you have a lot of career officers. Like, surely you've gotten to the bottom by now of on whose desk this request landed and who denied it.
So, Senator, sometimes when they make a request, they may not have the asset available. For example, there may be, instead of the detail may say, hey, we want 15 magnetometers. What we'll look at it based on what the event size. We'll say, hey, listen, we're going to send 10 based on our protocols of screening.
Oh, thank you. We've heard a lot of it. I just wanted to hear Kennedy. And then I went to the bathroom. All that loud blast heard in Lebanese capital Beirut. Reuters witness. My goodness. Do I notice politicians switch numbers around to support their points? Yeah, I mean, I've noticed politicians bullshit like 9 out of 10 times to do whatever they want and to make a point. It's all theater, a lot of it. Did you post on IG while you're on the toilet? I might have. I don't know. I'm a very resourceful man. You know what I'm saying? And the SPY's going lower. The SPY is trading lower now. So it's halfway through the day now. I don't know. Are we at 10:30 yet? No, 9:50. Still pretty early, but so far, this whole downside, bro, you are not down this much early on in the day, and now you're down by 0.9. NASDAQ is down by 1.7, so you're actually in the lower end of the range. I don't know. Is this the lowest of the week? No, getting close to there. So remember, 53.90, you're right above 5,400 now. Again, it was like 20 points higher. We were doing our calculations on what to expect, so I mean, now you're down 0.9. We did the price again at 1.7. So keep all of that in mind. Keep all of that in mind, my friends. VIX high of the day. 1780. I looked at that earlier because it looked nuts, but we are, what's it called? We are lower than the last couple of days. Strike on Beirut, southern suburbs, targets senior Hezbollah commander. Check LMT and even oil. So again, RTX and all those are already up, but you are getting, because remember, if that conflict gets into Lebanon, we'll have a problem. Oil's kind of dancing all over the place. But you do have Beirut, Lebanon headlines coming out right now. And then SPY literally at the low. Full move. I priced for Friday. That's the crazy part. So I'm sure if we went through the option chain and even priced out like Wednesday and stuff, it'd be different. But I priced for the end of the week. So that's kind of the crazy part. It's not even just tomorrow. This is like literally from now until Friday. VIX and high ticker kind of going crazy there. A lot of the high ticker just gassed through all the volatility indexes. Low ticker picking up. ARM, Netflix, Microsoft even. Israel strikes Beirut suburbs. That's coming out right now too. So you literally have war headlines as all of this is occurring. So yeah, like I said, I look at some of those defense names. They were kind of already up there. So we were already selling off, already into the lows. VIX was up. Bonds are trying to catch a bid, and then now you have the headlines coming in. You're torn. You finally have the money to buy another car, but then the condo right next to mine went up for sale. Car will have to wait. So, I mean, it seems like you know what you need to do. Yeah, if you buy 2 cars before a house, I'd slap you. I'm like, why you need 2 cars, sir? All right, bonds are catching a fat bid right now. So hold up here. Yo, I think war headlines might be hitting a little bit. Yen and bonds are going heavy right now. So, like, straight up, war headline, bro, bonds are going nuts. Check gold, too. Is gold popping? Yeah, gold is starting to run up as well. Hi. Yo, bonds going ape shit right now. Yeah, you are getting a fear bid. The more that oil's not really moving. So oil may move a little bit lagged behind. Now oil's starting to pop. All right, that's the easy one. It sucks. Oil's still down a lot. But, like, it moved up from the bottom. But, yeah, gold is starting to pop. Bonds just got a fear bid. All of these things are reacting. 10-year oil, gold. So literally all of those war headlines I was telling you, I think those are starting to hit a little bit. And then stocks are now down 1% on the SPY, 1.8 on the NASDAQ, and then Russell is about to go red right here too. Israel, Lebanon. So Israel literally attacked Lebanon, strikes Beirut. That was all in the last 3 minutes here. And as I was telling you that, bonds literally just spiked. Gold just spiked and oil took a candle, and then oil gave it back, and then the yen took it too. Am I gonna get y'all? But you guys didn't like the video. That's crazy. Y'all just commenting without even liking the post. That's cool. But yeah, if you get it, I'll give it away. Why not? I don't think anyone's gonna get it. It's a really, really, really weird number. Defend lagging. Well, yeah, watch how those move, and then just keep an eye on bonds. I like oil, but I'm mad. We should have probably bought oil when it was lower, because oil was literally $1 lower, but it's still pretty low compared to the last couple of days. Again, maybe I'm going to throw up gold over here. So, again, gold just snapped to the high side as well. I don't know. I think it's a mix of fear in the market, but that war headline, I mean, it could be it. I mean, we were kind of worrying about that thing spreading into Lebanon. Whether or not you could have expected it or not, it's just not good. So I don't know if this is warranted fear or if everything's kind of snowballing into what we have right now. I think it's a mix of snowballing as well as just another escalation to a degree. We'll see if we get another headline on it, or I'm sure you're going to have a press briefing or something. We'll see how big of a deal they make it. That's actually supposed to start in a little bit. And then SPY hit a new low. Bonds are still ripping. There is gold round 2. Everybody in the LMT. So that's going up. Oil, I think we're dropping a little extra because of overseas volatility. I think another war headline mixed in with kind of already the negative pressure. And then like I was telling you guys yesterday, once we keep going down enough, that unlocks its own level of volatility. Otherwise, we would have done absolutely nothing. You said this, if I want something to brighten my day, Kamala, you sent me something about Kamala I would enjoy. I usually don't, like, see things about Kamala and then, like, oh, my day is brightened now. Does that make sense? So I'll just stick to other stuff. You can tell me what it is, though. Gold breaking out now and bonds. Honestly, I think it might be those headlines, sadly. When it stops, I don't know. I kind of wanted a top ticket, but I was like, I'll wait. But it's starting to do it more. Yeah, gold is going, of course, bro. Today was the rollover on the gold, too. That's the funniest part about all of it. So today was your last day unless you already rolled over. But now gold is going insane. And then that bond move is not small, bro. So imagine bonds sold off today off of the data. So you are getting a fear bid. I mean, I got you the headline on the war shit early, but that seems to be what's going on, man. I would keep an eye out for it. I just put out a stream alert. Just be on the lookout for any war headlines. But, yeah, I do think that is what's starting to move us a little bit here. LMT was already going up and defend. Or I don't know if the whole index because of Boeing, but RTX was already up as well. But then oil. Again, oil was even oil's still kind of down, though. Oil won't break out the same way. But now bonds are undoing the effect of the yen and all of that. The headline was Israel striking Beirut. So Israel attacked the Beirut suburbs. And then there was something else. The strike on Beirut's southern suburb for senior Hezbollah commanders unknown. So see if that's your first bounce. SPY's down at 1.1 right now. So you've almost moved that point. You did 0.7 so far of the 1.7. And then again, the Nikkei is putting out the yen headline again. All right, bonds are chilling out. See what happens with gold. Yeah, bro, gold just launched and then kind of chilling out, 24.57. Remember, we were talking that 24.50 price. You got lots of video from family in Lebanon coming in? Oh, no, man. I'm sorry to hear. That sounds awful. That would be bad. Because, again, if this turns into another front, I mean, I think everyone's going to start to be talking about this. But then again, too, we'll see. Remember we freaked out on the Iran stuff and then nothing really ever happened? Oh, yeah, you could check the snap maps. I'm sure that might have something. But I don't know. Ever since everything went down, people have been they have been kind of like locking things down. You know what I'm saying? So not everything shows. It sounds like big news, but again, it was expected to a degree. I mean, we were talking Lebanon attacks last week, I think. You know, it was brought up with a couple of other things. So it's not like as new, but then it happened. And then again, you know, kind of like when we were worried about the Iran thing, and then they attacked Iran, and then everything faded away. But for the most part, that was just something. I think that sprinkled a little bit of fear on the whole situation. Because, again, that bond bid was kind of wild, and then even gold. Why couldn't they wait till after tech earnings? Yeah, bonds just gave up half of that. Well, if you want to make any play, I mean, now's your chance. Now you decide if that's either the pullback before the next leg, or if it's gonna fade after that. I mean, I think the range is priced in heavily. I don't know about the event being priced in, but anything is possible. Like 1.7 is big enough where a lot of outcomes can be borderline priced in. If the Fed does cut, it does mean something is broken. But, again, people aren't expecting it. I'm getting another headline, Israel strikes near Beirut. So that's the first headline. People are just getting it now. So, again, I think we got it early. And then people had first initial reaction. We just don't know the extent of how the market's going to take it. But I do think some portion of this reaction is due to that. Yeah, it is real. I mean, I didn't have any doubt it wasn't real earlier, but again, my doubt still remains. How does the market take it? Because it's both a new event, but kind of expected. And then, you know, what does this lead to? I think if we get a retaliation, that might be the next problem. But other than that, if there's no retaliation like the Iran thing, then everyone's just going to forget about this like the Iran thing. Can you do an earnings pre-report on Kraft? If you pay me. Does that sound like a fair deal? No? Okay. Just wait. Well, once we get into earnings previews, I think I do have it on the list. Why is Lebanon significant? Could it escalate? Just another region, another place. I mean, Lebanon is near like Israel and Palestine, but again, it brings in Iran and then just another, now multiple fronts. Remember, go back to square one. You know, what was the problem with this whole situation? Not only, you know, the human crimes on both sides and the terrorism and all of that stuff. The problem is you don't want the whole Middle East to get drawn into this conflict. So that is the problem. We did have bad. I mean, the data was kind of bad. I don't think it was good, and that's why we sold off a little bit, or it could have been better. But then we just got a war headline there with Lebanon/Beirut. Are they talking about it? Israeli media reports that Israeli military takes responsibility for the strike on Beirut, says event has concluded. Middle East loves wars for some reason. I know, and all y'all trying to get the smoke with me, you know what I'm saying? So, amen, bro. Amen. It's been in conflict. It's been in conflict. And, yeah, I think that is true. Didn't Turkey say they would attack Israel? Because, again, Israel was like, nah, get out of here. Israel said that. Israel didn't want Turkey in NATO or something like that. I think you're right. I'd be down with Intel. I mean, we get their deposit next. If the earnings is bad and that stock really drops and we could get a good discount, I mean, I'm kind of down. You didn't miss PHILO. No. But we'll see. What time is it? Oh, my gosh. It's already 10? So, yeah, we'll see. We should be getting it started soon, unless the market goes nuts here. Oh, excuse me. I thought they'd talk. I haven't heard them talk about it yet on Bloomberg. Anywhere else. Well, where is it? Yeah, I mean, I don't know. The defense names are moving. Again, Israel military says Beirut targeted commander responsible for Golan Heights attack. Israel military says no change to home front command defense guidelines. See, bro, that's weird. All of this sucks, bro. So now you got I don't know. We'll see if we do a double dip off of that, but this all just means now you also have to throw in a potential conflict into the mix of everything going on. So Bank of Japan, Jerome Powell, all in the next 24 hours. And then you have the jobs report on Friday. And then now you have to think about potential consequences if you have a Israel-Lebanon extension of the war. Pfizer is going up. Where's those other plays we did? The second plays, they're up on the ask. And then literally, damn, that's almost up 50%. We might be able to do our little double dip again. Bearish Josh in full effect. Carlos. You're doing this again? I'm just going to ban you, Carlos, okay? I love you, man. Not really, but, you do this like every other day where you say I'm bearish for no reason. Yeah, literally, this is all you say. So, respectfully, fuck off. I have 200 G's in a long term, which is the opposite of bearish. So, but thank you. It's cool. I know, I like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you don't. I know where I stand, so it's not like your comments like change that, but like I just like I said, sometimes I just don't like seeing you guys. It's just easier to be at peace and not read it. So thank you. What just happened? Oh, nothing. I just had to get rid of him. It's not that big of a deal, It's cool. Respectfully, man. Respectfully. That's what I've been saying. I got a little bit of heartburn today too, so I've been I don't know if that's why I've been a little bit more, like chiller, but I just had to explain it. We are pumping a little bit off of that. Maybe the market likes it. You thought, no, the audio, I don't think it should stop. It'll be good. But yeah, Intel, I'm down if earnings are bad. So we'll see. I don't know. Someone said it comes out Thursday. I guess so. We'll see. Oh, bullish Josh. Always in full effect, baby. Yeah, man. I can't wait, though. I mean, I will get full bearish once we get our yield curve inverted. But, no matter what, though, you guys got to realize the long term, I have a plan to hold stocks for minimum 10 years. So just don't ever forget that. Okay, get your long term, baby. Look, long term's even up today. You know that? Look at that. We're up $42 today. But yeah, long term goes a long way, man. Goes a long way. Gold forever. You can't hold gold for a long time. I don't even look at my long term. It's been months. Honestly, a very great way to do it, man. Curve uninverted is bearish. In my opinion, yes. A lot of people argue about it and what it means, but yeah, me personally, I would take that as a bearish sign. Is it also possible to get uninverted and stocks go up? I think temporarily, yeah. And even then, we're kind of entering in. Maybe if Powell really plays his cards right, he might be able to get the curve uninverted without killing things. But I do think once the curve uninverts, whenever the rate cut happens, that will be the downside. But you guys notice, look how fast we uninverted a little bit. And then just in the last couple of days, it came down a decent amount. That was a 50% decrease just from that peak of 0.13. What will you do when we uninvert for the long term? I'm going to hold the long term. I mean, unless I really think, it's going to be worse than the Great Depression, maybe I would sell. But I would tell you it'd be really up to you. I would think a curve uninvert, I don't know if it'll happen, but if the right scenario occurs where I could honestly say, yeah, we're about to get really clapped, I would tell you, and it's up to you if you want to sell your long term or not. But I personally would probably just keep it. Maybe I would trim some of the dog shit so I'd have a little bit more money, and then I would just buy the shit out of everything on margin after it drops. But yeah, I would leverage on the drop, not right when it happens, but yeah, so pretty much I plan on holding my long term. Because you realistically, what's going to happen is that you'll get downside for a couple of months, maybe a year, and then it's just going to rip right back up. So, you don't want to, and then if you're wrong on the timing of the downside, you may sell out, oh, yeah, I sold out perfectly. And then 2 months later, this shit starts bouncing again. And then that's it. So I do plan on holding my long term. And like I'm saying, I think it's a better idea I think it would be a better idea to take leverage at the bottom rather than try to sell out at the top. Because, again, we have good prices on stuff and at some point, I'm just trying to grow my size of the long term because eventually the gains will take over and they will take care of themselves. What do you mean by leverage? By like margin. So like if the curve uninverts and then in the next 3 to 6 months the stock market drops 30, 40%, Chad's asking me what is this? Carl Icahn controlled CVR bid for shareholders of Citgo. Reuters has reported. Who's Citgo? I don't know if they have a ticker. Is it oil? But yeah, Carl Icahn controlled CVR placed a bid for shares in court actions of Citgo. Well, you can check IEP. I don't know if they'll move. And then SPY coming up too. But yeah, like I'm saying, let's say the market curve uninverted, the stock market drops 30, 40%. Instead of like trying to sell out and predict the top, I think I'd be better off using my margin and then buying at a 40% discount. Imagine some of our favorite names or all the names you want at 500% gain. What if those names came back down to like 2015 prices? I would love to use margin to buy them. Well, there's IEP. SPY kind of moving up a little bit. How would you know when the bottom is? What if it keeps going on margin? That will be the difficulty, but it's not going to be about necessarily going for the bottom and timing it as much as it's going to be buying high quality names at a discount. So there's a reason why I said like names I said like 2015 prices. Like again, you give me Meta at the right price, Amazon, Apple. I'm not going to try to time the bottom, but I would take on more risk to get them at a price that I think would be fair, knowing they'd be stable. And then yen's trying to come back up. So is gold. So are the bonds too. Bonds are literally right where we open. All right. I need to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. I will BRB.
Response to a rocket attack on Saturday in the Golan Heights that killed 12 people.
They're
now
talking about it.
Israel Defense Forces says it targeted, quote, the commander responsible for the murder of the children in Majd al-Shams and the killing of numerous additional Israeli civilians. Again, developing story. These headlines breaking right now. Bloomberg Television and Radio will have more coming up. It is a mixed day for the U.S. stock market. We got a sell-off in the world's biggest tech companies, sending stocks down. S&P now lower by 42, down 0.8%. NASDAQ is down 270, a decline there of 0.6%. The 10-year, 4.14%. The 2-year yield, 4.35%. Gold up $22 the ounce to $24.06, up 0.9%. And West Texas Intermediate crude down 1.3%, $74.86 for a barrel of WTI. Sprouts Farmers market shares are surging after the natural and organic food retailer boosted its full-year projections for comparable sales and profit. And a mass food poisoning outbreak at the office of TikTok parent company ByteDance in Singapore has led to the hospitalization of nearly 60 people, according to local media. Again, recapping U.S. stocks trading mix, the Dow holding on to a gain of 0.2%, S&P down by 0.8. Balance of power continues now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your hosts, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
All right, Charlie Pellet in New York, thank you so much. In Washington, both Joe and myself are paying attention to what's happening abroad as well. Charlie just mentioned the headlines. I will repeat them for you. Israel saying that it has struck targets in Beirut, specifically targeting a Hezbollah commander in response to the rocket attack that killed 12 young people in the Israel-occupied Golan Heights this weekend. The Israeli Defense Forces saying that it targeted the commander responsible for the murder of those children, and goes on to say the killing of numerous additional Israeli civilians. The Israeli defense minister saying that Hezbollah crossed a red line. Of course, there has been a lot of concern, including concern from the U.S. about the way in which tensions may escalate between Israel and Hezbollah, and if that could engulf the Middle East in wider conflict, Joe. But I guess we'll see what reaction is from the international community as to whether or not this was an escalatory or proportionate response from Israel.
Well, that's been the question more than once when it comes to Israel in its war with Hamas, its retaliation against Iran, which this invokes. By the way, there are questions about to what extent Iran would be involved in a conflict involving Hezbollah and to what extent the U.S. would be at Israel's side. So this is just breaking. To Kayleigh's point, it's important to note this first emerged from state-run media in Beirut, but we have heard from the IDF on this, and that statement is what brings this to a red headline on the terminal, Kayleigh.
Yeah, and we'll have more coming up in just a few minutes with Natasha Hall. She is a senior fellow at the Center for Strategic and International Studies Middle East program. And of course, we have to consider how foreign policy is impacting the presidential race as well, and to what extent specifically Vice President Kamala Harris is attached to or can remove herself from the Middle East policy of the Biden administration.
We heard yesterday from John Kirby. Remember, there's no sunlight between Joe Biden and Kamala Harris when it comes to Israel policy. Let's assemble our panel for their take on this and a lot more with our eyes on the campaign trail. Jeannie Shanzano and Rick Davis join us, Bloomberg Politics contributors here on Balance of Power. Jeannie, of course, political science professor at Iona University. Rick Davis, partner at Stone Court Capital. Jeannie, I wonder your thoughts at a moment like this with headlines like these and some of the concerns that we have heard from moderates, conservative-leaning voters who might consider a Kamala Harris when it comes to geopolitics, when it comes to foreign policy and where she's going to land on an issue like Israel. How should they interpret that?
Yeah, I mean, I think we are still waiting to hear. You're right. She has been described as having no sunlight between her and Joe Biden on
yeah, bro, I think
issue.
Pfizer popped up.
Knowing how
Pfizer is great, bro. We
Harris
got a
has
bottom
comported
tick on that.
over the last several years, I don't suspect she will jump out ahead in any way of the president as it pertains to an issue as divisive as this. But this is, something that we all as Americans have long feared, an escalation. And that's why this breaking news is just it's not surprising, but it is very, very concerning and should be to all Americans and, of course, everybody in the Middle East.
Rick, we were speaking earlier this hour about the ad buy we've seen from the Trump campaign, specifically targeting Kamala Harris and her record on the border and immigration. Is there room as well for Trump and Republicans to attack her on foreign policy?
It's not that big a gap,
for PHILO?
To exploit
as it is
in immigration. And
you have to pay for PHILO now.
By the way, another
we're gonna put it around the collection plate.
States. With the
but you got to pay for the
Middle East, I would say
it's not. The plays are free now, no likes, but now you got to pay for the PHILO.
Investing in that, I think, is a
low
subscription rate of return when it comes to
you could get a month. You could pay monthly.
That being said, I think the onus is more
PHILO
on
paywall.
Harris to define herself when it comes to foreign policy.
How much you want? All of it, whatever you got.
On what kind of commander-in-chief
whatever you have available, we'll take it.
Joe Biden, we know Donald
I'm just kidding,
Trump,
man. Give me a second, and I'll gladly do it for
Harris
you for free.
now to actually
I made the Pfizer's
like
free again, bro.
To make a statement.
We just living in free Pfizer town. Oh shit!
Hezbollah is a terrorist organization. Israel.
I only got 10 more free. Damn it, I'm an idiot.
Lobbed a missile that killed, a dozen children in
I'm an idiot.
Israeli
I made them free
territory.
again, but I
This
sold
is
too many.
Unacceptable. I think she can frame it in such a way that doesn't get her out of her comfort level in discussing the Middle East affairs, but also makes her look like she, in addition to being a prosecutor and attorney general, can actually command the troops.
Well, Rick just said a lot, Jeannie. How strong does Kamala Harris need to speak to this when she is at the podium today in Georgia?
I think she's going to need to speak to this, and she did last week, and I think she will do it again. She did last week after she met with Benjamin Netanyahu. But again, I think she is going to have to walk a fine line.
Well, I had a lot of them, so I just cut. They're not like fully free. I did this twice. They would go up like 50%, and then I was taking whatever's there. So I sold out of 90 out of 100 of them. I now have 20 free Pfizer contracts, and I realized $100. So it's not too crazy, but literally we did it twice in the morning. If you guys were there, I bought Pfizer, made it free, and then literally at the bottom, I bought like 100 contracts, and then I just sold out to make, I got like 50, 60% But now I have 20 free Pfizers and then $100, and now we're good. Now we are good to go. IEP was just Carl Icahn buying some oil company. We just had a headline on it, so we looked. But that was about it. I mean, yeah, Pfizer came up. Weird one, though, man. Because, again, good earnings, weird reaction, and then, yeah, there it is. Ta-da. Giggle. Where's NVIDIA? That's still, again, that was at 103. It's at 105 now. SPY still holding up. GLD, that held up very good. Yeah, it's still near the high. Still like $6 off. Again, that was a weird, even bonds holding up, man. That little war fear reaction was very, very odd. So we'll see where that takes us. But it is already 10:30. Oh my goodness. Yeah, we did. I think Pfizer's all I played today, right? I think we're 2 for 2 on Pfizer. Same exact call. That's the crazy part. Same exact contract. We kept flipping. Yeah, the yen did keep going up. Actually kind of wild. Pfizer 30% earnings beat. I'm shocked it didn't move. So we kept talking about this today because people were asking, just don't forget, Pfizer moved like, I think, 7% ahead of this. So I do think they kind of already had that priced in. Yeah, Pfizer's up 11% on the quarter, 10% on the month. Oh, yeah, we played it twice today. So, like, literally in the morning, I bought 50 of the 33 calls for what? So many of them. I did this twice. There's the Disney. So, yeah, I bought 50 for 8 cents, then sold out for 10 to 11, made them free. And then I bought again at 5 cents, and then I sold out at 8 cents. So, pretty much I walked away with 20 free contracts and about $100 realized. We had the run up, but those plays we made those free already. But I don't have anything crazy on them. Nothing realized. And then the long Tom. Pay the plug, baby. Let's go. Amen. And shout out to long term too, man. Pfizer, it's a long term name, baby. It's the Kovaloniak. Is it like Kolanovic? I like saying Kolanovic. It's fun to say. Pfizer CFO or CEO on CNBC. Oh man, I was just gonna. I don't know.
Beyond COVID.
That's him. He looks younger.
We need to have some more quarters of this level of success and execution. This quarter was amazing. We beat by 200 million top line. We had a growth of 14% in the non-COVID business. We had for the first quarter ever.
Months, baby. Shout out to Plays. The wonderful community, baby. Amen. Finger to the sky.
And we beat the earnings by 14 cents, which is 30%. So it's not a small achievement. It is a very, very big achievement. And I'm very, very happy that we were able
trying to pump it.
I think we should do the same in the third quarter and the same in the fourth quarter.
Okay, and one of the drugs that did especially well this quarter was Nurtec.
I mean, it's working. Those premiums shot up.
But it had struggled in the quarters before this. So what did you do differently to make that drug finally have a good quarter?
Look, when you acquire a company, always you expect in the first year of integration that sales will not do as well as they were doing because you change representatives, you take marketing people, people are changing their bosses, etc. Nurtec now is delivering, and I remind you that Nurtec was the second largest acquisition that we did with Biohaven. The first acquisition, the largest acquisition, which was the Seattle Genetics acquisition, this is doing tremendously also well. We are beating for the second quarter, instead of going down the sales, beating for the second quarter our internal and external expectations. So everything that we acquired, I think they are in a good track to deliver on their promise.
Albert, it's Kelly here. Thanks again for joining us. It's good to see you again. Is there anything you want to tell us about how the progress? I want to call it the GLP-1. I don't know if that's the right term. The oral weight loss drug is going. Any updates on that?
Yes, there is a lot of interest apparently because there is a very large market about it. We told to the world that our
those plays are 100% now on the bid.
Molecules that we have.
So round two, maybe I did sell out a little too early there.
Was able to achieve a very good profile of.
He is pumping the Pfizer. He really is.
Pharmacokinetic profile of making it
If he gives the right answer right here, this thing will go crazy.
It's an important thing.
Because again, it hasn't broken out from the good earnings. So if it could start hitting new highs,
we are now,
it'll do its thing.
On the final
Remember, 33 is the next level.
The dose and
then if you get above 33,
if things go
that's it.
Well,
there's a lot higher of a range available.
This next year.
And I feel like we're sort of entering this new phase where people are talking about the growing obesity landscape and how these different drugs might play different roles. So where do you see pills fitting in to the broader treatment landscape for obesity?
Look, the injectables, they cannot treat the 1 billion obese people in the world. You need pills to be able to do that.
Oh, tell him.
Right now,
there
the
you
pills,
go.
they can achieve
He knows how to
very
mark.
good
He
profile
said you can't inject all the fat people.
And,
listen,
with
fatties,
very good tolerability.
you can't all take an injection. You need pills. We're Pfizer. We're here to make you pills.
Clear from all the market research that we have done that if they have an alternative.
Great point, Mr. Borla. I agree.
An injection.
I agree.
Great. Albert, thanks so much for joining us today. Back to you.
Albert's a savage, bro. All right, man. There you go. Pfizer on the high now. Well, your calls are up more than 100 now. 150%. Oh, I should have held those. I would have made like $1,000, I think, or $600. Damn, that was a good one. That's a GG's, GG. But now. Oh, man. I said I was going to charge you for it, but I wasn't, man. You know, even the Pfizer plays are free, man. You know, the 3M, all of it. Remember, it's brought to you by PHILO, the Chad, and Donald Trump, I guess. But Chadadonia, it is time. Now, this is a great moment where we could come together. Maybe this moment, some people have judged us for it. Some people have changed their lives with it. Some people have used this moment as a stumbling block, or they've used it as a stepping stone. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, it is time for PHILO. Yes, ladies and gentlemen. So, I hope you're ready. Oh, thank you, Juraj. God bless the cult. Today's PHILO is small, and it's actually a reminder. That's it. Today, I promise you, nothing new today. I'm not here to, and honestly, I don't know. I don't know if today is good or bad because it shouldn't overwhelm you. And the thing, I like not going over new stuff sometimes because it's hard to already know what we know. Y'all don't feel me. You know that, man? You know how many things you know that you don't keep on your heart? Stop it. You know how many things you know that you don't keep at the top of mind? That's why I make mistakes. It's not that I don't know things. It's because I wasn't thinking about it. It's because I wasn't making it top of mind. Oh, I don't know if you were. So I hope you feel me, man. You know, and that's why I say there's this today. It's going to be hopefully digestible, a good reminder, and I hope the simplicity of it reminds you how important some things are. But that's why, too, you know, the beauty of it, I'm not here to, I hope I could give it to you in a way where, you know, just as with me receiving the same info, sometimes in a different fashion really helps me understand it. That's why I'm thankful. You guys know that. Y'all thank me for it, but I'm thankful for it myself, bro, for all the analogies, for all of the times I come across cool phrases. Anytime I come across a bar, you know what I'm saying? Because it's like I love seeing things and hearing and being exposed to things in different ways because it really helps me understand it and conceptualize it better. So, that being said, I think you'll like today's philo. It will be simple. And actually, before I get into anything, good work and keep it up. Yes, I'm talking to some of you, not all of you, but those of you actually making progress, actually listening and immersing yourself in things that you actually do. Oh, my goodness, my brother, the harvest is plenty, the workers are few. So I encourage you to keep it up. And to, if I could throw this out here for philo, because I am proud of some people. Some of y'all, I think y'all need to step it up. But can I just remind you that nothing arrives without effort for all of you. Again, financial success, my brother, does not just show up. You reap what you sow. You have to plant. You have to plant your seeds, whether it's investing in the long term, even in the short term. All of it, man. I don't care whatever you find as your preference, whatever you think you want, your desire. Just don't you forget how important you will reap what you sow. You need to plant, and you need to do something, and you can't be afraid of the lion. And at the same time, if you whatever you throw out, you got to be mindful of that. But you got to do something. And effort is a big part of getting the things that you need in life. Okay, that's just a little reminder on top of everything, man. So I hope they feel me. But Chattadonia, enough of the intro. Enough of all that. Can I give you the philo? I've given you some plays today. Shout out to long term as well. But can I give you the philo, man? Oh, I don't know. I don't know if you're going to know what I want to talk. I'm going to give you the quote. And you tell me what today's philo is about. Here's the bar. Are you ready? I'm pretty sure I think his name Galilee? I'm pretty sure this is a Galileo quote. Isn't that crazy? When was the last time you got a Galileo quote? Stop playing with me, bro. Stop playing with me. I got a Galileo quote for you. Are you ready for your Galileo quote? Homeboy says, all truths are easy to understand once they are discovered. The point is to discover them. Man, he cooked. He cooked. What do you think today's philo's about? What does that remind you of when you hear that? Because I heard it, I was like, wow, that's amazing. I was like, I need to think about this. And honestly, it got me in my feels. It got me excited. Say, all truths are easy to understand once they are discovered. The point is to discover them. Oh, it's the journey. Trust. It's deep. Well, what do you think today's philo's about? Seek and ye shall find, baby. Amen. That's not what it is, but amen. Amen, bro. Amen, actually. Low key, though, it kind of is. Trial and error, self-reflection, hindsight 2020. It's not how we get there. It's how we got there. How we get there is how we got there, okay? Be your true self. Discovering oneself. It has nothing to do with who you vote for. No. It's funny, I could relate my journey, but the end result doesn't matter. It means don't stop believing long term. Boeing's on the high. So today's philo, man, I'm going to share with you what I got reminded of. Because I heard this quote and I was like, wow, I want to talk to the Chad because it reminds me of something I've talked to them about, and it's something I brought up a couple of months ago, and I'm firmly feeling it. Are you ready? Your PHILO is revelation, Chad. Oh, yes. That's what that quote reminded me of. That quote really got me in my feels. That quote really got me thinking. Man, you say throwback, but I told you guys this at the end of last year. I wanted to make sure, even at the first month of this year, all I kept saying was revelation, revelation. I kept telling you, I want things to be revealed to you. I don't want you to have a New Year's resolution, bro. I don't want you to go to the gym because it's a new year. I said at the end of this year, I want something revealed to you. I don't think you feel me. I want and some of y'all got it. Oh! Sorry, bro, I'm telling you, some of you guys, the way you realize the long term, just in the last couple of weeks, you got everything I prayed for you. Some of you who never made a long term and were finally like, fuck, all right, I'm going to do it. My brother, you got a revelation right there. Some of you are finally realizing, oh, man, this isn't really for me. Maybe I shouldn't be gambling. Wow, I actually have a lot of money if I don't blow it. That was your revelation. Little by little, some of you were revealed to a business, an industry. I love the long term. It's funny, man. I've had revelation for how I treat people and how people treat me. I've had revelation on how I feel about this country. Oh, man. So, Chad, hearing this got me excited. Because listen, if you haven't got your revelation this year, I want you to keep praying for it and start expecting it. Because it's going to happen. And even if you already got it, I want you to continuously hunger and thirst for it. Because it's not over. And you guys got to realize how key this really is. Whether you were looking for revelation or not, don't underestimate this quote, bro. What are we talking about? We are talking about the truths of the world. But you have to discover them. Every single truth you have about yourself and everything around you has been discovered. That's what I want, man. I want you all curious. And this is, again, I've told you this. You don't remember? I said I'm going to pray for all of you. This is truly what I have prayed for months now. And I'm bringing this up so you keep praying for it. So you don't stop thinking about this. And like I said, you either have more coming, or even if you haven't came across this, bro, it's only a matter of time. But you got to really realize what this is, man. And let me ask you this. Are you open to it? Are you open to the truth? But better yet, are you trying to discover it? Are you seeking? That's why when you said, you seek and you shall find, I was like, I don't know, that's not really it, but it kind of is. My goodness. So it's kind of crazy. So Chad, all truths are easy to understand. Again, and that's something you could even pick that apart, bro. I do want you to focus on discovering it. And that's word to saying, dude, you don't need to be a genius. You don't need to be, I understand everything that's happening. I know exactly what's going to happen here. No. It has nothing to do with that. It's easy to understand things after you have been exposed to it. But if you've never been exposed to it, if you've never discovered something, it's always going to be out of reach. So I hope you feel me on that. And I say this, again, this whole PHILO is a reminder of what? My whole PHILO here today is to remind you to seek a revelation. And understand how much your life is going to change as things get revealed to you. And do you know why it's called revealed? Because you have you have something about you. You have a plan, you have a path. A lot of y'all have skills, but it's never going to be revealed to you all at once. I never knew where I would be going. I still don't know where I'm going. You know that? I have no idea when I started doing real estate, stocks, whether I got up on YouTube, whether I was doing anything in college. I had no idea. Every day, every year of life revealed something to me. Every time you're like, oh, why? Again, you're long-term, bro. You don't know why you're doing it. You have an idea, but little by little, the truth of it will get revealed to you. Again, the real ultimate thing, what the destiny will be, oh man, it'll get revealed to you. So here's all I'm trying to tell you, man. Seek revelation. Be open to it. If you have not been seeking revelation this year, I think you're not doing it right. I think you're limiting yourself. Don't aim for an object. Don't aim for something material. Don't aim for this resolution. Aim for having something revealed to you about yourself, about the world, your business, those around you. Oh, Chad Adoni, I hope you feel me. So that's the first reminder. The reminder of revelation. It's very important. And I told you from the beginning this year, it's going to be important. And I think some of you are already seeing it. But like I said, if you haven't, I need you to tune back in. You know what I'm saying? Tune back into it. Start thinking about it. Get in this mindset. Because this will be the right mindset. Seeking revelation is going to open doors. But that's your first reminder. Your second one is very simple. I love it. I love it, man. I really like this one. Because, again, this is OG. This is an old PHILO, bro. This is something we have talked about. We were just talking about it, too, and I was telling you, man, there's things we could have done better. All of us, some of them done good. Some of us have slipped up. Let me just remind you. A bad attitude is like a flat tire. You're not going anywhere until you change it. Why am I telling you that? This is Epictetus. This is Stoicism 101. Attitude is a choice. If you don't like the attitude you have right now, my brother, I say something and you don't like it, you choose your attitude towards whatever it may be. So, remember, attitude is key. And your movement. That's what I'm saying. I hope I can remind you. You can control it. And that's the only thing you can control. You cannot control events. But you can control how you react to it. Bro, you can't control the stock market. But you could control how you react to it. Again, I don't know why this relates, but something about it, it reminds me when people get down to it. I don't know. I feel like the market's going to do this. Some of you are going to get presented with a situation and you're going to be like, you know what? I'm just going to go all in. Why? Because you got frustrated. F out of here. That's a choice. You control your attitude. Don't give in. You control exactly what's going to happen. Does not matter how it plays out. What matters is your attitude. Again, the long term. Whether you believe it or not. So, Chad, today is just a PHILO of reminders. But do you realize do you want to know the most messed up part about this PHILO? I don't know, y'all. I don't know if y'all gonna feel me. That's the craziest thing about this PHILO. Is that it's so simple. And these two things, if you could just get these two things down, as simple as it is, your whole life will be changed for the better, only for the better. It's crazy. Bro, if you just lived for revelation and you seeked revelation and went after things being revealed and you kept a good attitude, 90% of your problems would go away. All of them, if I would argue. I don't know if y'all feel me. It's actually insane. Your attitude and why you pursue things, that right there can dictate a lot about everything on how you wake up, how you feel, what you go about, the market, friends, family, relationship. Stop it. So I think it's important, man. And I hope, again, we started off with a good one yesterday. Maybe I'll have some more new stuff for you. I actually do. But when it's all said and done, man, don't forget about how important this revelation is and how you need to get things revealed to you. Again, ideas are so key. Really learning about yourself. You all want the money, man, what you're going to learn in the process of getting it. I know it sounds cliche, but man, don't despise it. Don't despise the days of small beginnings. Get revelation in all of it. And above all else, good, bad, ugly, sideways, nothing. Your attitude is going to be one big driver of all of it. And these two things, man, my goodness, if this doesn't explain how you feel on a day-to-day basis, I don't know what to tell you. So, Chad, I hope you feel me. I hope you never forget this, and I hope you keep these things on the forefront of your mind. But take that to the bank. That is your philosophy, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile. Press hi chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly Watchlist and main channel. First link for the Scribbleats boot comp and real estate course. Okay.
A letter to the people, I'm penning it like I'm Paul. It don't matter about the evil, it matter about the God. It don't matter about the weapons, it matter about how you armed. All that matters is the weather, when weather to bet the farm. I ain't gotta see it to believe it. If it's signing and it's needed, then my eyes don't need a reason. I won't even try to explain it, let's just say I got a feeling. I'm gonna sing my praise like David, but the king is still a killer. Listen up and go and get the tropes. Hope you know you ain't scared of them, they scared of you. And I know you might be scared to take that point of view. You see them arrows in my back? Yep, son, that's gonna happen too. But the harvest's on the way, you gon' barter every day. That means you have to make a trade, either life or it's the grave. The result will not remain, every day will bring a change. Kinda funny and it's strange how the hope will pave the way. You hearing what I say? The only difference between you and them comes down to fate. There's a difference in the man who believes in a better day. Cause once you believe it's past, you willing to wilt away. We was never willing to be the same. We want it all in the long run, they want it all today. My father is really awesome, don't bother with giving snakes. Regardless, I can't control it, so either way, giving thanks. Yep, you could take that one to the bank. A leader without a rank, a speaker without a face, a people without a race. They eating without a taste, they scheming without a safe. The meanings have been replaced. Another time, another place, we could talk about it. Keep some oil in them lamps, don't get caught without it. Want them once, want them twice, they never talk about it. If you never get a second chance, then that ain't meant to happen. What I understand is you ain't trying to understand. Take 100 grand, then 100 undergrads. Pay them all to make a plan, but they couldn't comprehend what it means to never die, but somehow still be born again. It's a letter to the people, I'm penning it like I'm Paul. It don't matter about the evil, it matter about the God. It don't matter about the weapons, it matter about how you armed. All that matters is the weather, when weather to bet the farm. It's a call.
What it means to never die, but somehow still be born again. Ooh. Ooh. That song is called Paul Freestyle by Uncle Lancers. Chattadonia. We're back. Bro, those Pfizer's up 171. Stop it. That's it, man. We did good, man. Even yesterday, you got 40% on the Disneys, too. So, I don't know, man. How much did we spend on the Disneys? We spent $430 on those. Bam, 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 bam. You could get 2 free contracts on the Disneys, or we keep pushing it. The double dip paid off great. So the first ones you still would have made just under 100% on the first set. But then after the double dip, that was amazing. That was a really, really good price. Yeah, PG, that one moved 2 standard deviations. So if you went for 2 standards, you got a hitter. Political opponent of Maduro was detained and kidnapped from his home. Venezuela is wild. I mean, yeah, but it's not like we did any better this last couple of years. You know, unfortunately, at one point I would have agreed with you, but you know, now I'm like, I don't know. Let's see. Where is Disney? Pfizer is killer, though, but Disney's also good, too. I really like the Disney play. I'm sad because I think it could still get clapped at any moment, but the thing about the Disney, like, I really don't think they did that bad. So, like, I think Disney just sold off because of the proxy. So that's it. I think they dropped the ball financially, but I think everything has been sold. Yo, TENB. Tenable Holdings, TENB, Fat Pop. This looks like a buyout or an offer. TENB, Big Pop. Do they have earnings? They have earnings July 31st. What the hell? They had price target as well. TENB, still popping. I'm not checking headlines on that. All I know is they have earnings literally tomorrow. TENB, there is 0 cheap options. Good luck, my brethren. Good luck. Cybersecurity firm Tenable to consider sale. So there it is. Yeah, that's a fat pop. So that makes sense. Like I didn't have the headline, but I assumed. Because 9% on a candle. Shout out the high ticker for that one. Starbucks app outage linked to Microsoft Azure cloud issues. It's a very wild option, Jay. And bonds are starting to tick up here. Tenable. Literally every single, I don't know, that's up 8 in one candle. If it comes down, better play would be shares, but it's up a lot. I don't know what type of value they have though, let alone their worth. Tenable. It's very fun to say. It's a $5 billion company. You're gonna get security and press secretary. Oh, I don't know. I have my what's it called? I have the earnings previews already ready to go. I did that during the other thing. But yeah, Jen Psaki is not her name. I don't know why I call her that. She looks beautiful in salmon. I love the color.
It's so important to have the freedom of the press.
Remember,
right?
she has
and
great info, great outfits.
This is the 500th briefing.
Shitty
it is
info,
also
great
for
outfits.
Our democracy. And so, obviously, the president and the vice president were partners in making that announcement in the sense of how they were going to move forward, the three things that he laid out on what reform looks like for this administration. As it relates to the campaign, don't have anything specific to share, but this is certainly the Biden-Harris administration and everything that we have done the past 3.5 years. We want to continue
Tenable
to do
China
moving
RPD
forward and continue to work on behalf of the
is
American
RPD
people.
a sympathy?
Thanks, Green. Last night, the president said he's been talking to the vice president about her potential running mate. Could you just explain how often they've been talking to each other and when's the last time they spoke?
So I'm going to be super careful. Not going to
Edwards Life
speak
Sciences
to
on the high
the
too.
running mate or anything like that. I'm not going to go beyond what the president shared. What I can say is and I have said this before, the president and the vice president talk regularly. They actually spoke about a day or two ago. They stay in touch, and that's going to continue as they not just because obviously the vice president is running, but that's going to continue because, as I said, she's a critical partner.
I think
in what they
Pfizer's
do,
still running.
but they do speak regularly, and I can assure you.
Is there any color you could add about the kind of conversations, if there's, counseling, the president, advice he's been sharing with his vice president?
So I'll say this. The president has been in the public service, as you know, for more than 54 years. As a senator, as vice president, he had the role, as you all know, for 8 years as vice president, and now he is president for 3.5 years and six more months of his term. And I think as as a leader of the Democratic Party as well, I think he always offers up advice, any type of little bit of wisdom that he has with experience on these multiple fronts that he's been able to lead this country. And so, I think that is certainly a role that he plays as well with the vice president. I'm not going to speak to the campaign, but certainly when the vice president became vice president herself, he offered his advice, his opinion, and also I would say was a mentor to her, but certainly not going to go beyond that.
And where's the president when it comes to picking a new Secret Service director? Is this a very short list? Is he really broadening this search?
Yeah, I think I was asked this question yesterday or very
3M
recently.
rocketing.
Look, the president understands how important it is to fulfill this role, to have someone who's experienced. And so he's taking this very seriously, like he does any other appointment that he makes within the administration. Don't have anything for you on timing, on timeline. We don't have a personal announcement for you today, but certainly the president's taking this very seriously. And when we have locked in someone ready to make that announcement, certainly you all will know about it. Go ahead. You like ruined the first row.
What did I? I'm sorry. I apologize to you
Reuters.
and to everyone for that. Yes,
it's always Reuters. Last time it was Steve.
I take full blame for that.
We love you anyway.
The Israeli strikes in Lebanon today. Do you view them as escalatory? Do you think they're an appropriate response to what we saw previously?
So obviously we are aware of the reports out there that the IDF just conducted a strike against Hezbollah in Lebanon. And I leave it to Israel to speak for their own military operations. I do not have an immediate comment as this just happened. Literally just happened a few minutes before I walked out. So I'm going to leave Israel to certainly IDF, as they have been doing, to respond to this, and just don't have an immediate comment at this time.
And then just to follow up on Colleen's question earlier, the Lula call today, is there...
I'm sorry, Marlene, I didn't touch on that.
Is there any expectation that there's going to be some prep as far as sanctions are concerned, or what is the Venezuela content of that?
Oh, okay, so let me just say, and I think we shared this with all of you, that the president was going to be speaking with the president of Brazil, and so they're going to discuss a number of issues, and like we normally do, we will certainly have a readout for all of you. So look, we are, as it relates to Venezuela, we are obviously in the process of evaluating the Maduro and his representatives do next, and we will respond accordingly. And so while I have nothing to announce today as it relates to sanctions or moving forward, we will continue to assess our calibrated sanctions policy towards Venezuela in light of overall U.S. interest, the actions and non-actions that are taken by Maduro and his representatives, and the overall direction of our broader U.S. bilateral engagement with Venezuela. And so, again, don't want to get ahead of where we are.
I might just price these in, and then if there's a good one, I'll cut her off.
Just going back to Israel, if I may. Kirby said yesterday that fears of an all-out war between Israel and Hezbollah were exaggerated. Is that still the White House's assessment after today's strike?
So we do not believe that an all-out war is inevitable. That is not something that we believe, and we believe that it can still be avoided. This is a president, as you've watched him the last 3.5 years, he believes in diplomacy, diplomatic solutions, especially as we're talking in this moment along the blue line. That is true as well. And so, and that will end these attacks if we have some diplomatic kind of solution from Hezbollah once and for all, and allow Israel and Lebanese citizens on both sides of the border to return to their homes.
AMD's pricing in 8.9
and live in safety. And that's what we want to see. So that's what we believe. There's a diplomatic solution here, and that's what we're trying to get to.
Will the White House be reaching out again to Israel in the wake of this strike?
So, look, I don't have any, again, immediate reactions to this or immediate comments from us on this. We regularly talk to our counterparts here, regularly talk to our Israeli counterparts, our government, our counterparts there, and so that will continue. That is a regular daily conversation. I just want to be really mindful. I just don't have any immediate comment to today. Kadwisha.
So what reason do you and the president have to believe that there is a diplomatic solution here?
Because we have to continue to be optimistic here. I think it's important to have a diplomatic solution. We do not want to see an escalation. We do not want to see an all-out war. Those conversations happened. The diplomatic conversations.
Think about it, though. These headlines
get into
related to that war stuff we saw. Again, we were just talking about that earlier.
But it is important. It is important for the people of Israel. It is important for the Lebanese people to live in safety, to get back to their homes, and that's what we want to see.
And then following up on something else the president said yesterday when he was asked about Supreme Court reform.
Yes.
What did he mean when he said that Speaker Johnson is dead on arrival?
So look, he actually addressed this right in his speech, in his remarks. Yesterday he went right to it and talked about how his idea basically was dead on arrival. The speaker's idea. He
First five is up at 200.
About it, and he said he reiterated what the speaker said about the SCOTUS reforms announcement, and then he said that his idea was dead on arrival. So I would just refer you to the president himself and how he addressed this directly him at all. During his remarks when he was at LBJ Library.
So he misspoke.
I don't think he misspoke. I think he cleared what he meant specifically so people understood. I would not say he misspoke. I think
initially when he said, "I think that's what he is."
Look, let's be very clear. He spoke.
Let's be clear.
While he landed, after we landed, getting off the Air Force One, and he gets shouted questions, and he responded. He just wanted to be really clear what he meant by dead on arrival. You've been there. You know how it happens. It goes back and forth. People can't really hear him. Sometimes he can't hear you all.
Sometimes he has no idea where he's at.
To make sure he was clear on his statement, but that was always his intent when he answered that question.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Corinne. Is this Supreme Court proposal just an election year gambit?
I will say this. I think if you read the Washington Post op-ed that the president put out yesterday, if you listen to his speech, he was reacting to what SCOTUS has been doing over the past couple of weeks, but certainly the last 2 years, starting from Dobbs and so many other important decisions that have come out of the Supreme Court. The Dobbs decision certainly was something that we talked about just 2 years ago, and he had a commission to take a look at the Supreme Court. He certainly appreciated the commission and what they did and the work that they've done. But when you have, a Supreme Court, and the president actually gave examples, right, of what the decision of immunity that they made recently, what that means for the president of the United States, and what we're seeing right now is not normal. And majority of Americans agree with us. right? Well, we're seeing that the Supreme Court is not normal. And the president spoke to that at length. He went to the LBJ library because of the historic nature of
This is the press briefing, and then I'm doing the
anniversary of the Civil Rights
I'm
Act.
pricing all the earnings
and
previews we have.
There's so much here.
So I'm gonna do it a little
stake.
different here.
And so that's
I'm gonna
why
just
he
go
wanted
over
to
the
do
main
this.
moves,
This is
but
about
then I'm
the
gonna
right
price
thing
them
to
in,
do.
and then if
This
we
is
make
about meeting
plays,
the
we'll
moment that
go
we're
over
in.
all
This
of
is
those.
about reacting.
But
to
I'll
what
just have
the
everything priced
SCOTUS
in
did.
before.
He said in his op-ed, American democracy is founded on the rule of law. No one, not the president, not the Supreme Court, are above the law. And in the wake of the Supreme Court ruling, for example, it grants presidents immunity for crimes committed in office and gut fundamental freedoms recognized for more than 50 years. And so he wanted to take action on that. And, you know,
why would he not then read in top Democrats, including the Senate Judiciary Chair, about this effort?
Here's the thing. Majority of Americans want to see this. They want to see some form of reform. The president...
I mean, me personally,
legal experts and Republican elected
I don't
officials
want
have voiced
somebody who
support, for
can't even
example,
run for the job to be making any more in-job decisions.
For example, last year, a bipartisan group of
that's
legal
my
experts,
take on it.
including
I don't know
retired judges and
individually.
Charles Freed,
She said
Ronald Reagan's
Americans, but the
Solicitor
way I
General,
look at
endorsed
it,
term limits for the
he's
Supreme
like,
Court.
listen, if
Stephen
I wouldn't
Calabrese,
rehire you,
the
I think
chairman
you
of
should
the Federalist
just
Society, who
like give
served
homie a glue
in
stick
administrations
and a
of
fucking
Presidents
Reagan
Reagan
and
George H.W. Bush. He
call it a
also
day.
endorsed
But, like,
term
why
limits.
do
You had
we- why
Marco
is he
Rubio,
making
a
any
senator,
decisions?
right now, right, a current senator, endorsed this as well, along with other congressional Republicans. So there is bipartisan support for this.
I'm trying to understand how we got to this in the last week, because you brought up the president's commission. His commission also found on term limits that a statutory change for term limits, for instance, would be inherently unstable, underscored constitutional doubts, said that the composition would generate greater uncertainty and distress. The president himself, on the campaign trail in 2020, said about term limits, presidents come and go, Supreme Court justices stay for generations. I'm not trying to change that at all. It was 2 different days he spoke to this. So how did we get there?
First of all, he appreciates the commission, appreciates the work that they've done. Their job was to give the president some thoughts and ideas, and obviously the president makes the final decision on how he wants to move forward.
Not bad.
We have to look at what the Supreme Courts have done. Wait.
That was 2021.
You got to let me answer the question. I'm not done. Let me finish the question. In the past several weeks, the actions that the Supreme Court has taken in undermining democracy and the rule of law, that's important. The president felt he needed to address this. Remember, we were supposed to go to LBJ Library 2 weeks ago. And we went 2 weeks ago, this past Monday, yesterday. And so the president still wanted to move forward, still wanted to make sure he addressed this important issue. I mean, just look at what the Supreme Court has done these past few weeks.
Endorsing eliminating the filibuster then.
I mean, look. He laid out the 3 ways that he wants to move forward. We're going to have, hopefully, a healthy debate with Congress on what this is going to look like. This is going to be legislation that we want to move forward with. And I will say this, one of the reasons the president ran in 2020 was because of what he saw in Charlottesville, was because of the fear of, wanting to make sure that we protect the soul of our nation. That was part of it. And just look at what's happened, the last several years and the actions that the Supreme Court has taken. I mean, this is a president that was on the Judiciary Committee for almost the 36 years that he was president, right? If you think...
Yes, on the filibuster?
I actually answered this. I said, we're going to have a healthy debate with Congress on what this is going to look like. The president laid out the 3 ways that he sees moving forward. There's not going to go beyond those 3 measures that he's laid out, but we're going to have a healthy debate, and that's what's important here.
Filibuster's no question.
I just said we are going to... We welcome a healthy debate on how to move forward. He put forth three ways to move forward on this, on really dealing with SCOTUS reform, and I just laid out some conservative legal experts who agree with us, at least on the term limits. They've been very clear as well. Okay.
Former President Trump did an interview where he said that maybe being called a threat to democracy was a cause of his being shot. How would the president respond to that?
What I will say is the president has always been very clear when it comes to violent political rhetoric. There is no place here in this country, in our nation for it. He's always spoken about that. He's spoken about that for the past, the past several years throughout his career. And, right after the assassination attempt, the president said, he even made an address in the Oval Office and talked about lowering the temperature.
Condemns
he talked about
attack
getting to
on Beirut.
the bottom of this, having an independent investigation, and how important it was to do just that. And I talked about Charlottesville. We saw how the president spoke against January 6th. The day that and I remember this, the day that January 6th happened in 2021, the president was then president-elect.
I remember the date
he was
that
supposed
it happened.
to talk about the economy. He took that opportunity to denounce what happened. 2,000 people went to the Capitol. A mob went to the Capitol. Officers, law enforcement officers were harmed. Some of them lost their lives afterwards. And he condemned that. He condemned the political violence. And they were doing that because they were trying to overturn free and fair elections. When Paul Pelosi was attacked by a hammer, the president also spoke out.
It was a man
about,
with a hammer. It was not an inanimate
violent
man.
political
Yeah,
rhetoric, and where we will
just in case.
What happened, how horrific that was, and violence has no place.
Sounds like
no
a rogue
place
hammer
in
is
this
out
country.
there.
So if anything, this is a president has been constantly and proactively called out on all Americans to come together and oppose political violence, regardless of our views.
He's had a little more than a week now to contemplate his change in status, not being a candidate, but being the sitting president. Has he described to you ways he wants to use the time perhaps differently since he doesn't have the campaign obligation?
Yeah, I think, look, we have six more months left, and the president is certainly very much thinking through what that's going to look like as far as delivering for the American people. His job doesn't stop, it continues. We've had an unprecedented record for 3.5 years.
I think it's 12.
On things that we were
2.
able to accomplish, whether it's the economy, being the strongest, having the strongest economy in the world, leading the world.
But yeah, I don't know how you guys
is,
want to do this.
Foreign policy, making sure that we are, again, rebuilding those relationships with our partners and allies. That's something that he's been able to do. Healthcare, I just talked about Medicaid and Medicare at the top. There are many ways that the president wants to continue. The Supreme Court reform announcement that he made was also a really important. Majority of the Americans care about that. You will hear more from this president. He will articulate what the next 180 days or so or less looks like. He is going to take this very seriously.
You see less travel. Often it's an official event and campaign coinciding. So would he be based here more, do you anticipate?
So, look, I think Matt was asking me this question in the gaggle yesterday, recalibrating. And yes, there's a little bit of recalibrating here, right? And that is the honest truth. So we're trying to figure out what that's going to look like. The president is thinking about this in the way that he does, right? On behalf of the American people, putting them first. And so we'll have certainly more to share. Obviously, the president enjoys being out there, talking directly to the American people. I think that's one of the ways that we are more effective, right, when the president gets out there. Can't speak to the campaign. That's something that the campaign can speak to. But the president wants to get out there. He wants to speak directly to the American people. He wants to continue to deliver. And you will hear him articulate that more, I will predict, in the short order.
We saw the president meet briefly with Congressman Doggett of Texas on the tarmac yesterday. I wondered if he just had a readout of that conversation, given Doggett's status as the first Democrat to call for him to withdraw. And just broadly speaking, is the president's relationships with some of these members affected by them if they were among the 30 or so to call for the president to withdraw before his
I mean, you kind of answered that question yourself. President Doggett was there on the tarmac reading the president. I'm not going to go into private conversations. That's something that I do and will do from here. We've done for the past 3.5 years, so we're going to continue with that. But I mean, I think you saw them greet each other. But I mean, this is a president, and I've said this many times. He believes in, reaching across the aisle, for example, and working with Republicans who say he can't get things done, right? This is a president who understands that the Democratic Party is big and there are many, many thoughts. And that's what makes our party, I think, so unique and important, because we have different ideas, because we have different thoughts. And the president understands, you know, they had their opinion. There were Democrats who had their opinion. He obviously had his. And he appreciated we were able to have an unprecedented historic record because of the relationships that he's had with these Democratic members. I don't think that will change. I don't think that will change.
Going back to the Venezuela.
Are you new to the?
Yes.
Oh.
Stephanie.
Hi, Stephanie. Hi, Stephanie from Bloomberg. Nice to see you. This is your first time in the briefing room?
Not my first time.
Okay.
I'm asking a question.
Oh,
so
okay.
Thank you for that.
All right. Here we go.
Going back to the Venezuelan elections,
Sure.
is the president using the call
Are you
of
new?
Cuba as an
I've never seen your
intermediary
ass
to
before. Who
deal
puts you
with
here?
The election results, and
I know everybody.
What kind of assurances
Big
is
ass
he
club.
looking for from his
Why Bloomberg got somebody new?
about Maduro's promises to release
So they're going to be, I believe, speaking shortly, if it hasn't started, with the president of Brazil. They're going to talk about a wide range of issues. Obviously, we'll have a readout. Don't want to get ahead of that conversation, ahead of that call. I think I have said before, and we have said here, that the world is watching. We're not going to get ahead of the process. I think you saw the statement from NSC spokes. You heard what I said at the top. And so, you know, and I'll add, you know, other leaders across the country has also called on a full and detailed tabulation votes to be released. And so we've expressed our concerns and not going to get ahead of the readout that's going to come out from the president after his conversation with the president of Brazil. But the world is watching, certainly.
Does the administration have a reaction to the arrest of Venezuelan opposition figures?
Look, I'll say this, any political repression or violence against protesters or the opposition is obviously unacceptable. The United States supports the democratic aspirations of the Venezuelan people and their right to express their views freely and without reprisal. And so that's where I'll leave it there. Get April. I know, the mask threw me off.
Moving on.
Yes.
Corinne, why is President Biden not going to the NABJ convention after originally thought, and is the Vice President going this week to the NABJ convention?
So the NABJ convention decision was done by the campaign, so I would have to refer you to the campaign on both of your questions about the president and the vice president, as obviously the president is no longer a candidate. So I'm assuming that played a role into it. As far as the vice president, you would have to ask the campaign about her.
This is something typically during an election year that presidential candidates do take part of. Is this something that is overshadowed because of recent controversies? I mean, is the White House paying attention to the recent controversy about Donald Trump going there tomorrow? And what, if you can tell us?
So look, I'm certainly not going to comment on the former president's campaign stops. That's a campaign stop for him. And the NABJ, they make their own decisions on guests, so certainly that's for them to speak to. What I can say more broadly about us and how we as an administration, taking away the campaign just as an administration, what we've done for the last 3.5 years,
China's
we
BYD
appreciate
preparing
the
to
importance of
enter
speaking to all
Canadian
Americans,
EV market.
including African Americans, Black Americans as well. That's why we have always
Is the
been
video
very,
still getting wrecked?
Very
Again,
direct
Tenable
and
had
very
that
focused
offer.
on speaking to both local and national Black-owned outlets. That is something that not just the president and the vice president has done. Many of his senior senior
we're
folks
about to do
have
earnings
done as
previews
well,
right now.
senior White House officials. And so we understand the importance of Black Americans to hear directly from this administration, and we have done that. And not just Black Americans, but all Americans. And so that is certainly something that we will continue to do. And we take that very, very seriously. As far as the NABJ, that is something for them to speak to and the
I
campaign
posted
to
what was
speak-
priced in
speak
on
to
Instagram.
directly. Go ahead, Michael.
Kareem, thank you.
Then we can come back to
talk about Israel and Gaza. The regional director for the World Food Programme said right now the biggest challenge is we don't have enough crossing points to bring the food in.
Pfizer calls are killing it.
We need the Rafah crossing.
It's going up
to
even
reopen
higher
again.
now, actually.
We need Kerem Shalom to work better. We need law and order. Did the
Hey,
president
Corinne,
bring that
guess
up,
what? You're done. Okay, I'm sorry. I know some of you were feeling that. But yeah, it's time for earnings previews. So I have this if you want it on Instagram too while we're doing stuff. I posted it on there, but I don't know. While we were listening to young Corinne, I was just pricing in everything. So I was going over all of the previews instead of reading them to you. I was just going to the option chain. So I'd have these numbers. So it's super easy. But if you guys aren't familiar, we are going to go over the companies that are reporting. This is something we do. I've done it all year for earnings, and a lot of you have had a lot of success on some of these option trades. Simply, you have used the strategy in the description called pricing options, and once you understand that, it's so easy. And literally, I mean, all you have to do is just double this up, and you are there. So it's really a matter of picking the companies you like. Maybe looking at whether it's outperformed or not, making those decisions. And then, I don't know. I know some of you, you have a deep hatred for the watch list in your heart. You can't control it. It's not your fault. But do you guys remember, for those of you who don't have that, do you remember the main lesson from the watch list? Can anybody tell me? So I don't know, because we're about to do earnings right now. So I think we might start with it. Oh, Justin, you want the White House press briefing? Good. I'm glad you brought. Wow, I'm glad you brought that up right now, Justin. Thanks, Justin. Justin works for Obama. Yeah, we went back administration. He has to work for Obama. It's the only thing that makes sense. Do you guys remember the lesson from the watch list? Again, some of you hate the watch list. You despise the watch list. You despise the watch list like liberals despise logic. Yeah, I don't know why you hate the watch list like that. What's the main lesson for Earn? Thank you, Nick G. I love you, Nick G. Big cap only, exactly. That means something different if you're a liberal. But like we said, you want to go for the higher price stocks. So that being said, keep that in mind when we go over any of these previews. You got to make up your own mind for it. Hopefully you have your own strategy, but remember, it's really, you want the names that actually are going to move a lot. Thankfully, these next couple of days, we actually got real big names. So it's going to be exciting again, and that's why you could either go on Instagram and you'll have these, or you could save that. But I'm just going to go through the movement aspect. So as I don't think you guys care. You guys don't even watch the watch list. Why would you pay attention? Why would you pay attention to the expectations? So that one's a good one. So we'll see how that one plays out. But this one's good. What we're going to do, that's a pretty funny name. I laughed a little bit, but I have to abandon you. I'm sorry. You tried, though. That was worth 24 hours. But, yeah, it's okay. You don't watch it. I could tell, Mr. Obama. I meant Mr. Barcroft. But let's begin, MA. Actually, no, this is the last one. We should be starting way earlier. I think first one's AMD. So I'm just going to go with how it's moved. And then once it reports today after the bell, then we could go back to it. No, this is the biggest week of the summer, not the entire year. We're going to have a lot more. Again, you have election and a lot of other stuff. So no, but definitely of this summer, because we only have like a month left between now and like September. This is probably going to be the biggest week that we will be dealing with. Expectations are very high. So this is for AMD. Oh, Pfizer, you have 150% if you want it. Otherwise, good luck, Habibi. Good luck. Dizzle. They try to treat it like Intel. So AMD, they're expected, since April 30th, they're down 11.8. SPY is up by 8.2, and XLK is up by 10.1. Near-term options imply a 9.2% move. Last 4 quarters, loss of 9, loss of 3, gain of 10, and loss of 7. Seems like AMD does bad every time. Revenue has beaten 14 of the last 20 quarters with 5 in line. EPS has beaten 16 of the last 20 with 1 in line. Forward quarter revenue has beaten 3 of the last 20 quarters. So, yeah, and then AMD, I already priced this one in. So they are expecting $12. Is that right? Let me double check because I put in a symbol on that one. Yeah, about $12. $12.25 is priced in. So about 8.9%. It's a decent amount. I think the preview said 9%, right? Yeah, 9. So a little bit lower. That's what it moved last time. And then even on the quarter, I mean, it's pretty much only moved 2% since then. I don't know. In a weird way, I would only want the upside on AMD, to be honest with you. So 2 standard deviations, you just double it. So that'd be 24.50. So I'm going to just eyeball at 159-ish, 160-ish, give or take. Are those cheap? Not really. So yeah, but I would kind of only lean to the call side on AMD, but I'm not going to play it. So I do think there is downside, and you could get a little bit off of that, but I feel like you're going to spend a lot of premium considering how it's dropped. But I feel like the calls would have a better risk to reward, but I'm going to punt on that one. I don't really want to play AMD. I think afterwards we'll get the report and see what we could do with it. But that's AMDizzle. The next one is Microsizzle. No? Why isn't it? Oh, I was like, is this thing messed up? We need to pull out the high-low ticker a little bit. Thank you, my friend. Play is on the high. The Powell punt. Microsoft, man. Shout out to Bill Gates. He's not even the leader of it anymore. But there you go. Thank you, Bill Gates. We appreciate you. So Microsoft, since April 25th, they are up by 6.9%. SPY is up by 8.3%. XLK is up by 9.7%. Near-term options imply 5.2% move. Last 4 quarters, gain of 2, loss of 3, gain of 3, and loss of 4. Revenue has beaten 18 of the last 20 quarters with 1 in line, and EPS has beaten 19 of the last 20 quarters. So they're pricing in $22. That's around 5.2%. Yep, that's exactly what the preview says. I don't like Microsoft, even their previews or even their pre-run-ups. Sometimes they suck. I mean, this thing has not even moved in a quarter. I think I'm going to Powell punt on this as well. I mean, one of the best companies in the world. So that's on you. But that's pricing in 5%. That's kind of a lot. Yeah, I don't know. It's not really a big earning. But, I mean, here's the deal with any of these companies. If they do come out with, a big surprise, I mean, they're going to move. When they don't move or they move weird, but when they do move, they definitely move. So, I don't know how prone you are to FOMO, so make up your mind now. But, yeah, that one, I'm going to punt on that as well. That is Microsoftian or Microsizzle, depending on what you believe in. Yes, the next one, Starbucks. The ultimate value play. So he may be coming into the long term if he does bad, or this could be the bounce of a lifetime, Chatadonia. So let's see. It doesn't even tell me guidance. I was going to say, I wonder if analysts, if they've sandbagged or not. They haven't said anything. I don't think they got any upgrades or downgrades ahead of time. So let me double check, actually. Starbucksian. But remember, we hit this one last time. We hit 20 or 2,000% on it. Starbucks, $5 meals. I'm just looking for analyst activity. They got a price target cut by Citi a couple days ago. And then BMO. And then maintained that. Yeah, so they got a couple of actions on the 22nd a week ago. Oh, that was after all of their, what's it called? Remember what's his name got involved? No, it doesn't have the guidance numbers. So I think these are company set numbers, but I don't know where the analysts stack up. But I remember, who was it? Elliott bought a stake in them. And then literally a week ago, they caught like 3 or 4 downgrades. So analysts are bearish on this leading into it. So since last quarter, April 30th, Starbucks is down 17.1. SPY is up by 7.2. XLY is up by 2.8. Near-term options imply 7.8%. Last 4 quarters, loss of 16, loss of 1, gain of 9, and gain of 1. So literally, they're down 1% since that gap down. Last 4 quarters, revenue has beaten 10 of the last 20 with 3 in line. EPS has beaten 13 of the last 20 with 1 in line. So this says pricing in 7.8. When I calculated it, I got 7.5. So it's pricing in about $5.65. So market maker thinks this thing is either going to go to 70 or it's going to go to like 80, 81. So, yeah. Where is I have the calculator. So look, if I want to make the check a standard deviation, I watch the video Joshua make, and then once I have this number, I double it, 5 is 6 of 5, I make it a 2 time. A 2 time, I have 11.3. Wow. So now add that to the price. 11.3 to 75. That's 86. It's like a $87. That's expense, no? And then go the next week. Honestly, you might just be better off going August 16th. Oh, not bad. $40. $20 for the 9C. This one not bad, Habibi. No, not bad. Not bad. 90 is a low time, but 90 last earning. How about the downside? 11.3. Oh, no, that's not right. So 6.4, 64, 65 is what you need, Habibi. It's not bad either, but it's a limit because of put and the cheaper price. Ooh, that's tough, man, because they're going to get murdered if they don't do good. Does it go to 65? Yeah, but then I feel like it might just go to 55. But then you might be able to play that in the morning. That one's tough. But I think it's kind of worth it. But it is. What's the percentage? I just like this stock, but no. It's pricing in 7.5. I mean, it's only moved double that one time. I don't know. Hot take. I'm going to punt. I'm not going to play it. I'm going to punt. I like it a lot, and I really am intrigued by it for the long term, and I think it has opportunity, but yeah, like it don't really I really think worst case we could play this in the morning after we know, but yeah, I don't know. And then worst case, even if it does drop, I mean, I'm down to buy this one for the long term. Inshallah. Habibi, inshallah. God willing. God willing, I don't know what happens, but I don't. We'll see. Maybe we'll come back at the end of it. I have everything priced in. So what's the other one? Oh, the next one is ANET. This one used to be a cult favorite. Very high price, you know. This one moved a lot. That one was just Starbucks that we did. Now we're on ANET. Since May 7th, they are up by 14.6. SPY is up by 4.1. XLK is up by 4.4. Near-term options imply 10% move. Last 4 quarters, gain of 6, loss of 5, gain of 14, gain of 20. Revenue has beaten 16 of the last 20 quarters with 4 in line. EPS has beaten 20 of the last 20 quarters. Forward quarter revenue has beaten 2 of the last 20 quarters. Woo! So, that's a lot. What are we pricing in? ANET, $30, 9.6, so a little lower. So this one, kind of expensive. So the last 2 earnings, it's moved less than what's priced in. But then the ones before that, it moved 1.5 to 2 standard deviations. You say $30? Oh my goodness. Is ANET for real? Oh, that'd be $60. I'm tripping. No, these are expensive. I like ANET though. Low key, I just think ANET downside. That's it. That's the only thing worth it. It may surprise to the upside, but that has enough meat on the bone. If that died and it moved 2 standards after outperforming, I mean, there you have it. But I'm not going to play it. It's expensive. We'll see. Maybe we come back to it. I like Starbucks the most. But that is ANET. Oh, the next one is Pinterest. For all of you fellas out there, I know you're using Pinterest. It's okay. You don't have to be embarrassed. Maybe you have a bedroom idea. You know, don't worry. You don't have to be ashamed of your bedroom idea. Maybe you saw cool computer lights, you know, and you just wanted to lock down those computer lights. And you're like, oh, I'm a big fan of these computer lights. Wow, thanks for the inspo. Gotta love the computer inspo. No? Maybe for haircuts. Maybe you cook recipes. So Pinterest. Let's look at them. Their chart, interesting. They did good last time. They gave up the gap like Snapchat. So Pinterest, they're expecting revenue of $848.8 million. Oh, wait, I don't need to go over that. We'll go over since April 30th. They're up 13.1. SPY is up by 8.8. XLK is up by 10.4. Near-term options implied 12.8% move. Last 4 quarters, gain of 21, loss of 9, gain of 19, and loss of 4. Revenue has beaten 14 of the last 20 quarters with 3 in line. EPS has beaten 17 of the last 19. And forward quarter revenue has beaten 1 of the last 4 quarters. So literally, they're up 13 on the quarter. Last earnings, they moved 21. So they dropped 7% since then. And then they even went higher. Honestly, this thing's moved around a ton. My goodness. So the preview says 12.8. My calculation says 12.8. So $4.80 is priced in for Pinterest. Whew. That's a lot. That's a lot. We're going to have to punt. But I was considering doubling down on my Snapchat ahead of Pinterest because Snapchat is later. That one was for Pinterest. So again, maybe we'll come back down or we'll come back to that one. Next one is Lemonade. This one, crazy mover. Honestly, surprised it's actually still holding. Which one is this? Lemonade. So since last quarter, they're up by 31.7. SPY is up by 7.2. XLF is up 5.9. Near-term options imply 16.9% move. Check this one out. Last 4 quarters, gain of 1, loss of 28, gain of 47, and loss of 22. So that means literally last earnings, it moved 1%, but then it moved 30% on the post-earnings. So, like, look, last earnings, it did absolutely nothing, I think. And then it was all the post-earnings move that got it going. Yeah. So it's pricing in a ton. Revenue has beaten 16 of the last 16 quarters. EPS has beaten 13 of the last 16. Forward quarter revenue has beaten 3 of the last 15. Short interest is 33%. So that's Lemonade. Do I have this priced? I do. $3.30. So literally 14, or mine it says 16. I got 14. So $3.30 if you're into that. I like Lemonade, honestly. I think I might have a Lemonade in the fridge. That sounds amazing, but I don't think I'm going to play this. That's up to you in your prerogative. SPY coming down a little bit too. Low key, we haven't had any moves near the lows. So let's see what happens. The next one is EA Sports. It's in the game. So EA. I'm in the game like EA. So EA since May 7th, last quarter, they're up by 10.8. SPY is up by 5.4. XLK is up by 6.2. Near-term options imply 5.4% move. Last 4 quarters, loss of 4, break even, gain of 4, loss of 7. Revenue has beaten consensus 12 of the last 20 with 1 in line. EPS has beaten 16 of the last 20. Forward quarter revenue has beaten 1 of the last 20. So literally last earnings it was down 4 and now it's up 10. So that's a 14% move? 15? Since last earnings it dropped and then all it did was run. It's not pricing in a lot, but it doesn't really move crazy on earnings. I don't even think I priced this one up. I think I gave up on them. So if you're into that, that's all you, boo-boo. All right, those are all the ones after hours. We just did Pinterest, my brother. So if you go to Instagram, if you miss any of them, go to my Instagram. I put all the pricing in, but Pinterest is pricing in 480, 12.8. We just went over the movement, but I haven't made a play on any of them. Actually, I think Starbucks is the one I like the most, but I'm still kind of on the fence about Starbies. All right, we only have 5 more left. Next one is Boeing. I'm Boeing, back to Cali. So Boeing since April 23rd, they're up by 9.7. SPY is up by 8.1. XLI is up by 12 or 2.6. Near-term options imply 5.2% move. Last 4 quarters, loss of 3, gain of 5, loss of 3, gain of 9. So last earnings, they dropped, and then they went up after. And then revenue has beaten 10 of the last 20 quarters. 1 in line. EPS has beaten 5 of the last 19. Yikes. Pricing in 5.2. It has moved double that, but it does seem like it moves more on the post earnings. It's going to miss. It's not pricing in a lot, but it's like it's still up there. That's the only problem. It's pinned, though. I think it's ripe for either move, but then it usually does nothing. So 5%, you would need like an $18 move? My Instagram is at the Trading Fraternity. You know you found it when 5 other fake Joshes follow you and ask you about your trading. But yeah, I've been posting a lot lately. I think I've posted more in the last week than I have in the last couple of years. So it's great. But Boeing is pricing in, yeah, so like $18, $19. It's kind of a lot. And expensive. Yeah, I don't know. I'm going to punt. I'm going to keep punting. All right. EA. I didn't do EA. Unfortunately, I have no idea. I think it said it was pricing in 5. I mean, the game like EA, yeah, 5.4. And then Boeing, almost the same, 5.2. All right, next guy is Wingstop. I didn't price in Wingstop because it only has the monthlies, so it's a little bit skewed. Where to go? So Wingstop since April 30th, they're down by 6.3. SPY is up by 7.2. XLY is up by 2.8. Near-term options imply 11.8% move. Last 4 quarters, break even, loss of 4, gain of 8, and break even. Revenue has beaten 12 of the last 20 quarters with 2 in line. EPS has beaten 14 of the last 20 quarters. So literally last earnings, it did nothing, and then it moved 6% on the quarter. But yeah, I didn't price that one in there. Okay, the next one, Kraft Heinz. Again, these are all for tomorrow morning. This big value play, Habibi. What was the other one that was a value play? I feel like we went over another one. That was a value play here for earnings. Which one was it? Oh, I skipped Norwegian. Well, Starbucks, right? No, there was another chart. It looked like this, but failed. Oh, no, I guess it was Starbucks. Yeah, no, it was Starbucks. So Kraft Heinz, if you like ketchup. All right. So since April 30th, they're down by 13.7. SPY is up by 8.3. XLP is up by 3.7. Near-term options imply 4.7% move. Last 4 quarters, loss of 6, loss of 5, gain of 2, and gain of 1. Revenue has beaten 13 of the last 20 with 1 in line, and then EPS has beaten 19 of the last 20 with 1 in line. So it's not pricing in as much, but last 2 quarters it moved big, and then lately it hasn't done much. So I have $1.40, 4.1. This says 4.7. So about $1.40 is priced in. So $3. Yeah, so literally back to like 36 is 2 standards. It's not bad. I kind of like the upside a little better. Did we play this last time? That's 15 cents. It's kind of up there. Yeah, I'm going to punt. You sold the rest of your Pfizer. Good luck. I still got mine. But GG's, baby. All right. The next one. Do you guys know what company's next? Your favorite. MO. Good guy. He's taking you to the promised land. Wow. So, I don't know. Maybe we'll go over it. I actually care. We're long-term holders. They're expecting $5.39 billion in revenue, operating income of $3.22 billion, EPS of $1.34, Smokables, volume expected to be down by 10.3. Revenue net of excise tax, $4.7 billion. Adjusted OCI, 2.85. Believe it or not, oral tobacco, but this includes like Copenhagen and shit. Shit like that, down by 2%. Revenue net of excise, 665.7. Adjusted OCI, 463.7. Full year guidance, 505 to 517. Since April 24th, last quarter, MO is up by 17.4. SPY is up by 7.5. XLP is up by 3. Near-term options are up by 3. Last 4 quarters, gain of 1, gain of 4, loss of 8, and loss of 1. Revenue has beaten 7 of the last 20 with 3 in line. EPS has beaten 11 of the last 20 with 5 in line. It's my second biggest holding. Abivai is my biggest. But yeah, he's up there in the long term. But MO. So it's pricing in a decent amount, but it doesn't really move. I think I'm about there. I got 3.1. Yeah, so I think that's right. I got 3.1, $1.57. So literally like $3, $3.14. That's 2 standard deviations, so $53, $54. Now about $53 will be 2 standards, or this thing goes back to 47. I don't know, man. I think they might surprise on the oral tobacco side. IRM. I don't think IRM is part of the AI trade now. You know that, right? So, like, literally, IRM is king of the data center REIT trade. They even IPO'd that new company the other day off of it. Damn, they won't even sell these for cheap no more. Damn, these are expensive. So, yeah, I would have played it if they weren't up already. I'll just keep riding it in the long term. I like MO, though. I mean, even to the downside plays are cheap. A lot cheaper, actually. Yeah, they do have trouble at 50. But if it holds, I mean, that's it. A good earnings would help. Again, last earnings, they barely moved. Actually, was it last earnings where we made the pickup? Because I think they moved 1%. And then we made the pickup, and then it just took off. Well, we'll keep it going. I think we only have 2 more left. Humana, one of my favorites. I played this one and sold out. But this one, again, and it's last average we played, it was at like the low 3s. That thing's at 4 now. But Humana, since last quarter, April 23rd, they're up 19.5. SPY is up by 7.6. XLV is up by 5.9. Near-term options imply 6.3% move. Last 4 quarters, loss of 4, loss of 12, loss of 8, and loss of 7. Revenue has beaten 16 of the last 20. 3 in line. EPS has beaten 19 of the last 20. Oh, no, I did not do First Solar. So that's crazy for Humana. It's moved 2 standard deviations before, but it's been all misses for a straight year. So mine, they're pricing in $25.90, 6.3%. That's what I got. So $50, $51 if you think 2 standard deviations. I think it could get there, actually, if they do good. Those are expensive as shit. Sorry, guys. Yeah, if those are cheaper, I'd be down. But no dice, my brother. No dice. That's still a 12% move. But I like Humana a lot. That may even be good for shares. We'll see in the morning. All right, the final play, MasterCard. Again, aren't they buying Capital One or Capital One's buying them? It's one or the other. So, MasterCard, since last quarter, April 30th, they're down by 3. SPY is up by 8.7. XLF is up by 7.3. Near-term options imply 4.1% move. Last 4 quarters, loss of 2, gain of 1, loss of 6, loss of 2. Revenue has beaten 14 of the last 20 with 4 in line. EPS has beaten 18 of the last 20. Decent pricing. Capital One. Oh, yeah, Capital One's buying Discover. Maybe. I think we hit MasterCard last time. So it barely moved, though. I don't know. It has not even done anything. So they're pricing in 17.5, 3.9. Did AXP move a lot? Didn't we get a move on that? Kinda. $17.5. What is that? $35. It's $4.45. $4.80. 86. It's kind of expensive. And they jacked these up. Hawkeye. Yeah. I don't know. AMD or Starbucks. I think I'm going to punt. I don't know play so far. I'm going to come back to these. Let me go get me. I might go get me a lemonade. Maybe a bag of hot Cheetos. And then I'm either going to pick between those two. Or we do nothing. But that's it. Those are your previews. Maybe I posted these on my Instagram. These are the main ones. And what is priced in. You can see these, right? So the left side is the dollar amount. The right side is the percentage. Oh, that's beautiful. All right, I'll BRB.
Then to dumb it down for me, if we wind up seeing a sell-off on higher CapEx spend like we did with Google, for example, is that a buy the dip for you then?
It is. The parallel I draw, and again, it's a software-centric lens, is what happened with cloud. So when cloud started and Amazon broke out their financials with AWS, every software investor said, oh my gosh, what is that? And then every software company in the infrastructure layer had a really hard time finding a multiple because the view was no companies on the infrastructure layer would exist. And that was a little short-sighted. And it took some time for the multi-cloud thesis to play out. But I think most investors agree that this generative AI shift is real. And the question is just how long will the shift take? I think most software companies we cover are saying we have to get the foundational technology right. So that's going to take some time, and it's more likely into 2025 where we start to see material contribution. But there's a lot of innovation and a lot of building coming, and I am still of the mindset as well that this is something that Microsoft is better suited to stay in front of, and investors should be willing to stay the course here also.
We just got word that the Microsoft Azure, I should say, sees services now fully mitigated by about 8:30. But that really puts it in a tough spot because this has been a really tough day for Microsoft when it's had all these issues with its 360 as well as the Azure cloud, and then you had the CrowdStrike issue a couple weeks ago. I mean, what do you think? What are your questions going to be on this, on the Microsoft call?
Yeah, definitely tied to some of what we're talking about, the confidence and the durability of growth. The demand signals they're seeing in AI are quite important. One thing they put out last quarter was a suggestion that the AI contribution metric could have been even stronger, but they were somewhat supply constrained because everyone's fighting for GPU capacity. So understanding that supply-demand relationship on the AI side is quite important. Beyond that, we're focused on Copilot. Both Security Copilot and Microsoft 365 Copilot have the potential to become meaningful product cycles alongside all of the other innovative product categories that Microsoft is focused on. So those alongside security, right? There are questions we're getting around, is the incident that happened a few weeks ago something that Microsoft could actually lean into and create the case for leveraging more Microsoft first-party security solutions instead of third-party solutions, because it seems like it's more the upgrade cycle, the maintenance that's tied to maintaining multiple systems that was at fault here, not Microsoft specific.
All right, Michael, going to have to leave it there. Always great to catch up with you. A busy day, or actually a busy few days ahead for you. Michael Turn, Managing Director and Software Analyst at Wells Fargo. A closer look at Microsoft coming up after the bell. In between that here, right here on the show, a conversation with the CEO of Airbus. Going to be joining the big program with his outlook on the pace of manufacturing as aircraft demand continues to take off.
Plus, shares of Novavax plunging as JP Morgan delivers a downgrade and a street low price target on the stock. We're going to dig into the call that's rocking the stock.
And down in Washington, the Fed beginning its two-day meeting, and a lot of investors reversing their stance on when rate cuts just might happen. Goldman CEO David Solomon reportedly now seeing up to 2 rate cuts in 2024. We break down all the market expectations ahead of Decision Day tomorrow. All that and more coming up in a bit, right here on The Close on Bloomberg.
I have the hiccups. Oh, yeah.
Is your business drowning in paperwork?
This working. I know. I have heartburn, but I'm eating a hot Cheeto. I can't. I was craving it. I'm sorry. I don't know why I'm apologizing to you, but maybe because you have to deal with the hiccups.
Drops.
All right, hold on. I'm still trying to
What do we need
decide.
to look out for more than anything else?
Yeah, Scott, I'll make this really easy on you. 3 things that you should be watching here. First off, you got Azure cloud growth. That has been re-accelerating in recent quarters after Microsoft helped customers cut costs in 2022 and 2023, and the street's expecting it to print 30.2% growth there. And then secondly, an important number within the Azure growth, Microsoft is going to tell us how much of that growth came directly from artificial intelligence. That's, of course, Microsoft charging companies to run AI applications on Azure, among other things. And then the third one, how CEO Satya Nadella and CFO Amy Hood addressed the capital expenditures question last week. This is the story of the week. Alphabet shares were punished when those executives failed to give a coherent story when that spending is either going to slow down or show a return, Scott.
Yeah, the CapEx numbers across the board, as you point out, are just enormous year on year. We'll see what happens, and we'll see you once again. Yep. That's Steve Kovac joining us there. Anka Crawford here of Alger is with us as well, owns Microsoft along with many of these other large cap tech names. Are you nervous?
Well, I'm always nervous in front of earnings. So, but at the same time, the stocks have come in enough that I feel like the risk reward on a lot of them, as Adam mentioned, is actually pretty good. So the more they come in, the less nervous I get.
So you don't, well, when I asked about the perfect question, right? How perfect do these reports have to be? Alphabet would suggest that they need to be pretty close to that.
Yeah, but Alphabet happened and everything moved down 5 to 10%. So I think the risk reward, again, is a little bit different today than it was 2 weeks ago. And, I don't think they have to be perfect. I think the expectations for Microsoft have come in a lot. I think they're somewhat muted. If they have an inline quarter, they speak positively about AI and the development of AI, maybe the profit pools that they can generate. I think that's good enough.
So even with the valuations being elevated like some of them are, I mean, Microsoft is case in point, right? The valuation today is 31 times, 31 and a half. The 10-year average is almost 25.
Yeah, I think when growth companies are in a super cycle, you really can't value them on the next 12 months of earnings, in part because they haven't fully blossomed into their earnings power. And so when we look at Microsoft's earnings, we think that there's significant upside to the street numbers, which make it actually, not that egregious on the valuation. So again, when we look at the risk reward here from Microsoft, we think there's, 5 to 10% downside and 50% upside.
So you don't look at as I suggested, the CapEx numbers for almost every one of these companies is expected to be up 50 or so % year on year. That doesn't give you pause at all. You want to see that because as Kacher suggested yesterday, they're leaning into this incredibly transformative technology, and the spend is the spend. They just have to do it, and they're going to get the return on the investment.
That's right. I think the existential risk for all of these companies is that they actually underspend and they don't meet the market when they need to meet the market. And they can't get left behind in this cycle. So, I actually look forward to their CapEx spend going up. Now, the only wrinkle in that is I'm not sure the street's thinking about the depreciation correctly, because as it works into the model, it does hamper or put a downward pressure on the gross margins. And so I do worry that, Microsoft's gross margins are going to have pressure over the next few years as the depreciation rolls in.
It's funny when you think about what these companies are spending on and how the market judges it. When Meta, for example, which reports tomorrow, was spending all this money on this thing called the metaverse, which nobody really knew exactly what that was going to be, the company's stock got punished. You needed somebody like Brad Gerstner writing a letter to the company saying, what are you guys doing? Like, get your focus back, get fit, get more fit. Now that AI has stolen the show and captured the entire narrative, you can spend what you want, as long as it's on that growth opportunity. Yeah. At least the market seems to suggest that.
I think we're innocent until proven guilty for 18 to 24 months on that spend. At some point, you're going to have to show return on that, but you're investing now for years 3 through 10, right? For the whole medium to long-term future. So I agree that you can't afford not to be relevant if they're going to get a lot more, kind of market share and earnings or hold their share years 3 through 10. You've got to spend now. And sure, there could be fits and starts where people get nervous about it. But if I look at the totality of what I'm going to hear from Microsoft and probably Amazon a little bit too, and NVIDIA, I'm not going to learn that, oh man, this investment's already not going to be worth it. I think it's going to be quite the contrary. You're going to realize why they need to do this investment. So Google, I think, is a little different because their management team historically cares a little bit less about street communications, and so I could say that's a little bit company specific. I doubt you'll end the earnings season on August 28th with NVIDIA and say, I now doubt the return potential for AI. I think that's unlikely.
It sounds, Ankur, as well, like you look at the pullback that the space has suffered, right? A number of these stocks are significantly off of their highs hit not all that long ago. Another thing Glenn Kacher told me yesterday when I asked him the question, do you make much of the pullback? He said, no, I don't see it as being a big deal at all. Here's what he said, and we can talk about it on the other side.
It's very typical for summer to kind of people go away. They want to reduce their books a little bit. We've had a little bit of a sharp correction here in the last month. It's normal to see a little pullback. I think it's healthy. I think a little bit of skepticism around AI helps, keep things in check, even though we think it's the biggest investment cycle that, we've seen in, our careers.
This is much ado about nothing, essentially, is what Kacher is saying as I paraphrase that.
Look, I agree. I wholeheartedly agree with what he's saying, but I do think there's another layer on top, which is, if the Fed does start to cut, it will pull money into small and mid caps, whether or not they deserve to be getting that multiple or that capital. It will pull money as people hope that the earnings trajectories will start to grow again at some point 6 to 9 months in the future. So, and that's a trade of hope versus, some of this AI trade. I mean, there are real examples today of the benefits of AI and how much money people can save. That's today. We can prove why you should be investing in AI today. So, I wholeheartedly agree with him. Can the rotation continue for a little while? I think it can. I think we can get a really choppy market for a bit. But, agree with Adam that 2-3 months from now, we're higher.
The dream is still so powerful. Like, let's just cut this all out. What is equity investing? I buy my little dream today. I sell it to a sucker with a bigger dream later. That's what we're all trying to do. The dream got a little high, and now the dream's coming in. I think it is healthy. I totally agree with him. I'm taking this course right now, AI for Healthcare. At MIT, it's like 6 to 8 hours a week. I'm already learning like 70 things I didn't like, drug development and computational chemistry and reading in images and predict. Like, we're not even in like the first inning of this stuff. The idea that like, oh, we first found out about AI with NVIDIA's upper revision May of 23 and it's over on August 1st of 24 is preposterous. These stocks are going to be way higher.
But you sound like somebody,
3 to 5 years.
Okay, if you say that and then...
We're in a pocket of the consumer slowing.
Okay.
And the risk reward, and the stocks are up a lot. And so I think it makes sense that they're in a little bit this month. That's kind of my reaction.
But isn't the consumer slowing? I mean, how do you get a soft landing without something slowing? The whole point is that it's not breaking.
Yeah, I don't think it's a break. I think it's eroding, not imploding.
But you don't sound like if Chair Powell tomorrow takes the podium and leads the market to believe cuts are coming in September, that's a positive thing, on top of what you just said about making the case over the transformative AI.
Yeah, I think it's relatively better for the exposed companies and worse for retailers. And real estate's up the most this month in the S&P. Does that make any sense to you? Do you think the fundamentals of the real estate sector are going to be better than the fundamentals of AI semis? No, of course not. You get rotations for 1 month. I think my bet is we're almost done with this rotation, and that will be higher because these companies are the best companies, and they are going to be in a winning position for multiple years, and I don't think that dream's going to turn into a nightmare in the next month. I think you're only going to take a step back and say, wow, I didn't realize all the things it could do to real life examples now and dreams of more examples later. So yeah, I'd like the risk reward on these big stocks.
What happens tomorrow? What are you betting that Powell says, and how the market's going to react?
I think he probably signals for a rate cut, in part because of what Adam said. The data points on the consumer have gotten worse, and he has to react to it, and he has talked about being data dependent. So, he'll signal for a rate cut probably. Maybe he'll do a rate cut. If he does, I think the IWM does take off. But, it kind of doesn't matter when it comes to these big cap tech stocks, to be completely frank, in the long term, because the free cash flow and the platformization of all this technology is really going to drive a significant amount of growth.
Let me just ask you quickly before we wrap it up about NVIDIA specifically, the move that we're seeing in the stock. What are your thoughts about it?
I think at points in time for a stock, they get overbought. This pullback is, expected. I agree with Glenn that it's really healthy. I think, we talked about $5 in earnings, which is really where the whisper is on the street. We're trading at 21 times that. That's, not including any cash that they'll generate. I think it's probably close to being done.
All right, we'll see. I mean, it's down a little more than 6% today. And perhaps Microsoft is going to be a tell, as to where all of these stocks go, even ones that are, in a chip space relative to a software company. It's all seemingly tied together. It's good to talk to you guys.
Yeah, great to see you.
Ankur and Adam. Here at Post 9.
I found,
let's send it to Kate Rooney now for a look at the biggest names moving into the close. What do we see, Kate?
Candy.
Hey, Scott. Yeah, let's start with shares of Procter & Gamble. Those lost about 6% today. The company reported
Starbucks,
better than
two
expected
standards,
earnings,
both
but
ways.
Quarterly revenue did fall short of Wall Street
and
estimates.
I did AMD one way.
Disappointing demand in China weighed on its results. Silver lining, though, despite
some
of the weaker
Not a
sales,
recommendation.
company volume increased for the first time in more than 2 years. And then you got PayPal on the other side, one of the big winners today, rallying around 9%. After reporting second quarter results that were better than expected. Wall Street reacting to this boost, though, in the payment company's full-year earnings guidance, and then this increase as well in share buybacks. Q2 earnings and revenue were well ahead of analysts' expectations, so all of that helping that stock. Scott, back over to you.
I appreciate it, Kate. Thank you. That's Kate Rooney. We're just getting started here on Closing Bell. Up next, earnings and the Fed front and center with more mega cap reports. The Fed decision is looming, of course, over this market as well. We discuss how to navigate this uncertainty, how it could impact your money with our all-star panel. Plus, we are getting you set up for AMD results in overtime. It's not all about NVIDIA. AMD's a big mover today, too, as we watch those shares.
Standard deviations.
You guys got to join us with a rundown of what he is watching for ahead of that print. We're live at the New York Stock Exchange. You're watching Closing Bell on CNBC.
Big earnings, and actually the earnings were actually pretty good. I mean, obviously a lot of concern here about whatever's going on with that space business here. And even on the commercial side, they've got issues. But again, this is more of a problem of having too much demand and not enough of the supply to actually cater to it.
Is there like a tech thing that I can make for this? Like too much demand and not enough supply? I mean, that's something we're going to have to look at through with some of these tech guys when they come out. Like they can't book the revenue if they can't wind up selling the product because there's just not enough of it.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's kind of interesting, too. He talked about some of the suppliers. Obviously, he wouldn't name them. But but he kind of made it clear that this is a lot on their end, and he kind of alluded to the fact that they do get some concessions here. So maybe financially it all sorts out for them.
But it is really tricky because
Yeah.
you can't see everything at once.
Yeah.
Like, you can't have eyes on everything. So
Yeah.
how do you have that kind of security in
Yeah.
your supply chain?
Yeah, I don't know, but you have to, right? I mean, that's the challenge of being a plane maker CEO, as the other big plane maker CEO learned the hard way over at Boeing.
Very much the hard way. That's a good point.
Absolutely. All right, when we come back here, we're going to take a look at some of the big movers on the back of analyst recommendations, and that includes a firm cashing in after getting a new bull on the street. That's coming up next. This is The Close on Bloomberg.
Okay. Sorry about that. Damn, gold is rocketing up too. I was getting my my post-earnings snack as I had to chew some things so I could get the oxygen going, So I made my decision. I did AMD to the call side, about 2 standard deviations. That's one play. And then I did Starbucks, 2 standard deviations both ways. So I think I spent $100 for both plays. So AMD was about $40, I think. And then Starbucks was about $40. I think Starbucks I went a little further on the downside. And then all of these I got August 16th. I got an extra week of time on both of them. No Microsoft. No. I don't know. I punted on a lot of it. I didn't even really. I like Starbucks and I like AMD, but I don't even think. I just remember I told you guys I really think parts of this earnings, there's really not much is gonna happen. I don't think we're supposed to even have a lot happening, and then it kind of emerged out of nowhere. But other than that, these are kind of the deep value plays. I think AMD could surprise in many ways. Starbucks already had the bad earnings. So that was it. So we'll see what happens. That is good. So First Solar, I'm done with any of them. If you want First Solar, you're going to have to price it in yourself, my brother. I'm sorry. I know I don't really like the solar plays. I don't like the oil plays. I don't like solar plays. I'm got to keep it equal. And then Snap. Buying both ways by buying a call and a put. So doing a straddle. But yeah, this could even be a price to average out on those Snap shares. But then the risk is Pinterest earnings after the bell. Iron Condor. Just depends on the play. So some things might be good for that or not. But I don't know. On the earnings that are pricing in a lot, those are going to be the ones better for an Iron Condor. Because then the higher it's pricing, even if it moves, it'll more likely than not stay in that range. Yeah, so I think that's it. What time is it? Oh, wow. Only 30 minutes left, Chatadonia. Oh, my gosh. Where did today go? Where did today go? I'm going to miss you guys. I'm going to miss you. I can't believe it. We're already back. That's it. Microsoft after the bell and AMD and Starbucks. I can't believe it. Can I go over earnings? You just missed it. You just missed it. I wish I had a funny joke on deck, but I don't. Oh, except for you missed it. That's all. There's nothing else. That's just sad in and of itself. But I love you still. Get a long term. The long term will never miss out on anything. And that's it. And follow me on Instagram. You know what I'm saying? And follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. No craft. We went over the preview, but I'm not playing it, no. No. Oh, where was it? I can't believe it, dude. We only have 30 minutes left. So, I'm sorry, we got to get everything queued up. Who would have thunk it? And then after the bell, some of the biggest companies. Again, 4 out of 7 Mag 7 names report this earnings this week. We went over the craft preview. Yeah, man. If you go on my Instagram, I posted what was priced in. So I don't know. This is on there. But if you want like the full preview, we already done with all that. No, I did not sell the Pfizer calls. I made them free. So I've sold out like 2 times today. But there's 20 contracts that I'm holding for free. So I don't know which set you're talking about. So I'm holding my free contracts. I literally have 0 risk. So, but if you haven't done that, like if you have money on the table, I don't know what to do in that instance. Yeah, so the SPY's pricing in about 1.7. This is where I was pricing it in the morning. So, but we here till Friday, the market is pricing in a 1.7% move. So I'm not being overly dramatic when I tell you guys that this is going to be the biggest week of the summer. A lot of people agree, and it's reflected in the option premiums and everything else. So, hi. Good day, JJ. First Solar kind of dying. They have earnings after the bell. I didn't cover them, but maybe they run if I'm the one. If that's the one I don't cover. But I just don't like the solar. You found out for the property that the taxes haven't been paid since 06. What can we do with that? That means probably no next of kin. The government's about to take it, but we could try to rebuild it ourselves and pay the taxes. But I thought you said, didn't you say the taxes were already paid for though? So how did you come up with the exact opposite? Why is the market not baked in if the Fed announced rate cut in September? I'm not following. I try to interpret that, but I don't know. Registered voters prefer Trump's plan on economy, immigration, and crime. Harris leads on healthcare. Reuters IPSOS poll finds. Democratic president candidate Kamala leads Republican Donald 43-42 amongst registered voters within a 3.5 point margin of error. Reuters IPSOS poll. Bosch, we heard the Bosch Health thing in the morning, and then they didn't like do anything. They actually went up and then dropped. But yeah, that's been going around since the AM. How do they end up with a 3 point margin of error? So that's stats. So you guys know how we do 2 standard deviations and like the options. We were just talking about this yesterday. It's the same exact thing with polling. So it's based on stats, and that's why depending on how you sample it and go and look at past data, I mean, you get margin of error, again, a standard deviation, and you can manipulate things too. The best way to manipulate that is by manipulating the sample size. Airbus says it faces UK criminal probe in a potential export control violation involving several Airbus entities in the UK. And then we only have 30 minutes left. Starbucks kind of running here. Again, SPY holding. LMT is on the high. I mean, SPY and NASDAQ are down. Dow and Russell are the only ones green. NASDAQ's not, I guess it's still kind of killed. SPY's the one not doing as bad. Yeah, I played Starbucks both ways. And then AMD one way to the call side, and then that's it. And I don't think we have any other plays. Pfizer, we made that free a couple times. Where is that? That one held up, man. We had a great bottom tick, and that one rocketed back up. I don't know where it's going to go from now. And then MO tomorrow morning, that'll be fun, but I do not have a play on it. For Powell. I think Powell should be good. Again, the Bank of Japan's going to be weird. So it's not just Powell tomorrow. But depending on what Powell does, maybe that frees up the dollar for a lot of other stuff to move. Where is Disney? Oh, Disney had another popper. It sucks. They're up 40%. So you could get like 2-3 free contracts, but you can't get all the free contracts. You need another like 20 cents. Like, what's going on with Lumen? Oh, I have no idea. I think we saw that one running, but I don't even think there was a headline. I wish I could tell you, man. I have no idea what Lumen is. Yeah, Disney and Pfizer did great. Yeah, Pfizer, even the Pfizers today were awesome. We hit them in the morning and then even like an hour afterwards. Those were all great. The Disneys, too, those went up a lot from yesterday. I'm just trying to get greedy on them. Unless, let me see. Beyond Pop. To infinity. Yeah, Beyond up like 10 cents. Let me see. Oh, what? That might work. You made it to today's stream. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Look bigger. I mean, it's decent. It's good enough. You're kind of late. Nah, man. It's perfect time. I mean, depending on how you want to look at it, if you want some market action, perfect time. But I mean, the market closes in 30 minutes. That'd be like walking into church with like 5 minutes left in the sermon and being like, it's kind of late. It's kind of late. But that's okay. For the Lord does not judge. Okay, so you'll be safe. There's Disney. And again, 23 minutes left. I think we've wrapped up all the earnings plays. I'm looking at the Disneys now. Those are the ones from yesterday. They're still doing good. I think I have AMD one way. One way or another. I'm on a long term. I'm on a long term one way or another. I'm on a long term. I'm on a long term, long term, long. Yes, again. You don't like DJT at this level. So I'll vote for Donald Trump, but I don't think I would ever buy DJT. So I don't know. It's just too weird with the offerings and the company and all of that. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'll vote for homie, but like, we don't need to get so involved in that instance. So, you got to watch out for that. Oh, where's Bank of America? I mean, they killed it, even though Buff sold out. They actually sold off there from today. JP Morgan, I think it was Citi. They're up by 2. EBS on the low. Oh, I forgot about the Philip Morris's. We still got one more of those. Yeah, they're just above 100%. Oh, but tomorrow's Wednesday. Earnings. I did AMD and Starbucks. AMD one way, Starbucks both ways. Good luck, my brother. All right. I think I'll hold the Disney. I thought those would appreciate a little harder. But we need a little, like you need the jump. So we'll be good. Do I feel right? Am I seem kind of dead? No, I'm great, man. It's a glorious day. It's a glorious day. Are you okay? I hope you're okay. That's it. I'm getting my final checks. We only got 20 minutes. Did my plays. So we're living good, man. We're living good. I'm okay. Are you sure? You seem kind of, I don't know. I haven't seen any messages from you today. Except for that one. And then like the crowd stuff. Oh no, you've said a lot. But yeah. Actually, you seem a little too excited. Are you doing drugs? Is every Abby Vi's the silent one, man. A cocaine joke? Thank you. That means a lot, man. That means a lot. Clapped. I shouldn't be clapped. One way or another. I'm on a long term. I'm on a lotta. One way or another. I'm on a long term. I'm on a lotta. Am I back? Do you hear me? Can you hear me now? The liberals are gone. Ooh. Oh, you hear me? Oh, okay. My bad. That's good. Long term never clap, son. Long term never clap. That's good. It's good. I get rid of like one liberal an hour. It's really fun. I don't think they understand how peaceful. Like it feels. It's good. It's like popping a pimple, or like plucking an ingrown hair. Like it gives you relief, because you're like, oh, I don't have to deal with that again. And because then again, they only pop off on you because of your political stance. So it's just good to just like once you clear it out, I forgot. Once I made those like Kamala installed as a dictator jokes, you know what I'm saying, man? Some people don't like that. They don't like that one. They don't like that one. Oh, let's celebrate your 5th super chat, baby. Wow, with only 20 minutes. Thank you. Thank you. My man, God bless you. I hope you have the long term. 5 super chats, hopefully 5 months minimum in the long term. No? Maybe. Yeah, they don't like the dictator jokes. That's good, though. Like, I hope that if I ever was a dictator, I hope my subjects would get offended like that. If somebody, you know, like, do you think people in North Korea, if you're like, yo, you live in a dictatorship, do you think they get mad at you? I wonder if they, like, stalk your Instagram and get weird if you do that. We only did 2. I only did AMD and Starbucks. Okay, you got more on the Disney as well. I don't know if that's real volume or not. And then SPY right below VWAP. You sold the PM contracts? Yeah. You could. I mean, the only catalyst for them tomorrow is going to be MO. Excuse me. So, depending on how that plays out, that could move. Did we go over the F13 filings? No, we did not. The SC13s? But no, I didn't think they had those today. But yeah, the Philip Morris are doing good. The Disney's doing great too. You have 52%. The Pfizers are still up 100. MO, not KO. Yes, MO is tomorrow morning. Yeah, I might buy more Snap shares. I'm thinking about it. I just don't want to get exposed to the Pinterest, but then if the Pinterest do good, then I'm going to wish that I bought some. But yeah, I still got those. I don't know. Microsoft has a lot of elements to it. I don't think it's going to be as important as Meta, but it's going to be big. So we'll see, but I have no idea. And then Philip Morris. Tesla's down 4. Damn. And then Apple up 2. Where's Coin? Pizza, KHC. No Airbnb, Habibi. Airbnb is like a stay, like a no, you know? I'm going to stay for the earnings calls a little bit. Pfizer's coming up. Again, you have 115. We had 170 or 200% on those options. Then they came down, but yeah. And then I'll be here for Microsoft and AMD. We'll get that. I have all the estimates for the big ones. I care about Microsoft and AMD, and that's pretty much it. And Starbucks. And then we have 14 minutes left, so maybe you'll get some action. I kind of want to play one of those plays at the end of the day, but then again, on some of these earnings, you don't want to push it. Total transaction volume. I don't know about like total net dollar amount, but on this SPY, we're looking at 33 million. I mean, not the worst, not the best. Definitely seen better, but that's because we kind of leveled out too. I think even then it was going to be more volume if we saw more volatility, but then it kind of chilled out. AMD is pricing in a decent amount. Not 10. I want to say 8. Here it is. AMD pricing in 8.9, Microsoft 5.2, Starbucks 7.5, ANET 9.6, Pinterest 12.8, Lemonade 14.4, Boeing 5.2, KHC 4.1, MO 3.1, Humana 6.3, and MasterCard 3.9. So keep these in mind because once the reports come out, you'll see how it moves. These will probably be the ranges it'll stay in. No, you're the man. God bless you, my friends. So you guys, if you're asking about my earnings plays, unfortunately, you guys have reached the cutoff. So you need to take this form and then go wait back in line. We open back up at 11 a.m. Eastern tomorrow for earnings plays. So make sure your form is accurately filled out. And then make sure you bring your identification and any other forms. And then you have to stand in line. We'll call your number. And then we'll be able to answer any earnings plays questions. Okay, thank you. Again, 11 a.m. Eastern tomorrow. Next. Oh, first major win on Pfizer. And now it's your first super chat. Oh, you too, baby. Harder. Amen. Amen. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about, baby. God bless you. Thank you, my friend. Now servicing. Please report to VWAP. Please report to VWAP. Oh, Disney going too. All right, man. Well, your 10-minute rig is going up early here. Again, back to some of those earlier prices in the morning. The NASDAQ's the one that got murdered today. Dow, SPY's not that bad. SPY's only down 0.3. NASDAQ's down 1. I like Estee Lauder. It's not bad. I think it came now that it finally came back down. I don't really have anything against them. What the hell? Why did the Disney premiums are dropping even though the stock is going higher? So don't let them fool you. I mean, the MO put I'm kind of down with more than the calls, but I don't have a play on it. McDonald's was clapped the other day. Pfizer's still going up. Those contracts actually move. Bro, they're dropping the bid on those Disneys. There you go. Finally. I was like, bro, what the hell? They won't raise the ask. I just found it 2 days ago. Well, thank you, my friend. I hope you have a long term. You need the long term, though. So remember, that's the big deal. You know what I'm saying? That's the big deal. You need a long-term investment portfolio. You hold minimum 10 years. The short-term stuff is cool. The minimum 10 years. You'll guarantee it, baby. You'll guarantee it. And then again, we're going to have all the earnings here after the bell. 10-minute rigged. There it is. Again, Disney, bro, I don't know what they're doing with those options. They should have made it so we can make it free by now, but no. I was looking at LMT earlier. Again, those war headlines, too. Think about that coming into tomorrow. Those may come back up. So watch out for that. But yeah, SPY's going up. High tickers absolutely gassing. Again, there's Disney again. What little scammers, dude. Venezuela's Maduro says anti-government protests under control. Speaks on state TV. He said, after my victory, don't worry. Things will be okay. I'm so happy that I won. You think we see another pause in rates? What do you mean? We're already paused, so we haven't raised rates for a while. You used to let people call in. Do you still do that? No, not really. I mean, because the last time I called somebody, they started making sexual advances on my feet. And then they had my phone number. So then it got really weird. Every night I would go to bed, and they were just like, please send me one more picture. I meant one picture, but then I sent them one on accident. And then they kept asking me for more. And then it just, it got out of hand. And then before I knew it, it just got weird. Yeah, it was a long story. I didn't even want it. So, nah. Long story short, no. But I post all the long-term stuff so everybody could get that. I don't know if that helps. Yeah, man, there's just a lot to it. Bro, Disney just went up like 50 cents, and then that contract will not go up in value. I'm going to cap a mother effer. Is that what they say? I don't know. I'm sorry. 2 more minutes till final 5. Filled the gap from 722. But yeah, we haven't raised rates in months, just in case that person was not aware. But yeah, it's been a long time since rates have even gone up. So that's where we're at with it all. So if anything, Powell's not going to raise rates tomorrow. He's not going to cut rates, but people are expecting him. Oh wow, it has been 12 months, huh? It was last June or July. That's crazy. But people are expecting him to talk about cutting in September. If he is going to cut in September, he could use tomorrow to signal it. Otherwise, he'll just shut up because it's still like a month and a half, and he might as well enjoy his summer. But then he could enjoy it with the market up by telling the market, oh, sweet little nothings. And then the market will make sure his job is easy. And then final 5 is approaching right around the corner, again, as well as your earnings. Alrighty. Well, Chattadonia, I love you. I hope your day has gone amazing. Kind of a wild day. It could have been a little crazier, but even then, I didn't think we'd get this much volatility. We still got 1.7% priced underneath the surface. Oh, so there's a lot there, but Chattadonia, I love you. And as a thank you for your time here today, I want to give you guys my gift and a warning. So my gift is a warning. And pretty much it's going to get really loud in here. And I think you have been so awesome that I don't want to ruin your day. So when I say earmuffs, that is your warning to mute yourself and protect yourself if you are scared of loud noises. You know, I understand it. You might get scared from time to time. You know, you need someone to hold you. Maybe you need a weighted blanket. You know, maybe you have developed anxiety from being alone. Maybe you're sick of being lonely every night on the... No, I understand. It's okay. So, but when I'm here to let you know, when I say earmuffs, that is your moment to flee and protect yourself, okay? I don't want you to ruin your day. I want you to have a good day, a glorious day, a beautiful day, an excellent day, a fantastic day, a day filled with joy, a joyful day, a day that's optimistic, a day that's amazing, a day that's better than the day before, a day that's better than the days of the other days. Do you understand? So when I say earmuffs, just make sure you do all this, okay? Does that sound good? Okay, thank you. Thank you. Earmuffs is the key word. It's going to get so loud, dude. So loud. This is the day. This is the day. See, I'm already warming up. Earmuffs. Okay, just let's get this out the way. I can't hold it back. Earmuffs. With all due respect, please put on your earmuffs. Thank you. With all due respect, earmuffs. Earmuffs. With all due respect. All right, ladies and gentlemen. We're making our final approach. As we make our final approach, you guys are holding on to any bags. Please throw them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seats. We'll be coming through the house with the trash bag if you like to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal. Second link terminal description. That's going to be your nightly watch list and main channel layover around 4 p.m. Pacific time. Then we're going to be taking on promptly around 6 a.m. out of sunny San Diego. Diego, California. To make this final approach into San Diego International Airport, it's about 79 degrees and sunny. Looking like a good day unless you thought Disney contracts would go up with the stock going up. Because, no, they do whatever they want. And the market maker hates you no matter what, and you still have to wait for 1.7% of moves to happen. And now that the market is pricing in so much, it may not even happen. But good news is we're no longer under COVID guidelines, so no masks are required. But we do ask that you exit one row at a time and drop a GG on your way. Yeah. As always, we appreciate you guys' business. Here's your Senator Cole Rapid Rewards program card. Please slide down your flight attendant, and we'll get you that as soon as possible. As always, thank you for flying with the Colt, and hopefully have a wonderful evening. Chattadonia. That's it. It's earnings now. Microsoft after the bell. AMD, it's here. Oh, the final 7 names. Actually, again, 30% of the S&P 500. I'm turning on the after hours. You got to finalize it. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children, animals, it don't matter. Anybody who can make it long term. I hope you realize you only have 1 minute. Go, 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 go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time to wrap it up. Bring it home. Finalize those plays. Speak now or forever hold your peace. Shares, options, futures, you got to wrap it up. Bring it home. You have Microsoft, AMD. If you're going for options, you cannot make a trade till the morning. If you're going shares, futures, you got a little bit more flexibility, but you got to wrap it up and bring it home. You have less than 10 seconds remaining, and this is the beginning. Oh, my gosh. Look at that candle at the end of the day. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding, 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 ding. Horna, let's go. Oh, Chattadonia, we did it, we made it. 7 hours in the books before the earnings come out, before anything happens. We're going to have it all here on the wire, but I need you to drop a good game in the chat right now, baby. Let's go. GG, baby, you made it. It don't matter if you made money or lost money. I know you learned something. Everybody that contributed brought something to the table. Plays, news, vibes, personality, info. Oh, Microsoft already trading lower. Oh, my gosh, good game, baby, everybody. Hold on. I'll look for the news. I need GGs or headlines. There it is. There it is. Cut it. Microsoft. Hold up. Oh, my goodness. Revenue 64.7. I should have had these up already. So they're already, remember, they were pricing in what? What was Microsoft pricing in? 5.2. So you're a little bit more than what was there. And remember, it already moved to start off the day. But let me get the numbers. So 64.7 was expected, or 3. So they beat on revenue. EPS was $2.95. I don't know where's EPS. It's one at $2.93. They beat on that. What was it? Did Cloud miss or something? Cloud 28.5 versus 28.7. So that was it. And then Cloud is up by 29 in Azure. I think they just missed on Cloud, and that's what clapped them. Productivity in business 20.3. Server products and cloud services up 21. Hold on. Azure, yeah, damn. Whoa. Yeah, if they did 29 or 30, they were expected to do 31. I think that's what they got clapped on. They're down 7 now. Damn, look at this SPY. SPY is getting absolutely murdered off of it. NVIDIA is getting killed off of it as well, too. Hey, let me see if I can get another one up there. Yeah, but literally, I think the cloud growth just fell off a cliff. Their revenue wasn't even that bad. It was literally, I think, growth rate coming in like 29 instead of 31. So right now, it's about 2% more than what was priced in. Why is NVIDIA? NVIDIA's on the downside now. Yeah, bro. Futures just died off of that. Look at the SPY after hours. That's a big, big miss. So again, EPS 295, LinkedIn revenue up 10, product revenue 13.2 billion. Let me see where personal computing. Come on. Computing 15.9. They were expecting 15.5. Again, productivity in business 20.3. Server and cloud revenue up 21. So Azure was at 31, but I think they missed heavy on that. Intelligent cloud 12.86. They were expected to do 28. Ooh. How did they even meet revenue though? That makes no sense. Microsoft is at 390. Yeah. I mean, if it moves 10%, that'll be two standards, but it seems, I don't know if I'm getting these, it seems like their numbers are really, really far off, but I'm not following because they still beat on revenue and EPS. But it does sound like their growth rate was a lot lower, and then even Amazon and NVIDIA, those guys are selling off in reaction to that. No, Azure and other cloud was up 29. They were expecting 31. So it's still off by 2%. So it's literally a 2% miss on Azure and cloud. But then again, that has been the big driver. Personal computing did a little bit better, but you would have thought that, again, their AI business in cloud, intelligent cloud, that would have been doing better. I don't know if AMD is out yet. Where is it? I don't know if Microsoft is way bigger than AMD. Microsoft is massive. So this 7-8%, that weighs way more on the index. So I don't think AMD will do shit comparatively. Amazon's getting dragged down, NVIDIA, or all the chips, bro. Low key, I mean, this kind of is. It sucks because I wouldn't call it AI bubble popping, but people are going to say that. You're just getting now slight misses or the growth is not showing up, and then people are just already scared and they're selling off. Oh, Starbucks. Starbucks is out. Hold on. Oh, Starbucks on the high. Let's see what we go. Oh, wow. Starbucks up 5. Again, there was a lot of downgrades on Starbucks. So Starbucks, wait, where is it? So Starbucks revenue 9.2, they missed, but they're rocketing up. EPS 93, estimate was 90. Why are they going crazy? International same-store sales down 7. North America, dude, this is awful. Why is it ripping? Dude, I think Starbucks is awful. No, that's crazy. Because you guys remember last time I vomited off of Starbucks when I was like, dude, they're doing another negative America. North America's sales hasn't fell in decades. But literally, same-store sales down 7 internationally, 3 on global, and then North America down 2. EPS is in line, and then revenue missed. I don't get why it popped. It seems pretty ugly, to be honest with you. Pinterest down 12. Damn, so somebody didn't pin it. They depinned it. Is that the word? Again, Microsoft getting clobbered still. Yeah, Pinterest is down 15%. That's not healthy. I don't think that's healthy. Pinterest, the tail on the donkey. So their EPS was 29 cents. No, that's Starbucks. So they beat, I don't know their revenue. Revenue $854 million. They beat the top end. Monthly active users were up by 12. 5, they beat on active users as well. I don't know why this thing sold off. So Pinterest beat on everything. EPS, it says net revenue $9 million. Oh, I think their adjusted EBITDA missed. I think they only did $9 million instead of $170 million. But they beat on users, EPS, adjusted, and revenue. Yeah, Pinterest wasn't that bad, but they're murdered. But again, if it is that EBITDA, if I'm correct on that, EBITDA might have dropped by 100 million, which isn't good. Otherwise, that's not a bad print, but it's trading down 15, 20% right now. Again, Microsoft there. I don't know why Starbucks is going up. They weren't good. Where's the other one we're waiting for? AMD. They see revenue 885 to 900. Estimate was 907. So they guided down. And then Starbucks still going. Mondelez is on the high. Does that mean Kraft Heinz did good? Yeah, Amazon's murked off of the Microsoft cloud. So literally, futures are just trading at the low of the day right now. But these earnings are kind of weird to start off. Snap probably got killed off of Pinterest, but I don't really think they were that similar. But now that's why I didn't want to average ahead of time. What's the other one? AM Dizzle. That's the last one we're waiting on. From the mountains to the prairies to the long term filled with dividends. Sorry. When does this AMD come out later? Are they going to make us wait? Because there's a lot going on. Microsoft is like 2% outside of the range, so I don't know how that stacks up. Until AMD comes out.
Yeah, where's Jill? Come on. Nah, I mean it. Hey. It's 4 p.m. 4 p.m. is when I wake up, bitch. Hey. Shout out to Percy, that's me. You could just call me JP. I do not answer no questions. You could leave that to Shaki. Kamala riding with me. She'll lock you up for some weed. Say bad things about the vaccine. I'ma make sure you don't speak. Got a laptop you won't see. Hunter, I love her, but that shit was weird with his feet. I love my Congressman Trey. Shout out to Nancy, she paid. Double your gas in a day. Them must say Putin's to blame. Real politics in your face. 500 bill on the way. 500 mil to Ukraine. Every day. Javelins keeping them safe. Fuck it, just send them some planes. Tell them keep growing them grains. All of my bros and they old. None of they borders is closed. All of us got climate goals. All of us straight together. Strategically releasing the ore. They said that Putin won't fold. They in my cabinet no more. Fuck the squad, fuck the foe. Had a 9, fuck a roll. Now we going practical. Hunter, my dog, that's for sure. We ain't gon' fall about shit. Especially not 10%. We ain't gon' fall about hoes. Me and Nance get the votes. Lobby that shit on the low. I got Congress in control. I got your student loan froze. I got your mortgages froze. I got Keystone on froze. But mention and cinema froze. I'm getting faded, I'm eating this ice cream. I don't like voters who ID. Questions from press, that's unlikely. Bring up Trump if they don't like me. They give me the Eddie, I wake up. Passing bills, that's a layup. I'm the big man, I got say so. They lock you down if I say so. Booster on booster on booster. Mandate on mandate on mandate. I just gave Evie a test break. Fuck you, Elon, I won't even say your name. Came in the office already ballin'. Silent just change my name to Stalin. Right off the screen and I'm gone with the wind. Do nothing about something till they pass a bill. Pull up in a brand new Benz truck. How about fresher than a bread truck? How I got it, how to just, yeah. How I gotta make it one car. Station on your block, took off. Mixing up my words, I'm live. So I think they mad, my fault. Talking about inflation, I caused. Dumping our oil turned me to a savage. $1 saved on a gallon. Fuck OPEC and King Salmon. And fresh, I'm tired.
I just gave Evie a test break. That goes hard, bro. That goes hard. That goes hard, man. We waiting on AMD, man. Wild earnings. There's a lot of head scratching. You would think some lice is going around. I feel it. Isn't that crazy? Like, I don't even, like, you can't see me and I can't see you. But I know I could already, like, I know a lot of head scratching on there. You're like, what the? Starbucks was bad. It's going up. Pinterest was good. It's going down. I'm confused. What the? And then Microsoft is bad, but not bad. And then Amazon. You know, but there's a weird earnings, and then is it gonna die? And then the Bank of Japan, then power to power. You wait to power. Power, you wait to Japan, China. Is it China? Is it Japan? Is it Brazil? Who the fuck is Maduro? What is a Maduro? What do you mean? It's a rigged election 17 times in a row. Hold on, I'm confused. What's happening? And then is the job. Was it opening a non-farm opening? How do you open up a farm if it's not open? It makes no sense. Why you gotta open up the farm? What's happening? So I feel you, you know. So don't worry though. But we're waiting. We still need AMD, and then we'll see where this all takes us. You know what I'm saying? I'm breathing fine. I'm good. To the diaphragm, expanding the diaphragm and all of that. Is AMD out? No, just the Threadripper in my computer, but nothing else. We're waiting for Lisa Sue. A lot of downgrades, though, ahead of time. So we'll see, man. We'll see. I think it comes out in a minute and a half, but I don't know. We'll never know. Well, we will know, but I just don't know. When do you panic? Probably after the other 7 or 3. Well, technically, like 6 Mag 7 companies do bad. Then people, or jobs. Jobs is really the answer. Once the jobs number cracks, then you could panic. Once the big shift in jobs happens. But then even then, once the big shift happens, everyone's going to wait for another jobs to confirm it. But the real big shift in the market, the next one will revolve around the jobs. I like to think. Amazon didn't report. Amazon went down because of Microsoft's bad earnings. Was that gold or silver, Chad? Gold or silver? I guess we'll never know. It's the #1 champion. Yeah, we are. Long time, don't go down. It's the hottest in the world right now. Just deposit it every month. Yeah, and I buy me a stock. I hold for 10 years minimum right now. We just bought all of the long term. No, okay. It was gold. It was gold. I'm sorry, the earnings don't come out. I go crazy. I go a little cuckoo. I've already been here for 7 hours. You got to bear with me. It's vibranium. Yes, that's a good answer. You speak fluent gold. Habibi, cash, gold, very good. Very good. Ding! It sucks, though, bro, after seeing those gold coins that were, like, untarnished, bro. I totally messed up these coins by just, like, playing with them. Like, gold is so boring. You can't do anything with it. And then if you actually, like, flip it and, like, smack it together, you, like, it doesn't, like, it's stupid, man. It's stupid. AMD, 265 million net revenue. What the hell? Hold on. AMD's out. Gross margin, 49%. EPS, 16 cents. So what were they expect? Whoa. I thought his EPS was supposed to be 2. There has to be an adjusted. I think they missed on EPS by a lot. Revenue, 5.8 billion. I'm looking at Microsoft. Why won't my shits load, bro? Okay, 5.8 billion. They beat on revenue. EPS was 68 cents. They got 69. And I think this was a high bar, too. Gross margin, 49. That's non-GAAP. I don't know what the non-GAAP, maybe that's why it's off, but my thing is showing a miss. Operating margin 22, estimate was 21.8. Yeah, I think they did good. Yeah, I have gross margin of 49, but I only have non-GAAP estimates. So they're probably using a different one. But yeah, it looks like they beat, but they were pricing in 9%. It's barely moving. But does not sound bad. They see third quarter revenue 6.4 to 7. Estimate was 6.6. So that's a good sign. They guided up. You haven't had that in a while. Oh, yeah, they report second quarter. 200 operating income of 269 million. 53%. Yeah, so they beat on non-GAAP gross too. So they did good. It was not bad. Meta bounce. That was your first earnings that just wasn't bad, but then I don't think that's going to I don't know if that's going to change or Microsoft. But now Microsoft just might go to what was priced in. And then again, AMD was pricing in 9%. So it literally just popped up like 2 or 3, and then now it's literally back to break even. Match to exit live streaming services and dating apps. What does that even mean? All right. Well, this is just still the beginning of earnings. So remember, so far the theme has been kind of like watered down. There's been more negative ones than better ones, and then the ones that were good weren't like too exciting. I think 3M was the most exciting one we've gotten so far. But AMD didn't do bad. Microsoft wasn't good, but Microsoft might hold up. And then Starbucks was bad, but they went up. And then Pinterest, I don't think was that bad, but they guided down and then they dropped. But it's only Tuesday. It's a very big week, and this is just the beginning. I don't know, Microsoft, it's literally within 1%. So I'm glad we have our little document. I even got to post it on Instagram, but remember, Microsoft was pricing in 5.2. So it was up even a little bit more, but even where it's at now, it's in that range still. It overshot it a little bit. And then even AMD, 8.9, and it's barely moving. But again, their earnings was good with a slight guide up. I think it's actually really good. I think AMD, it doesn't really move big on earnings. I think you might need the analyst, but like straight up, I mean, people were thinking they were going to die. So a good earnings and a guide up, that could go a long way. I think all of these things could sell off at open, or they could even get bid up at open. Where'd you go? I miss you so. I'm right here, Carlos. Oh, yeah, you can't. No, you want to play hide and go seek with the message? What's up, man? Good evening. Good afternoon. Does this remind you of the earnings where Apple saved the market? Everything plunged. Yeah, it doesn't feel as bad yet. So we've seen shit get a lot worse. Like Microsoft could be, let's see where Microsoft is. You know, if that covered call on Microsoft is bad, we wake up tomorrow with some more bad earnings. Let's even get a little bad. What's on Wednesday? Meta or whoever else. Like, but bad earnings, then we could talk about Apple coming in and saving it. But for now, everything's just like mediocre, very summer, very slow. And then again, too, there is names with high bars that have been set from all of this ramping up. So it's very easy to disappoint. So I don't think we're in that position quite yet, but it can get there. And then again, let's see what happens with your boy Powell and everybody else. Powell and the jobs. Nvidia. A GLD on the high. That's crazy. All right, man. I think that might be it. Yeah, AMD sees third quarter 6.7 plus or minus 300 million. Qualcomm. Oh, yeah. That's crazy. Oh, wait. Qualcomm is on Wednesday. Because Qualcomm's down 6 after Microsoft. And AMD beat on everything, it looks like. Starbucks was bad. Literally, I think everything missed. but guidance was already low, and then it popped up 2.8. Again, they were pricing in, I think, like 5. So everything is within range, though. So literally, AMD has moved 1.8. Options are pricing 8.9. Microsoft, and again, these are I'm glad I might start doing these. I might need to post all of these on Instagram. These are funny. We'll see even where they end up in the morning. Microsoft pricing in 5.2. That's at 6.6. So that one's the only one above right now or below. Starbucks pricing in 7.5. That's at 2.9. Did ANET come out? They're at 6.6. That was pricing in 9.6. Pinterest was pricing in 12.8, and now they're at 14. Lemonade, I don't know if that one came out. I don't know, that one hasn't moved. That was pricing in 14, and then the rest are in the morning. So Pinterest and Microsoft both moved a little bit outside of the range. Out of the S&P, well, the market's closed now. In terms of earnings, I think most have advanced so far, believe it or not. So today was 362 names green on the SPY. And then the Dow, 21 green, 9 in the red. And the NASDAQ, 144 green, 54 in the red, or 57 in the red. The Microsoft earnings call? No, I don't know if I'm going to stick around. I don't want Bill Gates to infect me. You know, I'm going to just start shotgunning Soylents. You know, if I listen to one Bill Gates, I'm going to be shotgunning Soylents, and then I'm going to just be trying to take over local communities and then implement my will on them. I don't know, so I don't think it'd be a good idea. Too much? A little too? Okay, my bad. No, my bad. Okay, but I think I might wrap it up there. Chad, what do you feel? Does that feel like a good idea? Does that feel like a good plan? I think it's a glorious day. Cloud growth powers Microsoft results. There you go. No. But I have to go. I gotta eat. I gotta feed myself. You know, we still have more, bro. This is just the beginning. This is just the beginning of earnings. We're gonna have more data. Oh yeah, tomorrow we have Jerome effing Powell, bro. You know what I'm saying? So we have a very, very big day tomorrow. And we have a lot more, I'm telling you. So watch even where these companies end up. In the meantime, if you are going to miss me, I will have a watch list. So second link if you want any sort of preparation for tomorrow. Again, I understand if you hate it. So, like, I get it. The only reason, like, you hate it, you have a visceral reaction. You start raging. You know what I'm saying? Like, I want to know. I understand. I get it. So if you're not watching it out of that pure hatred, I get it. You don't want, like, you just want to ask me the question tomorrow and you don't want to have any idea. And, you know, I feel you. If you hate it, you don't have, but that's a way you could keep up with me. I have posted again on Instagram. You guys can follow me. Remember, when you follow me on Instagram, a fake Josh is going to hit you up. He's going to try to, he's weird. He'll try to tickle you. Just say no, stranger danger, and kick him. Okay, don't fuck with that shit, bro. Don't fall for that. I don't know how y'all fall for that. You gotta watch out, okay? So don't do that. You gotta be careful. But other than that, I'll see you guys later. Okay, I'll see you on the watch list. God willing, I'll see you in the morning. But that is it. That's the day. Okay, that's all I have for you. That's all I have for you, man. We have to get going. It's been glorious, really, though, in all seriousness. I had a lot of fun today. I plan on having fun tomorrow. You know what I'm saying? We're going to have a great time. And shout out to all my long-terms out there, baby. You guys make me proud. Carry it to the promised land. But that's where we got to end it up. So thank you for your time. I hope I see you tomorrow. I hope I see you on the watch list. And that's all I have. Go read the books, Richest Man in Babylon, Proverbs New Living Translation, and The Strangest Secret in the World And don't forget why we're here. Why we keep going. Why that faith, hope, and love ain't ever going out of style. And why you need revelation and control that attitude to bring the best of everything in life, baby. Why, baby? Why? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory, and through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. Woo. Chattadonia, you have a blessed day. A glorious day. I'll see you tonight. Okay, you enjoy it. I love you, and peace. Oh, hey, how do you get to where you closed it, Google? Is it on your Instagram? How do I get your Instagram? I was just on TikTok. Fuck it, I'm not even running for president anymore. Wait, why am I even talking to you? How am I still making decisions? I don't know, Joey B. It doesn't look the same. He's a little weird, a little cuckoo. Watch out, Josh. Ever since Josh has supported me, I'll tell you, Josh is a great guy. I always knew I liked Josh. I've never met him, never seen him. I've heard he's great looking. I think he doesn't have a hairline, but still. Now you got to be careful. They might ban you, Google. They might take you off. I'm going to give you a warning like the mafia. I know. Exactly. All I'm saying is dead as a dog. It's dead as Woodrow Wilson. I have a couple of questions myself. Exactly. Are you on the TikTok? Let's go back. It all comes back to TikTok and Snapchat. Is this how these companies, is Mark Zuckerberg in the foothills of creepy making money off TikToks by watching the clock? How much, Mr. Zuckerberg, how much money, moolah, do you make per tick and talk? Can you answer that? I got a better. How come you're starting to act normal? You fucking weirdo. All of a sudden you got a gold chain. You look like a bro. Exactly, it's weird. I'm not following. Where did that come from? You look like you're smoking pot. They got pot up there. San Francisco. I reclaim my time. Have a wonderful evening. Goodbye.